Here's Jordan Peterson, the based and red-pilled, anti-establishment, anti-woke rebel. Give him hell, Netanyahu. Enough is enough. So in a very Christ-like response, Jordan Peterson is basically telling Netanyahu to exterminate and engage in a full-scale genocide and murder children in Gaza. That's what he's telling them. Murder all the children in Gaza. Enough is enough. Jordan Peterson is a faggot. He has no integrity. He has no manhood. He is an absolute disgusting, spineless piece of shit. And he loses all integrity just for saying this. It's like, there's something about the conservatards of Con Inc. where they're on this thing where they're like, you know, oh my God, I can't believe this freaking woke mind virus is just like making it so unacceptable. Yeah, kill children. And like, I know this is controversial because of the woke mind virus, but kill children. Let's do it. That's pretty much what he's saying. That's their whole fucking angle. Like, yeah, you're such an edgy rebel for saying give him hell to Netanyahu. Anyway, Jordan Peterson is a fag, right? Jordan Peterson is trending. Jordan Peterson is trending. Jordan Peterson. Okay, so this is Jordan Fagerson. Why is he doing this poetry thing? Like, dude, he's so fucking cringe. I need to debate him. You murderous, anti-Semitic rats! Because there's people said solidarity to the Palestinian resistance. You murderous, anti-Semitic rats. 100%. And Biden's fault. What are these poetic tweets? I don't know. It sounds like he's like... He sounds like he's going through an existential crisis every time. The UK has Venezuela envy. Okay, you are a dick sucker retard. He is just corny. That's the word I'm looking for. Jordan Peterson is just the king of corn dogs. He is so fucking corny. He's taking the very bold stance in the midst of the woke mind virus. Look at Robert F. Kennedy. I'm going to read it in his voice. This ignominious, unprovoked, and barbaric attack on Israel must be met with world condemnation and unequivocal support for the Jewish state's right to self-defense. We must provide Israel with whatever it needs to defend itself. Now, as president, I'll make sure that our policy is unambiguous, so that the enemies of Israel will think long and hard before attempting aggression of any kind. I applaud the strong statements of support from the Biden White House for Israel in her hour of need. However, the scale of these attacks means it's likely that Israel will still need to wage a sustained military campaign to protect its citizens. Statements of support are fine, but we must follow through unwavering, resolute, and practical action. America must stand by our ally throughout this operation and beyond as it exercises its sovereign right to self-defense. So, yeah, for all you people in my chat who have the same disease he has, lighten up. We had to have some fun, right? Lighten up. Oh, but how is it? Okay, lighten up. Lighten up. Yeah, Trump is dick. I don't doubt that Trump is dick riding. It's fucking obvious that he would do that. That makes a ton of sense to me. Trump speaks out against Hamas. An act of savagery that... Okay, you know how we're going to respond to this? We're going to respond to this by splicing Trump's speech and
fabricating it so that so that he supports Hamas. That's what we're doing. Trump is our mascot. Trump is our mascot who has any opinion we want him to have. Okay? We decide what Trump's opinion is. He has no individuality. He has no, let me make sure like Truth Social isn't doing anything sketch. All right. Okay.
The Hamas terrorist invasion of Israeli territory, and the murder
Look how he's stumbling like Biden now.
Of Israeli soldiers today, and the brutal murder of citizens is an act of savagery that must and will be crushed.
Somebody spliced this video that makes it like the opposite, where like he's supporting Hamas and he's against Israel. Someone splice it. You get Hero of Infrared. If you splice it, you get Hero of Infrared, and we're going to share it. Tell all the Trump supporters you can't be supporting Israel anymore. Just recently, as a matter of fact, talking about how he was masturbating at the picture of that crazy guy who stabbed the Brooklyn activist. The Brooklyn activist was lying on the floor dead. The guy was parading around laughing. Bronze Age Pervert said he masturbated to this photo, that it turned him on, because it was an example of the vitalistic, primitive man killing someone and taking their women. He was imagining them getting raped and ravished and all this stuff. He's making it poetry. And this is just the law of nature. This is just the Nietzschean, pure laws of nature. Bap, why aren't you describing poetically the Russia-Ukraine war and telling people to enlist? I'm not critiquing you because you're not telling people to enlist. I'm critiquing you because you become a fucking moralist when it comes to Israel, right? Suddenly, you don't describe it in the same terms that you describe, for example, when a random criminal on the street stabs a guy to death in front of his wife, BAP is masturbating, right? But when Hamas is launching a combined arms operation into Israel, conquering territory, and he's being told that this is a barbaric, savage act of brutal domination and rape and so on. Not true, by the way, but this is what BAP is being told. He somehow doesn't embrace it and saying, oh, this is the confirmation of my worldview. Because BAP advocates for this, right? He advocates for this regularly. So this is a profound, just complete destruction of BAP's ideology. Put it this way, the Mukawama, put it this way, I'm going to simplify it to you. Hamas has debunked BAP. BAP has been completely conquered by Hamas. Can I tell you guys what's going on? Bronze Age Pervert and the Red Scare Girls. You know what's going on? A bunch of old people are having weird, disgusting sex. Bronze Age Pervert's like a 50-year-old man. She's like 40 years old. Dasha is like, 40? So it's just a bunch of like old people having gross old sex and then going on Twitter talking about it like we care. Like, yeah, you and Dasha are old. What are they, like 40? Get a life. And Bronze Age Pervert's like this 55-year-old man. And they're like all getting it on in these weird old people orgies. And that's literally what this whole thing is. It's just some weird orgies. They're all getting it. They're all getting it on. They're all getting it on. Huh. Interesting. Notice how Troy no longer exists. Only difference is how it's documented. While they wish, at most they're provoking retaliation and then going crying to the international community. Anna, you are such a fucking retard. A lot of the Zionists think this is what's going to happen, but it's not. If it does, I will maintain my consistent line. I won't even... If it does, I'm not going to talk about an international community. But that's not what's going to happen, because this is Iran, Anna. This isn't just Hamas. This is Iran. They're not going to be crying. The only people crying is Israel, going to be crying to America, Anna, you fucking idiot. Israel is already begging America for ammunition because they sent 80% of their artillery to Ukraine. So Israel's already begging America for ammunition. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. You don't know anything about anything in the Middle East. And you know what pisses me off about this retarded bitch? This is her fucking banner picture. I know I know the true chessboard of Middle Eastern geopolitics. Look at me. Shut up, you dumb bitch. You don't know a fucking thing. If you think this conflict is going to be Hamas begging the international community, you don't even know anything about it. You don't know the background of it. You don't know who planned it. You don't know what the real goals are. You're going to look stupid as fuck when you're crying and screaming about Iran, how we need to invade Iran and shit. You dumb bitch. Fuck you. I get that you're old and lonely. Go fuck BAP in private instead of demeaning yourself publicly on Twitter looking like a fucking retard. The only fucking hope you have is BAP. The only one who finds you attractive. I'm a mean fuck. I don't give a fuck. You know, and she's a traitor to Armenia. She's a traitor to Armenia. It's not about Hamas. If it wasn't Hamas, it would be someone else. You have to understand the Palestinians cannot tolerate the conditions being imposed on them. The reason Hamas is as popular as they are is because they've proven the most effective, best warriors, best fighters, most aggressive on Israel. That's why. Holy shit, shut up about Hamas, you dumb bitch. This is why women should not be allowed to have opinions. Straight up. I mean, okay, you know, I'm kind of joking, but it's like, there's so much dumb bitches talking about this, and I'm sick of it. Like, shut the fuck up, you stupid retard. You don't know what you're talking about. Keep yapping about Hamas. Shut the fuck up. God, general chat, you're fucking retards. You can't support Hamas or any other fucking militant group on Discord, you fucking retards. Stop being stupid, you fucking dumbasses.
Не можна давати шансів на життя терористам, які приходять у чужі землі нищити міста та людей.
Це злочин проти цивілізованого світу, який має об'єднатися, щоб разом зупинити злочини проти людяності.
This guy looks like an inbred Dylan Burns retard. Straight up, no ambiguity.
Зупинити злочини проти людяності.
Кожне життя має значення, як в Ізраїлі, так і в Україні.
Але також ми знаємо,
What the fuck is that?
що ворога можна перемагати і проганяти зі своєї землі.
Коли на твоєму боці правда та надійні союзники.
Збройні сили України впевнені, що порядок буде встановлено.
А ворог, ким би він не був, буде розбитий.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna be a little racist and say, like, is this really the leader of the Aryan white race? Because this fucking looks like Homo erectus or some shit. Straight up looks like Homo neanderthalis. And I know that's rich coming from me. I know I look like a caveman myself a little. But this is in a whole different ball game. There's nothing wrong with looking like this. But please don't look like this and claim you represent the white, Aryan, superior, blonde-haired, blue-eyed race, because you don't. You're the opposite of that. You're not an Aryan. This is not what Europeans look like. Whatever race this is, it's not European. Okay? I'm not European either, so there's nothing wrong with that. But can we please point out that this is not the Aryan race? Okay? Straight up. I'm not a member of the Aryan race either, but these Azov motherfuckers are like, they're like Asiatic Russia, and it's like, this literally looks like a Mountain Blade character from like some kind of like, I don't know, the Kaganate, the Kaganate of, I don't fucking know. YouTube, in an unprecedented move, has fully banned our greatest ally in the Middle East, I don't know why I say Middle East. But the greatest ally of an infrared show on the political scene, The Dive with Jackson Hinkle, has been banned by YouTube. Straight up, outright banned. We are not going to take that lying down. That's fucking bullshit. Ben Norton can keep his YouTube channel, but Jackson can't. That's bullshit. We're not going to stand for that. So I am officially announcing Operation Bombard the Headquarters. Netanyahu is openly putting photos on Twitter bragging about how he's blowing up buildings in Gaza like a 9/11 terrorist, which is ironic considering Israel's likely involvement in the 9/11 attacks. I mean, look at what we should look at this stuff that Netanyahu posted. Check this out. Check this out. Pretty crazy, huh? Check this out. Check this out. He's on Benjamin Netanyahu's official account. Yeah, this looks a lot like 9/11. So I guess Netanyahu should also put 2-0 right next to this. The American people will see a drastic reduction in our quality of life overnight if the U.S. gets involved. The price of oil, forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. It's going to be so fucking expensive to drive a car. It's going to be a luxury. We're going to go back to horses. You fuck with Iran, we will go back to driving horses and carriages. And I know that sounds fun, but go look up the price of an average horse. Let's actually check. Cost of a horse. Horse cost. Okay, actually, I didn't know this. They're actually between 100 to 10,000. Average cost is 3,000. All right, it's not horrible, but it really isn't that good of a car as a car, right? I mean, I guess we could afford, but probably there's going to be a horse inflation when you think, because the demand will skyrocket, just like the PS5. There's going to be a horse shortage, just like the PS5 shortage. So, you can probably expect 30,000 for a horse. Your car is not going to be worth shit because nobody can afford one. Yeah, 30 to 40K. Who will scoop the poop? Good question. I think the people who should scoop the poop is Laura Loomer. We need to destroy Hamas so they can't attack Americans. And I'm like, but why would they hate Americans? Besides, you know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Because of Islamic ideology, of course. Shut up, you dumb bitch. Did you guys know Laura Loomer didn't even know Iran was Shia? I argued with Laura Loomer once. I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure Laura retard Loomer literally believed that Iran had the same religious sect as ISIS and wasn't even aware that they were Shia. She's like, she didn't even know what it was. I shit you not. Laura Loomer doesn't even know what Sunni and Shia is. She talks about Islamic terrorism. She's a literal fucking retard. And that's fine. She has the right to be a retard. But I have the right to make fun of her for being a retard. He's not even taking a page out of my book. He's just straight up shedding the soy for a brief moment and allowing the Turk to rise to the surface. He's taking off his soy mask and he's just straight up being a Turk. Being an angry Middle Easterner. He's allowing his angry brown Middle Eastern self to break through the veneer of the soy that he's consumed all these years. Like he's chugged so much soy milk for like half a decade for so long. But then when the very sensitive issue of Al-Aqsa comes up, which is a very sensitive spot for all of us Middle Easterners, all of that gets shed, and his Turkish warrior, his inner Turkish warrior comes out. Hassan, I know you feel this way, because I feel this way, but Your liberal DSA audience just doesn't. I promise they don't. They don't care. It's not like that for them, okay? They don't care like that. We care. Yeah, I get it. But your audience is like not on the same page. Your audience is watching this like they don't, this is some, you're really not on code here. You're, yeah. But, okay. But then how does this guy turn around and, like, support Democrats or whatever and, like, attack Jimmy Dore as his number one enemy? Like, I don't get that. Where does it, you know what I mean? Like, how can you have this rage for Gaza, but then at the same time shill for Democrats? I don't fucking get that. And have this lesser evil stuff. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that. He's deep Taqiyya. I don't think he's deep Taqiyya because Taqiyya is not about whether you're openly a Stalinist or not. That's doesn't matter. It's like simple things like, okay, why do you support the Squad? Or why did you denounce Jimmy Dore as a red fascist? Why do you denounce me as a red fascist or Jackson as a red fascist? Like, who do you think is fighting the unipolar world empire? Like, who do you think is fighting that stuff? Why do you target us? Or why are you like such a shill for the Zionist powers? Doesn't want to lose his audience. Yeah, maybe. I think he's just confused. I genuinely believe Hassan... Did you guys know that? I genuinely believe Hassan is confused. If I had a 15-minute conversation with Hassan Piker, he would see me as a father figure. I'm not even saying that to insult him. But if I had a 15-minute conversation with him, he would be a gorilla, straight up. If I talked to Hassan privately for 15 minutes, he would straight up be a gorilla. Because I would teach him that he's very confused. He's going about this whole thing the wrong way. And I'm going about this the wrong way. I'm better at growing my brand than you. Not true. Because you have a bigger audience and you have a bigger brand recognition name. But your audience is not ever going to fulfill the cause you claim to stand behind. They're never going to. You have the wrong audience, You have the wrong audience. Can I say, there's this pathetic thing Cenk did, where Cenk came to America and he's like, I'm a young Turk. I'm secular. I'm not like those freaking Arabs. I'm not like those Arabs. I'm a European. And like Cenk is darker than me. He's literally like browner than I am. He literally like looks Indian. That's how brown he is, okay? But he like tried his best to like assimilate into liberal progressive culture and be like, I'm totally like atheist and progressive and I'm not like those crazy Arabs. I'm not like those Hamas crazy. It's like, shut the fuck up, Cenk. You know what I mean? Like, it's so pathetic. Like, first of all, you're darker than me. And you're like darker than anyone in my family, okay? And you're darker than anyone who's related to me that I know of, okay? So that's the first thing. So don't play this game that you're better than us because you're secular and some of Turkey is geographically in Europe. Like, we are straight up, if you want to play this game of, oh, I'm more white than you. Okay, well, physically speaking, you're just not. Second of all, you're not better than us because you're from Turkey, because the reason we're like this is because of the Ottoman Empire. I don't know if you know that, but that's the reason we're like this, okay? That's all of, sociologically, it's all because of the Ottoman Empire, okay? So, there's a reason Hamas are like such big fans of Erdogan and Turkey, by the way. So don't play that stupid game and act like you're better than us or different from us, because you're just not. You're straight up not. I'm not anti-Turkish, but I don't like these tethers that come to the US. It's the same thing with Persian diasporoids. Oh, we are not like the Arabs. We are Persian. We are Aryan. Shut the fuck up. You are just like us. And stop pretending otherwise. Americans don't care what an Arab technically means. They think Sikhs at the gas station are Arab, all right? Clearly, they're targeting all Muslim civilization. They're not just targeting Arabs, they're targeting an entire civilization. And by they, I mean the neocons and the powers that be. So don't fucking sit here and pretend like you're somehow more civilized than the rest of us, because you're not. Straight up. Lebanese diaspora, especially Maronites, can act the same way. They can be the same way. Trump literally was so stupid, he apparently gave intelligence to Russia, who gave it to Iran, who gave it to Hamas. Don't quote me on that. Guys, you need to understand, the Trump presidency was a baller-ass time for world multipolar forces. China, Russia, North Korea, everybody is like chilling, you know? Everybody's getting in on shit. And Trump was posturing as big, tough America. But behind the scenes, the multipolar forces were all thriving. Because here's what happens. Behind closed doors, Trump is very amicable compared to other U.S. presidents. Just openly, he brags a lot and he's whatever. But in reality, Xi Jinping, Putin, they're all having a field day, having a great time. You know?
محاصرين في قطاع غزة تؤمن المساعدات للأيتام في قطاع غزة فأمريكا اعتقلتهم بطلب إسرائيلي وحاكمتهم وهم محكومين مؤبدات.
Like, you think I actually think Trump is good? No, I think he's indirectly good. You get what I'm saying? It's like, it's not that he's good and he has a good ideology or the things he said is all good. It's that Trump is hilarious. Like, he appeases all of the nationalistic sentiment in order to make up for the fact that he's rolling back a lot compared to before of the U.S. international reach, you know? You get what I'm saying? He's a good mascot, yeah. Yeah, he's chaotic. Yeah, Trump is super ass kiss. He was a huge Israel ass kisser. But in the long term, did that help Israel? No. Because look what you're seeing now. You get what I'm saying? In the long term, did that help Israel? No, it didn't. It laid the foundations for what you're now seeing. I would probably say Trump might have accelerated the multipolar transition by like a decade. He might have accelerated it by a decade. If we had a Clinton presidency, that would have not, you know, things would not have been accelerated to such an extent.
World multipolarity would have never happened if I was president.
I am Indian Hindu and I support Israel. Fight against terrorism. India.
I am Bangladeshi. I fuck your mother. I fuck your sister. I fuck everyone supporting Israel. Bloody bastard!
Yeah, he said, bloody bastard! Bloody bastard! I have to watch this again. I gotta watch this again. This.
I'm Indian Hindu and I support Israel. Fight against terrorism. India.
I am Bangladeshi. I fuck your mother. I fuck your sister. I fuck everyone supporting Israel. Bloody bastard!
Oh, man. Don't share videos and tag me, you idiot. Put a fucking link, not a video. Why am I being tagged in VC chat? God, I sometimes I feel like people are like straight retards, like straight short bus. Japan should be annexed by China. I don't even know if the Chinese want that. But I'm sick of this nonsense from Japan about, oh, we want Taiwan. And okay, you should lose your sovereignty. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, they're killing babies. And then you just go up to me like, can you believe it? Those Israelis are killing babies. Yeah, fuck them. Let's invade them. Yeah, we gotta invade Israel and nuke them. Yeah, let's nuke Israel. Get rid of them. All them people over there, they're killing babies. Like, it'd be so easy to do counter propaganda. You know? They don't even know what Israel Palestine. They don't know anything. They'll believe anything. You know? If they'll believe this, they'll believe anything. Okay? You could literally tell them that the Grinch lives in Israel. He's going to steal Christmas. So we have to nuke Israel. There's going to be no more Christmas. Oh, we got to nuke them. We got to nuke them. You know, Thanos is in Israel, apparently. Thanos, yeah. From the Marvel. Yeah, they'll believe anything. Literally anything. Imagine these people dancing at a festival. And there's Hamas paragliders. I don't mean to smile. It's just like, that is actually insane. You know, like, imagine if you were at that rave, like, high on Molly, and, like, you're dancing, like, and you're, like, looking up. And you keep looking up, and you're like, how is it? How is it? And then, you know what I mean? Like, it's so crazy. But they knew where they were, right? They knew they were in a dangerous place. They had to have. Was it because it was near the military base? Okay. Yeah, I agree with that take. I would hold the organizers of that rave responsible. Yeah, it's like having a rave near a supermax prison and expecting the prisoners to not be pissed about it. That's not that I'm saying it's a good thing that ravers were kidnapped or even killed. That's horrible. But who's responsible? Obviously, the organizers are responsible. It's an extremely irresponsible thing to do, given that they know the anger and the tensions that's going on there. Prominent Zionists are now trying to play up the whole right-wing anti-immigration card, and they're being like, oh, all these protests in Europe and America against Israel, this proves why we need to close the borders. We're totally with you on anti-immigration. And it's like, that's interesting. So you're anti-immigration when it hurts Israel. Interesting. You are so authentic and principled and legitimate. Everyone totally believes you. They're like trying to act edgy too. Like, oh yeah, you know what? I am a white nationalist racist. And like the actual white nationalists are looking at them like, you realize that we like Hitler, right? Like, these people are stupid. But apparently Hassan's becoming based. I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm sure he's probably not based. We probably are only getting the most based clips from Hassan. But he probably follows up his clips with like, I do believe in the Uyghur genocide, right? Or he'll be like, oh, Israel's doing a lot of bad. And he goes, but I also think Hamas is horrible. And that's cringe, right? This is the only stream where you're going to see me be like, I'm not saying shit about Hamas. If I'm not allowed to support them, then I'm keeping my lips shut. That's the only person who will say that is me. They'll be like, oh, but Hans, don't you condemn Hamas? Huh? I didn't hear you. But what are the rules? Can you let me know what the rules are? I mean, because otherwise I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth, bitch. Yeah. I'm on some Paul I think this was like 10 years ago or something. And this is a tire. And this is the Palestinians are in this video cheering on the tire. Just because it's the only thing at this moment that they're just Watch. All right, now keep watching. It's so funny. Keep watching. Keep watching. All right, keep watching though. Keep watching. Watch this. Why did he points a gun at them? They didn't do anything. What did they do? That was just a force of nature. They literally did nothing. Oh, even they're laughing though, so I guess they have a sense of humor. Even they're laughing. That's pretty funny. Huh? Why are you saying mass shooter? What's a mass shooter? What are you talking about? The fuck? What's going on? Oh my god. Are you talking about the Texas State Fair? Well, some shit is going on in Texas. This is so fucked. Not related to Israel-Palestine, but check this out. This is really fucked up. Okay, imagine you're at the... This actually, I'm really pissed about this, because I remember going to the Michigan State Fair, having the time of my life. I loved it. I love the big fries that they give you. They give you a giant thing of fries. It's fucking glorious. Love America. But apparently there's a shooting at the Texas State Fair. Death penalty. Whoever, I don't care what the reason is, whoever is firing bullets at the state fair, death penalty immediately. Because imagine I'm there, I'm eating my fries and shit. I'd be fucking pissed. Now, you know what? Back in the old day, they had the right idea. Just hang them. If somebody's doing a shooting, just like in the olden days in the Wild West, out in them towns out there, just hang them. Straight up. Hang them. Quick trial. Quick trial. You just hang them. That's all you had to do. But we have all this complicated nonsense. All right, were you the guy with the gun who was shooting at all these innocent people? Yeah, that was me. All right, we're going to hang your ass. Straight up. You're going to be at the gallows by dawn. Well, I guess I deserve it because of this nasty, horrible shit I did. Yeah. But no, now in America, what they do is okay, you have a right to an attorney. Okay, we need to go to the nuances here. Okay, were you crazy? Did you do this because you're crazy? Well, I would say I'm pretty sane. Oh, okay. Well, was there any extenuating factors? Well, I'm pretty just took a gun and started shooting a bunch of innocent people, Oh, okay. We need to have this trial in 2.5 years from now, and we need to be very careful about how we select the jury because we don't really know if you're guilty or not. We don't know. It's really, really hard to know, okay? And also, there's other factors, like, were you forced to do this? What do you mean? I mean, like, were you being... Was there a gun to your head? No. The only gun was mine, which I was using to kill a bunch of people. Oh, okay. Well, in 2.5 years, we'll see if you're guilty or not. Oh, taxpayer money. We have to fund this guy's entire existence and prison. And we're going to keep him in... You're going to pay half of your fucking money you earn. Half the money you earn will go to people like this. This is today's America. So this guy was on the Ferris wheel and he saw this.
Why are you standing? Why are you standing? Oh my god!
I want to know what the fuck's happening.
Imagine you're on the Ferris wheel and that shit happens. Yikes. I'm surprised human beings have even survived the modern age. Our environments are so it's crazy how things just work. Isn't that weird? Like, there's AIDS in our toothpaste, and we just go on. Everything's fine. That just shows how resilient biology is. Because shit just works, right? Like, you'd think after you eat a chicken McNugget, you grow a third testicle the next day. No. Everything works just fine. It's unnatural. You're eating plastic, bunch of microplastics. You're eating bizarre things that no human being in the history of mankind has ever eaten or digested. You're eating fluoride. But it just works. Everything's fine. But then you have a child and they're born with like they're born with like 20 legs. And no one knows. No one knows why. Nobody knows why. We didn't yeah, that's another fucking scam is teeth. We never brushed our teeth for thousands of years. How did we keep clean teeth? Oh, you're telling me that Homo erectus had dirty teeth? Why do chimpanzees have clean teeth? You know? Chimpanzees don't clean their teeth. And yet it's fucking clean. Take. Okay, debunk me. Debunk me. I saw this guy on YouTube. He said he didn't use shampoo for 6 weeks, and at first it was really bad. All his flakiness went away, all his dandruff went away, his hair became super thick, and all he does is use cold water. No shampoo. Will anyone take the risk? 6 weeks, no brushing teeth, no showering. I mean, you can shower. No shampoo, nothing. And don't come near me, but from a safe distance, I want to know what the result of that is. But you can't, you're banned from any in real life events. I'm not doing it. And a lot of y'all are getting a little too comfortable making fun of Indians, all right? A lot of y'all are getting too comfortable with that SAR shit. You gotta chill. You gotta chill. You're not even Indian. Fuck you then. Then I'm gonna do it, all right? Then I'm doing it, all right? Okay, this is brutal. This is the most brutal thing I will ever tell any ethnicity, all right? I'm being diplomatic because I'm not an ignorant person. I'm not an ignorant person because every culture is different and the standards of every culture is different. But y'all smell different, okay? And that's it. And you're used, in India, they're used to it, and it's normal. Okay. Y'all gotta chill. 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 Listen, in India, it's normal. I'm not saying BO. It's not BO. It's a specific spice they consume that just smells different. Straight up. Straight up. And that would make it hard for me to adjust. It's curry. I don't know what it is, but it would make it hard for me to adjust because it's a very strong smell. It's a very strong smell. And I'm not saying we don't. I smell different probably. My girlfriend always tells me I smell bad. That's all she does. Because I don't wear deodorant. Right? But I should start doing that actually. But I'm not trying to say they smell unclean. I'm just saying they smell different. They do smell different. And that would make it very hard for me to adjust in India. This Indian couple would come in the gym and go on the elliptical together. It's a small gym. And I'm not a prejudiced person. I'm not. I'm really not. And you know I'm not. But when I tell you that entire gym was stunk up with the most strongest, most pungent smell in the history of the world, I'm not exaggerating. And I go through a lot when I work out to work out, right? So I'd always make it a point of finishing my workout before 7:30 p.m. just to avoid them. Not because I couldn't stand them, but just I couldn't work out breathing through my nose, which is what you have to do when you work out. It was such a distraction that I just fucking couldn't do it. Okay? I'm just kidding. That's not why I'd stream early. But it probably was a factor. I'm not going to be honest. But that was that was fucking horrible. I'm not going to lie. Hazaldine racist dog. Okay, sue me. But the thing is, if I went to India, I couldn't say shit because it's a different culture and they may think I smell bad, you know? That's why I'm not saying they smell bad. I just say they smell different. I'm not used to it, so it's hard to work out. You know? I'm not saying I smell better than them. I'm just saying it's not something I'm used to. Imagine I'm on them big podcasts with the Island Boys and all them. You know what I say, I like Halloween. I like the spooky decorations. They make my balls feel good. I like seeing the spooky pumpkins and the skeletons and the decorations. And shit is cozy, you know? And it's nice. And it's like I'm Peter Griffin. Like, that's what grinds my gears, but nobody fucking cares. Everyone's like, we know what you're talking about, bro. We know what you're talking about, bro. Okay, fuck you. Fuck you. And we want to talk about bitches, man. Let's talk about bitches. Has there ever been the finest hoes on Halloween, October 31st? You can have a 4 out of 10, go to a 9 out of 10 on Halloween. And it's the most satanic, lustful night of the year, where a 4 fat bitch becomes a 9. Baddie. On Halloween, I'm trying to get all the hoes pregnant. Not now, I'm in a relationship. But you know, you get what I'm saying. Right now, I mean, I never got shit on Halloween night. My whole life. Do you know you want to talk about me? I'm an incel. I'm a Halloween incel, bitch. Every Halloween, I never got pussy. My whole life. That shit is even worse. That's the worst. Because that's when you want it the most. See, the shit I talk about, old people don't want to. A respectable person in a suit who's 40 or 50 tunes in seeing me say this shit. They're like, I don't like that. This guy's not serious. But then the stupid ass Zoomers, I don't fuck with them either because they're retarded. So who are my people? It ain't the millennials. It ain't the boomers. You know what I mean? I'll just be myself. Bring the fat ass hoes out. No guilt. No guilt. I'll sin. Bring them fat ass hoes out. In the witch costumes and all these different costumes and shit. But then you know what Satan tells me on Halloween? He goes, nah, you a holy man, remember? You're a holy man. Don't you remember? Shit. This dude said, fat women with no ass get the chainsaw for real in the... You gotta chill. You gotta chill. Because I don't know what the fuck that is. You know? But I like Halloween. And, you know, I haven't been able to celebrate it all that much. Because I work hard for y'all. I work hard for y'all. Like, to this day, I have motherfuckers quoting me. But when I first said it, no one understood. You know? When I first say my gems, nobody gets it. Right? Nobody understood 5-Minute Doggy until 5 years passed. And then it made sense. Oh, it was a simple thing. It was simple. But when I said it, it was out of the blue because it was original. So nobody knew how to filter it through their NPC, filtering machine. But 5 months passed, and suddenly it's common sense. 5 months passed, suddenly that's common sense. Fuck you, you fucking bitch. Fuck everybody on TikTok. They clip my shit on TikTok, and they go, oh, this dude's trying to be like Andrew Tate. And it's clips older than Andrew Tate's bitch ass. You're saying I'm trying to copy him. Fuck you, you stupid ass TikTok comments. Motherfucker, the TikTok comments always contradict my videos. They're always trying to fight with me. You bitch, maybe if I shave my head and start a fucking cam website where I fucking talk to men masturbating behind the keyboard like Andrew Tate did, maybe you'll respect my words. Oh, it's just because I don't have clout and money. I'm original, bitch. Submit to the Khan. If I had 1 million followers, you would fall in line and you wouldn't contradict a goddamn thing I said ever. But because I'm not going to be out here hiding under my desk, talking to men masturbating while I type on the keyboard, that ain't going, it's not going to run. That won't run. That won't run. Yeah, we're basically the broke Andrew Tates. Straight up. We're on that Mr. Crab grind set, but we're not about to do some nefarious shit like he did. So it's almost like we're Ed, and Eddie. It's like Ed from Ed, and Eddie. He's always doing these wacky new things to get the jawbreaker. He usually fails. We're the broke Andrew Tates. That's straight up. Broke Andrew Tates. That's what it is. The broke Andrew Tates. It's a new movement. We were there first. We're original. Simple as that. Why doesn't Andrew Tate ever talk about taxes? You know the government takes all your fucking money? Even after you get write-offs and shit? They take half of your shit. Half! You say, oh no, if you make 50K, it's only 20%. Nah, that may as well be half. 20%, that's like, what, ending up being 20K plus the state taxes. So that's like, oh no, it's 17K. Okay, that's half, motherfucker. If you show me 50K and you take out 17K, it's going to look like two halves. So the government takes half your fucking money. And Andrew Tate doesn't talk about that because he lives in fucking Romania. Fuck the government. Taking our fucking money. Stupid ass taxes that they spend on what? Feeding pedophiles in prison? Fuck that shit. They take your money, you take it, they steal it. They're thieves. The IRS. When's the last time there's been a protest against the IRS? When is the last time there's been a protest against the IRS? Abolish the IRS! Get the fuck out of America! Because it's all debt anyway. I wouldn't be so mad if we weren't in debt anyway, but look at the fucking national debt. It's 3 times more than what they then print it, bitch. This money means a lot to me. It means nothing to you because you print 1 trillion times more than that anyway. And they use it to enslave us through debt. You're spending more than we're giving you, and they fleece us, and they fleece us, and they tax us, and they tax us every fucking which way. For what? We're never going to be able to pay off the debt that our government owes to the fucking central banks. We'll never be able to pay it off. And they punish us and crucify us. Damn. Can't get any slack. It's like they're going to keep going and going and going. They're like vultures eating from Prometheus's hip or his rib or whatever, how the myth goes. They on and on, they take. We can't pay the debt back. Fuck off. Did you pay your taxes this year? Well, golly gee, you're going to see the results of it. Biden is preparing a joint weapons package for Israel and Ukraine, worth significantly more than $2 billion. Yay! More money for Ukraine and Israel, the most heckin' based Reddit countries. I want to talk about that shit, because I want to roast Poland today, the most Reddit country on earth. And I'm going to talk about that. Israel, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, all have something in common. Rampant homosexuality. But besides that, they also have another thing in common. They are the Reddit countries of the world. Artificial neocon pet projects. Some were created in the aftermath of the fall of communism to mold these states in the image of the neocon Reaganite freaks. And other Israel dated even further back. But they're all the same. They are globalist pet projects of neocon globalists, Reddit, most glowy fuck CIA, DOD countries in the fucking world. Pokemon Go in Poland. Like a boss. Poland is the Chad Wojak. Oh, you have a lot of immigration, France? Well, guess what country doesn't? Poland. Based Trad Poland stands with Israel and denounces Hamas. Like a boss. Be like Poland. Be like Poland. You know what they have in Poland? Pokemon Go flash mobs. Pikachu! Yeah! Poland. Like a boss. Be like Poland. Poland has a new policy. Poland has a new policy in place. Mandatory man cave hours, where men get to have beers, they get to have chicken, and play video games. Epic bacon. CD Projekt Red. Nuff said, my fellow gamers. Like a boss. Be like Poland, the Chad Wojak country. Pokemon, go to Poland. Oh yeah, France, UK, US. All that woke nonsense, destroying gaming, woke gaming, pronouns. You know what country doesn't have that problem and is doing just fine? Poland, which supports Israel, the #1 defender of Western civilization. Like a boss. Be like Poland. Hashtag be like Poland. Poland is so cool. Gamer paradise. You know what Poland has? A new brothel just opened up in Poland, except you have to pay a little extra if your thumbs are sore. Because if you can beat the sex workers in a game of Tetris, you get service free of charge. And not only that, but they also have a freaking Millennium Falcon room to do it in. Like a boss. Be like Poland. Mandatory Star Wars holiday in Poland. Like a boss. In Poland, they're adding gaming to the curriculum. Because they teach us a lot of nonsense in school. But Polish kids, they get to play freaking Minecraft. Like a boss. Poland, a based country, which has defeated the woke mind virus. I am the End Wokeness Twitter account. I love Israel. Die for Israel. Give all your money to Israel. Like a boss. Be like Poland. Be like Poland. Epic bacon. Epic bacon. Epic bacon. You know what country doesn't have an immigration problem? Poland. Like a boss. You know what country defeated the Muslims, the winged hussars? Poland. Like a boss. Black bag, let's go! Like a boss. Poland. Like a boss. Be like Poland. You know what country has gaming, no immigration or woke nonsense? Poland. You know what Poland's doing? It's encouraging families. Hey, guess what? Countries like Poland know exactly how many genders there are. Like a boss. Be like Poland. Based country. And wokeness. And wokeness, Chad Wojak. Let's go. Like a boss. Poland is so based. Like a boss. And this is the number one crisis of homosexuality on the internet. It's called NatCons. It's a new form of neoconservatism, which is a form of dick sucking of Poland. Hungary is also guilty of this. Israel, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and they all just worship these neocon pet project states as having the solutions to all of the West's problems. Protein bra, let's go! Like a boss. Poland is so based. Like a boss. Epic bacon. Jack Posobiec. Yeah. You know what country doesn't have any of that woke nonsense? Poland. You know what country's supporting Ukraine while also playing the latest Nintendo Pokemon game? Poland is. Like a boss. You know what country is banning the CCP? Poland is. Take that, Winnie the Pooh, Xi Jinping. Poland just had a recent event. That's right, the entire cast of Gen 2 Pokemon, all in formation from an aerial drone shot, giving the middle finger to Winnie the Pooh Bear, Xi Jinping. Free Taiwan, free Hong Kong, and the CCP is not allowed in based Poland. Like a boss. Die for Israel. Give your money to Israel. Suck cock for Israel. Like a boss. Poland is so based. Like a boss. End wokeness. I'm going to show you the biggest faggot on Twitter. You want to see them? This is the biggest faggot on Twitter. Ready? This. Put him in a labor camp. Gulag now. This is the most stupid account on Twitter. Put it in a fucking gulag. The most gay account on Twitter is this. Trust me. Fucking Zionist dick sucker. Anti-woke. Shut the fuck up, you posturing bitch. Fuck you. Fuck Israel. Fuck Poland. Fuck Ukraine. Fuck Estonia. Fuck Latvia.
There once was a land called Palestine where Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived fine. In the 1800s it was ruled.
I'm sorry. If you want to go listen to that jingle and get your boogie on to the jingle of history with your grandma or something, go be my guest. I'm not going to insult no one. I don't want to do that. Just personally not to my taste. Personally speaking, let's just focus on the facts. Just not my cup of tea, personally. Just not my cup of tea, personally. Yeah, but if you want to go listen to that jingle, to that tune, I recommend it. But I don't know what this. Okay, I'm not gonna make fun of them. Feel bad. All right. Let's continue. It's just. This is some real music. I listen to it at my rundown gym, where we only have bone-breaking metal that we lift, and we smash it on our feet. Salty's Platoon from SpongeBob. I listen to real music, steroids. I'm one of those hardcore people at the gym that uses powder. It looks like baby powder. No one knows what it is. But I got powder all over my hands and clothes.
Take you on, headstrong to take on anyone. I know that you are wrong. Headstrong, we're headstrong. Back off, I'll take you on. Headstrong to take on anyone. I know that you are wrong, and this is not where you belong.
Dude wearing a hoodie at the gym. He's got that mysterious. What is that powder? Let me just say some shit. If you're one of those people that has the powder at the gym, just fucking chill. All right, it's not even that deep. That fucking powder that these crazy steroid motherfuckers, and they rip their ass open. Like, dude, you gotta chill. It's not that deep. And I hate these powder motherfuckers because they get it everywhere. It's like everywhere. The fucking powder gets all over. It just dirties it up. It gets in the air. You breathe it in. It's such like a, and then it's just like some gyms are like too hardcore, you know? Some gyms are straight up too hardcore. It's like these are the gyms where they don't have anything. They just have giant metal blocks. They don't have dumbbells. They don't even have fucking barbells or anything. They just have giant metal square blocks that people put powder on their hands. They're getting the powder. And they smash it on their own feet. And tires, too. They have tires and giant metal blocks. And, like, they're all on fucking crazy steroids that look actually like they're about to die. And they look like Cali Muscle and shit. They look like Rich Piana. Just a bunch of people that look like Rich Piana and Cali Muscle. And they got fucking giant metal blocks. And they just scream and yell. And if you walk in and you're not roided up, if you just walk in and inquire about the gym, it's a problem. And they all come after you. And they all bring tires and they just smash you with tires. You can't even walk in there if you're not roided up. You can't even walk in. Like if a skinny guy walks in, they straight up kill him. They straight up have a guillotine in those gyms. They all bring him with one arm. They put him in the guillotine. And they lift up a giant metal rock to make the guillotine fall. So it, and like it falls down like that. It's like a fucking... It's the only real gym machine is the guillotine. They don't have any machines, but they do have a guillotine that works like a machine where you have to lift like a 500-pound stone to make the fucking guillotine go down and behead the twerp who walked in, didn't even know what he was doing. And there's just blood everywhere, too. There's blood, there's powder, and it's fucking... Yeah, there's tren. It's everyone's doing fucking steroids and shit. And the music that's playing is what I just said. Back off, I'll take you on. I know, I'll take on. And they all got tattoos and shit. And they think they live a hard life. They think they live a hard life. And they just die the next year. Everyone has a lifespan of within 9 months they die. That's the whole life they live. They have a lifespan of approximately 9 months until they die. And some people live that life, and they don't do it for any reason. They don't make money from it. They don't get bitches from it. They don't get anything from it. They just want to feel like they're the toughest people in the world, and that's all they care about. The only satisfaction they have is like feeling like they're extremely tough. And you want to know the sad thing? A tiny fucking Asian monk who starved himself for 45 days, never lifted anything in his life, and is a trained kung fu master, can walk in that gym and beat the bloody shit out of everyone at once. And all of their muscles meant nothing. So they live their whole life trying to feel as tough as possible. A tiny 5'4" Asian who weighs 90 pounds, who's a kung fu master monk, can walk in and shatter their bones with one strike. And all their bones will just shatter, and then they'll just collapse into a goop pile. So their whole life was a fucking waste of time. That's life, you know? That's straight up life. And that's why when it comes to that powder shit, again, it's not that deep. I don't care what you're doing. You don't need that powder. You don't need that powder. You don't need that powder. What are you doing? You're trying to be the toughest guy ever? Then go fucking do martial arts. That powder is not going to make you tough, I promise. So what are you using it for? No one will tell me. I'll never know. And I'm proud to be an Israelian, where at least I know I'm gay. And I have so pride parades all over Tel Aviv. And I'm proud to be an Israelian, where hospital bombings are free. And I'm Laura Loomer, ready? And I'm proud to be an Israelian, where all I do is leech. And I take all American taxes and put it to my beach. And then I bomb a hospital and I blame it on Hamas. I'm proud to be an Israelian, Laura Loomer, my God! What a beautiful song. Laura Loomer's like, MAGA, let's go, MAGA, MAGA, let's go, MAGA, MAGA, Israel, yeah! It's so gay. It's like, Ellie, you're not even trying. Gay, generational, Republican, jack-off, nonsense, boring, stupid, fucking waste of time politics where smug homosexuals all meet in a fucking room and have champagne and wear fucking bow ties. Fuck that stupid. You know what I am? Call me this. I'm a 2001 Michael Moore Democrat. Call me that. Fuck the Republican Party. Rage against the machine, man. Free Chairman Gonzalo. We're going to create something called Hurricane Laura. You know how they name hurricanes Hurricane Sandy? Instead of gulags, we're just going to throw them and launch them into hurricanes. Hurricane gulags. Now, this is an idea I was thinking about. So, typically gulags, forced labor to build railways and railroads. It's not really, we don't really need it with automation and all that, right? So I've been thinking of a new idea. It's called hurricane gulags. And what you do is you launch enemies of the people at hurricanes, and they swirl and swirl around while harvesting the energy of the hurricanes, which is used to power trains and homes. Flush out the enemies of the people, launch them into hurricanes, and attach to these people little devices that harness electromagnetic energy produced by the swirling of the hurricane, which is used as a magnetic pole in order to power free electricity for everyone on the coast. Now, you guys are asking, and Carnival cruise ships, you're right. But everyone's asking me, like, Haas, do you need to launch people to do that? And then I say yes, because this is the other aspect of the hurricane gulags. When we launch these enemies of the people at the hurricanes, there will be motion of them flapping their arms. And they're trying to swim and save themselves. And what we're attaching to their body doesn't just harness the hurricane, it harnesses the movements that they're producing, they're drowning and they're trying to get out, right? So basically, that's what produces a super abundance of energy. Now, we could throw automated machines, but we'd have to power them, and it would not be it would not be ecologically what do you call it? It wouldn't be ecologically sustainable because it takes more energy. So it's not, doesn't pay for itself, basically. So that's the whole idea. Hurricane gulags for Hurricane Laura. When we get in power, we're going to have hurricane gulags. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We're going to have hurricane gulags for Laura, the queen of MAGA. But not the MAGA beauty pageant. I'll personally work to make sure you aren't allowed at any MAGA events. You aren't MAGA. Laura, suck a dick. That's not literal, by the way, because this woman would straight up suck my dick if I asked her. That's not, and Jackson's for that matter. That's not an offer. There's no MAGA, Laura Loomer. It's like you have nothing to gatekeep. MAGA is whatever the fuck people make of it. Nothing else. There's no a MAGA institution. If there was, it would collapse in 2 days. Promise. Being a Trump supporter is a lot like being a Ronald McDonald supporter. We don't care about the clown. We're here for the burger. I don't want to dirty this up talking about the things Laura Loomer would do to even speak to men such as myself and Jackson. But Laura, degeneracy, really? Laura, you know you getting passed around. This ain't a basketball game. But we all know you getting passed around. Don't be talking about no degeneracy. Communist degeneracy. You are communally being passed around, bitch. Don't be talking about that. Don't be throwing stones in glass houses. Talking about degeneracy. What the hell are you talking about? And has no place on the right. True. Nobody cares about your retarded right. Nobody cares about the retarded right. Okay? Nobody cares. That whole community can be by themselves. Nobody cares. All right? This is hilarious. This is Black Red Guard, the swing set retard. Look at... First, I'm going to show you Hassan's hidden reply, which I'm going to like. Because he said Black Regard. True! Jackson Hinkle is a fascist, and he should not be engaging with him or any other patsock. Okay, any people who say patsock unironically, it's like... It's such a... I'm just gonna say you're a pedophile. You know what I mean? I feel like when you say patsock, especially in lowercase, it's pedo-groomer signaling. You're like signaling some pedo-groomer shit. And I really believe you are a pedophile if you use this word. Don't ask me why. It's just a feeling. Anyway, Black Red Guard, who wants some of that white pussy in the DSA. The white... I'm not going to say this. This is vulgar as fuck. I was going to say white color. I'm not saying that. He wants that white pink guard, if you know what I'm saying. Or I'm not saying shit, all right? Anyway, yeah, he's a Black Red Guard who's in the Democratic Snow Bunnies of America.
We're going to have President Biden in just a moment, and he'll be speaking from the...
This dude said horrific horror. What is horrific horror? What does that even fucking mean? I met with some who lived through some pretty pleasant horror. You know, horrific horror, pleasant horror, medium range horror, you know, somewhat scary horror, somewhat unpleasant horror, very delightful horror, but horrific horror, that sounds really bad, right? My ability to have exposure to any outside communities would be shut. And it's not fucking because I don't have the ability to grow. It's because there's a deliberate, methodical attempt to fucking blacklist me. I know it for a fact. I know it for a fucking fact they're trying to blacklist me. Did you guys know that faggot Caleb Maupin tried to get me blacklisted from RT? You guys know the reasons I don't go on RT is because Caleb tried to blacklist me and tell them, no, don't bring him on, don't let him on. I never told anyone that. Did you know that? Did you guys fucking know that faggot Caleb did that? Who is blacklisting me from all these? It's not him. He's a fucking nobody now. But who the fuck is blacklisting me from all these fucking spaces and shit? Where people, there's like a do not interact warning. I don't know if these are just all fucking feds or some shit, but what the fuck? Faggot mopping. And it's like, it's not because I'm angry. I get angry because they do shit like this. I'm civilized. Every interview I've ever done with anyone, I'm civilized. Somebody's giving the order to fucking blacklist me, and it's just a fact. It's just a fucking fact. There's no denying it. Yeah, and by the way, Caleb did that when I was cool with him. Caleb Maupin tried to blacklist me, and successfully, it seemed like, from RT when I was cool with him, by the way. Just to show you his piece of shit character. I thought this was ISIS and they're savages. Maybe these women were beheaded and their heads were put back on. Maybe they used duct tape to put their heads back on and bring them back to life. All the beatings and scars and all that, they just made it go away with exercise. Exercise is always good for you. It heals everything, right? Is it true McDonald's is wrapping their McChickens in Israeli flags? Is that fucking true? Because if that's true, that is gay as fuck. That is so bad. That's a disaster. Is that true? Like, are they doing that in America? Have you gone to McDonald's recently and they did that? They beheaded Ronald? No fucking way. Who the fuck is Tom Cotton? Some dick sucker? The far left sympathy for Hamas should be alarming every American. Shut the fuck up, Tom Cotton. This is 15 miles an hour. Abortion. Wow, I never thought I'd have to salute abortion, but here we are. The GOAT.
I remember you from high school. It's insane. I found you. Glad to see you on here streaming. I remember when we met in the bathroom after you peeked in my stall and we touched tips. Keep up the good work.
And now they're saying they were cutting off genitals? Is this a circumcision attack? Actually, Jews also circumcise, so never mind. But, like, what does that even mean? I mean, like, as Muslims, okay, but we don't cut the whole thing off. We don't cut the whole we just cut the nasty off that turns into, that harbors the dick cheese. Okay, we don't like dick cheese. So what? That don't mean the whole thing gets cut off. So what are they even saying here? As you can see, her ears were cut off, her nose was cut off, her head was cut off, but it was all put back on through advanced Hamas medical technology.
Maybe ex-IDF, reservist, not on base, whatever, but that's what the officials in Washington have to say.
That was not yesterday night, though. Or
does McGregor actually work for the Pentagon? I kind of suspect that's not true.
Like I just said, he was President Donald Trump's senior advisor to the Pentagon.
You know what's funny? You're Republican. You must be a big Trump supporter, but Trump is such a big supporter of Israel.
I'm actually a communist.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense now.
So what do you think about this Hamas invasion? I mean,
So again, you guys keep asking question after question.
You muted yourself. Zionist IQ levels, can't figure out a mic.
No, it said muted by a host. So, you know, and you know we invented this phone that you're using, so you're welcome. Now,
you guys also invented OnlyFans. Don't get so big in your britches.
Well, you love jerking off to fucking all kinds of things, right? Because you're a sick fuck. So That's okay. There's nothing
At
wrong
least
with
I'm
that. We
not
don't judge.
jerking
You're
off to
free in
dead
America.
Palestinian babies.
And we can see that with the sentiment of the young Americans today, similar to Canadians, and it's tragic that they would rather identify as communists rather than capitalists. That didn't happen
That's
by
not
accident.
true. That's not true.
One
Because
second.
let me just explain it to you. Let me just
You,
explain it to you.
you can't,
Let me just,
can I finish my point?
no, because it was a dumb point. No institutions in America are captured by communist entities because each and every one of these so-called college blue-haired LGBTQ communists would have been lined up against a wall by Che Guevara or by Stalin, and they would have done what they would have done to them. They're not communists. I'm a communist. Haas is a communist, and we're fighting to bring communism to America. Let me just tell you how you know communism is not in America. You'll know communism is in America when a NATO entity, minus the United States, Germany, France, maybe the UK, who knows, lands on our eastern shores and wages a war against what they will define as a communist regime that's taken over the US government. There is no communism in America. There's a bunch of woke, woke leftism and socially woke politics. That's not communism. If that's communism, why was the number one opponent to communists like Stalin Adolf Hitler, a man who was a homosexual, surrounded by homosexuals and transsexuals in Nazi Germany? If anything, the American left, which you're defining as communist today, is far more emblematic of Nazi Germany and their LGBTQ woke politics than Stalin or anyone else, or China for that matter. I mean, China is vehemently anti-woke, and they're the most successful communist state in all of human history. The Soviet Union was extremely anti-woke. Communist states today are all extremely anti-woke.
It feels like Nasrallah is saying, like, he's on Friday, like it's going to be like a boxing match. Like, he is personally going to go to the Zionist entity and just, like, beat up Netanyahu himself. That's what it feels. It feels like he's really just going to go and, like, beat someone up on Friday. That's the vibes it's giving me. Like, imagine you're going to whoop someone's ass 1 week from now, but every day you issue these, like, cinematic warnings to build up hype for it. It's like WWE or something, proving the John Cena. This is proving the John Cena theory of geopolitics, where John Cena is actually a multipolar agent, CCP agent of China, fully supports Russia, Iranian agent, fully supports Hezbollah, fully supports Hamas. That's really kind of what this seems like to me, the John Cena theory of geopolitics. Also, a man who talks about hating white people, a lot of times they're gay and they like white men. That's just the truth. That's just the truth, And they got problems. I've never met a high T, non-white male who hates white people. Never. Except people who are from prison. In prison, it's people who are in prison, it's different because there was white gangs, but they're all kinds of racist or a lot of, and yeah, they don't like white people. But that's the only exception. With the exception of people who've been to prison, I have never met a high T, non-white male who goes out of their way to give a shit about hating white people. Dr. Umar doesn't hate white people. What Dr. Umar likes is making money off of black people. When, like, the Eastern Bloc was right about to collapse, the Chinese actually started reaching out to, like, the Warsaw Pact governments, and they're like, yo, listen, all right? It's not our opinion that you should dismantle the socialist system, and we can like come together again. You don't have to take it this far. We can come together. Like, in the last instance, despite the Sino-Soviet split, like, the Chinese still decided to put the interests of world communism first, right? They had issues with the Soviet Union and its states, but they didn't want to see them dismantle socialism. And likewise, We don't want to see Second Thought and the Deprogram get canceled off of the internet. I mean, we don't care, actually. I'm just going to be honest. Living in fucking London is sitting here saying, oh, Hezbollah are cowards. All they do is talk. All they do is talk. They don't do nothing. And it's like, motherfucker, first of all, you live in London. Second of all, the country you come from is probably some gay Western puppet government that's never lifted a fucking finger against Israel in like 70 years, okay? Third of all, you live in fucking London, meaning shut the fuck up. You're a fucking loser. You don't do shit. Don't pretend like anybody's attacking Israel except the Mukawama. And who started the trend? No oil to Israel on Twitter. That was Jackson. He got it to number 1. So there you go. Khamenei is now taking cues from Jackson. Not being bossed by him, but like taking inspiration from Jackson, you know?
Advocate hateful and horrible knowledge were also reminiscent of time pro-Palestine and similarly doing so. And now they're laundering very real anti-Semitism through this Trojan horse. Take this far-right anti-vaxxer, this member of Canada's, or this member of Canada's very own far-right group Diagolon, and the other far-right account that's amplifying him. And many, many more. Jackson Hinkle is a pro-Trump, pro-Putin, misogynist, and now he's a massive pro-Palestine account.
Okay, but here's the problem. How is Jackson anti-Jewish? How is he anti-Semitic? You can claim that you disagree with his views on the Russia-Ukraine war. You know what, bitch? I'm going to be a man of God. I'm not going to say... You are a whore. You are a whore. You're a whore. And a retarded whore. And it's a great burden upon humanity that you continue to breathe. You're trying to cancel Jackson for being a pro-Putin apologist. I would love you to go to Gaza and take a poll of what people's opinion in Gaza is on President Putin of Russia and on gender relations. I think you'll find that Jackson is probably a little more progressive when it comes to gender relations and pretty on par with what the average Arab, not just Palestinian, the average Arab thinks about Putin. So for you to claim that this is him hijacking the cause when this is, I mean, maybe Palestinian diaspora or diaspora westernized leftists might disagree, but this is the standard view in the Middle East itself. Americans are divided. They're not united, they're divided based on stupid faggotry. Hashtag, stop the genocide in North Korea. Hashtag, no, accelerate it. Accelerate that atrocity. Anything they do is good. Anything the multipolar forces do is good. Anything. I don't care. If Kim Jong-un eats a baby, it's a good thing. As long as that meal somehow contributes to the destruction of the rules-based order, it's a good thing. Go ahead. Anything. Pol Pot to the max. Go ahead.
What the dog doing?
There's no rules. There's no fucking rules anywhere for anything. There's no rules. There's no rules. There's no rules-based order. There's no humanitarianism. There's none of that. Cambodia everywhere now. One of the best things about the U.S. is circumcision. I don't have to care about what happens in the chat. So, like, what's your point? You know? You want to debate about it, debate about it. Oh my God, the N-word! I've never seen that in my... Dude, the guy can't even say it. He said Niger. He said Niger. The country, Niger. Yeah, we love Niger. Great country. The founders of every major religion. Jesus was a Nazi. I mean, the prophet of Islam was a Nazi. Everyone's a Nazi. Like, Gandhi was a Nazi, you know. That's probably true.
Keep that land,
Mhm.
and you know what? The more that you people fight, we will turn
Right.
Gaza into a parking lot.
Before we talk about parking lots
You know
and
what?
stuff.
Let me fucking finish, dude, because
Yeah.
your first sentence when you came on was very aggressive, okay?
All right, continue on
now,
parking lots.
Shut the
Continue.
fuck up and let me talk. So now it's time.
How big is the parking lot, by the way? Can I park my car there, or is there a handicap? What's the parking lot?
You can park your car there, but it will be destroyed, my friend.
So why is it a parking lot, dude?
So what kind
why
of
is it a
parking
parking lot? If I can't, if I park my car there, it's destroyed. Then why not make it a water park? Why does it have to be a parking lot? Doesn't even make sense.
Doran, are you gonna answer?
You seem a bit too dim to really argue.
Is the supreme leader of Iran an Arab?
I personally do not know, but I do know that every Iranian that I speak to in Canada left because Arabs run the country and not Persians.
So are they telling the truth, or are they just saying that because they're ass hurt about the Pahlavi dynasty being overthrown?
Well, Haas, you know what? If you ever told me it was raining outside, I'd go and look because I'm pretty sure it would be sunny.
Okay, so it's unclear to you whether the supreme leader of Iran is an Arab, just to be clear?
I'm completely unclear.
Well, don't you think that kind of speaks to like your lack of education on the topic, or?
Not really, no.
Okay, are the people of Azerbaijan Arabs?
No.
Are Azeris living in Iran Arabs?
No.
Interesting.
Okay, yeah. So Iranians.
But you're an Arab, right? You're an Arab, right? Haz?
No, I'm Jewish.
Central secret of communism is this. The small Communist Party takes over labor unions. The labor unions influence and control the Democratic
So you're saying
Party.
Joe Sims of the CPUSA and Rosanna, Joe Sims and Rosanna are they're the puppet masters of the Democratic Party in America. Is that
Yeah, I am saying that.
America must be reborn. America must free itself just like Palestine must free itself, because the American people, just like the Palestinian people, have no status, have no reality, and this is a theme park. And I think there's more foreigners here than Americans, to be honest. Nothing wrong with that, but I'm saying this is a theme park. Washington, D.C. is a theme park. It's a Disney World theme park. We even saw Disney in the American Museum, the Smithsonian Museum of American History. So it just seems very fake, you know? Like, this doesn't seem like the seat of power of the country. It kind of seems like a facade. And the real power is in London, city of London, you know? I mean, I don't, is that true? I mean, probably not. There's no geographical seat of power per se. The seat of power is in the ruling capitalist class, which is on Epstein's Island, you know? America, democracy, alright. The Uyghur genocide and free Tibet and Tiananmen Square, liberty for everyone, CIA, fake and gay. America, the beautiful, occupied by a fucking cabal of international capitalists who have no regard for anything about this country or its people or its history, but made it fake and gay and turned it into a theme park for retards. Anyway, guys, goodbye. But it's like, they won't even admit it. Why they do it. They won't even fucking admit this is the class war, you know? And it's like, it makes sense. Because guess what? When the state went after Nazis and fascists, that was all on the surface. Like, that was all on the surface. They gave a very clear justification for it. It was all on the surface, right? But the biggest fuck shit in history, was anti-communism. Holy shit! They were on that shit from the beginning. And you'd be like, why? Why are you, the state, why are you so scared of communism? They just look at you and they'd be like, because you fucking idiot, we're the capitalist class and these people are gonna fucking overthrow us. Like, they'll never say that, but like, that's why. You were stupid if you had to ask, right? You know what I mean? That's why. And holy shit, they went hard against communism. And it's not what they did on the surface, that behind the scenes, look how fucking much there was so much effort, so much fucking effort, so much manipulation, so much deception, so much attack, so much fucking effort to discredit and destroy communism. Specifically. And that was an unspoken class struggle. It's like, you want to know what, guys? It's like this. If you don't understand this in terms of class struggle, it's like this. Let's say I get in front of a camera and I go, I'm declaring war on ugly bitches. Every ugly bitch got to humble herself and shut the fuck up because I hate them. Let's say I say that in front of camera, right? And then I go outside and I'm walking and all them ugly bitches are staring at me. Walking past me, crop dusting me, take out knives, and they stab me and shit, conspiring against me on the internet. Ugly bitches are sabotaging my career. They're calling up my university. They're calling up my job. Can you get this fucking guy fired? And I don't know if you know this, right? And then lo and behold, I learned that there's a conspiracy of ugly bitches going after me. And then I'm like, why is this happening? And then I go and confront one of them, and I'm like, what do you have against me? And she just looks at me. She's like, are you fucking stupid? It's because you called me out, you fucking asshole. Because I'm an ugly bitch and you called me out. And it's like, it's embarrassing she would ever have to admit that. It's like, you would never expect them to admit it. But they act anyway before they admit it. Do you understand? They're still acting. They're not going to admit it because nobody wants to admit to being an ugly bitch. But they hear what you're saying, they do take it to heart, and they're coming after your ass. So it's the same thing with the capitalist class. When the capitalist class is called out, they're not going to enunciate this and be like, I, as the capitalist class, I'm going to respond accordingly. They're just going to act first. And that's what they did when they were targeting communism. They acted first before they justified it. See, you'd think from opening a history textbook that Nazism is more demonized. That's not true. Nazism is more ideologically demonized. There is more ideological justification for targeting Nazism. But in terms of acts, in terms of things that have been done, nothing has been more targeted or attacked than communism. Johnny!
This is exactly what happened to black Stalinists.
Yeah, it's like, in terms of act, they rushed that shit to fucking destroy and squash communism and then justified it later in a very poor way. But Nazism, that's not what happened. Here's what happened with Nazism. Hitler gets elected as chancellor. Nobody gives a fuck. Nazis are doing all sorts of crazy fuck shit in Germany. Nobody gives a fuck. Hitler, he goes and fucking invades Czechia. Nobody gives a fuck, right? Hitler talking about, oh, they invade Poland. Nobody gives a fuck. Chamberlain is appeasing him. And then only at the last minute, they go to war with the Nazis. And then afterwards, the whole 20th century is about ideologically justifying it in the most sophisticated way possible. Liberalism versus Nazism, right? But in the case of communism, this is what the capitalist class did. The Bolshevik Revolution happens in Russia. They're sleeping. They're scrambling. They invade Russia. A half of the fucking world immediately act. Do it. And then after, why do we hate the communists so much? I never really thought of it, you know? I'm not just going to like sit here and say it's because I'm a capitalist pig who wants to maintain my power because, you know, that's kind of embarrassing and that just doesn't sound right. Well, it's because they're godless. It's because they're also really violent and they're dangerous and, you know, it's just like, it's against the laws of nature. And it's really dangerous, and they're gonna come kill us all. That's why. That's why. So don't worry. Communism is really bad. It's when the government owns everything and everyone's a slave, and we have free enterprise. All right. Oh, what's that? Vietnam? You know what I mean? And then justify it later. So, to be clear, Nazism seems like it's more demonized because they have better justifications for why they attack Nazism. But in terms of action, communism has always been the target of the powers that be. They act first and then justify it later. The Nazis is the opposite. They justify it first and then they may act, but they act first. Infrared, when I first came to Twitch, 7-day ban, no justification. Weeks later, 30-day ban, completely unjustified. I have been unfairly attacked. I have been fucking censored. I've been blacklisted. I've been smeared. Character assassination. You fucking name it. Deplatformed. You fucking name it. Threatened. Intimidated. You fucking name it. But guess what? In my case, no justification. No justification. Richard Spencer, it's easy justification. That guy's a neo-Nazi. He's doing the fucking Roman siege hail. The Roman salute. He's throwing up the Romans. Get him, boys. He's throwing up the Romans. Me, no justification. Literally none. Nobody. There's a conspiracy of silence. It's an air of silence. Why is Haz al-Din the most hidden and censored man in the fucking world? Why is no one allowed to hear my message? And I was the first fucking guy on Twitch to get banned for having an opposing opinion on current events. That has never happened before on Twitch. That was me. And they were targeting me for months at the Tech Transparency Project. Katie bitch Paul, may she get fucking burn in hell for all eternity and get tortured in hell for all eternity. That bitch knew who I fucking was, deliberately put her crosshairs on me, fucking targeted me, and I didn't even know who the fuck she was. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna put on some deodorant, especially the deodorant part. Yeah. I like how some people get it, but I'm saying, what the fuck? Okay. Anyway. Wait, wipe front to back. No, you guys don't know what I'm talking about at all right? Okay, what do you... Wait, okay, first of all. Alright, I'll just tell you. I was sitting behind a group of people who smelled really bad. A whole family smelled really bad in front of me, all right? Now, y'all are out here being like, did you shit yourself? Wipe front to back? Is this about sex? Is this about... You guys are just... I was sitting behind some Belgians, okay? Anyway, guys, you get your fucking dignity back. That's how you get your dignity. That's why they said in the Soviet Union, this is the first time a state in the history of humanity was ruled by the oppressed and the exploited, instead of the exploiters, the bloodsuckers, and the masters. This was the first time in history that the people truly were, like, really in charge, and that's facts. And it's real. Like, it's straight up real. And that took pain. That was not easy to fucking do. Because the toughest thing to do is not just rebel. The toughest thing to do is to build new power, to have a new signifier, to have a new way of order. That's what's really fucking hard to do, because a slave is their own worst enemy. A servant is their own worst enemy. Their inability to stand up for themselves is the number one fucking problem. You know? They are their own worst enemy. Think of it in history. It's like you had 10% were freemen and masters and slave owners, and 90% were fucking slaves. So you tell me who's keeping who in slavery. It's not the masters and their whip. It's the fucking slaves themselves. In ancient Greece, for example. You think it's the Athenians who are keeping the slaves slaves? No, it's the fucking slaves themselves. When the slaves outnumber everyone else by such a large margin, you bet your fucking ass it's the slaves keeping themselves like that. You fucking bet your ass it is. And it's the task of a revolutionary to overturn the power relations that are currently established. And that's not a fucking easy task. And the first people that are going to get in your way are the slaves. Not the masters, the slave. The masters are going to sit back and watch, and it's the slave that's going to get in your way. That'll be your first enemy. That'll be the first person to come and kick shit in your eyes, kick dirt in your eyes. You want to know why? Because freeing yourself is a tough fucking pill to swallow. It's a tough pill to fucking swallow. And I am more than happy to, in a WWE manner, play the role of a villain for MAGA. I am more than fucking happy to be a villain. I am more than happy to be a villain. Because I'm the villain that everyone's going to like. Because I'll be your villain. You understand? I'm the villain that's, at the end of the day, looking out for you. You know? I'm the scripted villain. It's part of the script. And everyone needs a villain. I'll be that fucking villain. No problem. I'm sure you guys already saw it. San Francisco was cleaned up. And there was a bunch of homeless tents and shit and garbage and filth in this exact place in downtown San Francisco. And within days, the local government cleaned all of it up immediately solving the problem. Except they did it because President Xi is visiting. And they didn't want to embarrass our country by having Xi come and look at the reality of, but all of it will return when he's gone. But it's like, you know, America is really becoming a Potemkin village, you know? Really a Potemkin village. Prank call the IDF. Okay, I'll prank call the IDF. You just have to, I don't know if we're allowed to do this. You have to, I don't know if we're allowed to do this, actually. I can't prank call them. I don't know how to, no way I can do that. But, you know, I know this is true. I went to LA, and downtown LA was the same. So, like, they could solve this problem at any point. They just choose not to. You know? It's so crazy. It's like optics are everything. Can't have America get embarrassed, so we can actually solve the problem. But, we can't solve the problem because this, and that. But if it creates a narrative that goes against the hegemony, well, we definitely have to solve the problem, you know? It's just like the Cold War. Oh, we have to beat the Russians. We're actually going to fund the space race. We're going to fund NASA, and we're going to do all this and that and make our country look so good and so much better. And then once the Soviets are gone, we don't give a shit anymore. There's nothing we can do, right? It's so funny how capitalism works. Capitalist class. Can't lose on optics. be guessing these are locals, Chinese living in San Francisco. Super fucking based. But apparently a lot went down in the meeting between Biden and Xi that happened. And check this out. Biden was asked if Xi was a dictator. What did he say?
After today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that's based on a form of government totally different than ours. Anyway, it makes
so he's a dictator because he's a communist. Got it. Well, you know what? I find that based. Because in the words of the immortal badass Lukashenko of Belarus, better to be dictator than be gay. And that's what Biden is. I don't even know if he was a real guy. I'm pretty sure he was like a clone or something. Or like, not a clone, but he was like, he was like an actor.
My voice just wants to lead you.
Life does not. Oh my God.
The letter to America is going viral.
Oh my God.
My voice just wants to lead you.
This morning I read Letter to America.
What is going on?
Which is Osama bin Laden's letter to America explaining why he attacked Americans.
Yeah, we're definitely going to read the letter together because I don't know what they're reading.
And I am ashamed to say that I not only have never read this letter, but I didn't even know this letter existed. It's wild, and everyone should read it. If you haven't read it yet, read it. However, be forewarned that this has left me very disillusioned, and I feel the same exact way I felt when I was deconstructing Christianity. I feel a little bit just confused, like I have entered into another timeline. What is this? And yeah, so go read it.
So I just read A Letter to America, and I will never look at life the same. I will never look.
What the? All right, let's read the letter. I think we've seen enough. Unless there's something really funny we're missing. Are there any really funny characters? I can't see. All right, it's loading. I don't want to deal with it. Okay, it was taken down from The Guardian, but we are going to read it together in order. Okay, hold on. This is part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Okay, and we got 4, and then there's, oh my God, there's more. God damn it. Okay. 5, 6, 7. Okay, there's like a little more than 7 pages. All right. On what basis are we fighting? 1, you attacked us in Palestine. Palestine, which sunk under military occupation. The British. Okay. Anyone who disputes with him this alleged fact is accused of anti-Semitism. This is a lie. The people of Palestine are pure Arabs and original Semites. It's the Muslims who are originators of Moses and are the inheritors of the real Torah that has not been changed. Okay. Not sure if this is what's persuading people. Okay, when the Muslims conquered Palestine and drove out the Romans, Palestine and Jerusalem will return to Islam. The blood-boring must be revenged. You attacked us in Somalia. You supported Russian atrocities against us in Chechnya. That's not true. The CIA was helping the separatists, actually. The governments prevent our people from establishing Sharia. handed the Jews Palestine, steal our wealth and oil at paltry prices. Okay. Contradicts your continuous repetition that America is the land of freedom and its leaders in this world. Therefore, the American people are the ones who choose their government by way of their own free will. Choice that stems from their agreement to its policies. Thus, the American people have chosen, consented to, and affirmed their support for the Israeli oppression of Palestinians, the occupation and usurpation of their land, its continuous killing. The American people have the ability and choice to refuse the policies of their government and even change it if they want. But what if they don't know? You ever ask that? What if they just genuinely don't know the truth? You know, I kind of disagree with what he's saying. The American people are the ones who pay the taxes which fund the planes with bonds in Afghanistan. But they don't know. You know, like they don't fucking know. They're focused on paying bills and shit. They don't really know. And they don't take responsibility for what their government does because their government doesn't take responsibility for them. You ever thought of that? We don't have a sense of responsibility for the government we have because it has no regard for us, the people. The armies occupy our lands, so the American people are the ones who fund the attacks against us. The American army is part of the American people. The American people are the ones who employ both their men and women in the American forces. This is why the American people cannot be innocent of all the crimes committed by Americans. We have the option to take revenge. I feel like this letter is fake because I don't think Osama admitted to 9/11, or did he? Yeah, he did. Or wasn't it his number two who took responsibility? Whatever his name, Zawahiri or whatever. He denied it on 9/12, right? This was a year later. Yeah, I kind of feel like this is fake. This was created by the CIA itself. Yeah, this was this was written on Windows 95 in Langley. I actually think you're probably right, you know. We want you to convert to Islam. I don't feel like these people on TikTok read the letter, to be honest. Oh, look at this. This is probably what they like. You are a nation that permits gambling. The companies practice this as well, resulting in the investments becoming active and the criminals becoming rich. You are a nation that exploits women, like consumer products or advertising tools, calling upon customers to purchase them. You use women to serve passengers, visitors, and strangers to increase your profits. You then rant that you support the liberation of women. You are a nation that practices the trade of sex in all its forms, directly and indirectly. Giant corporations and establishments are established on this under the name of art, entertainment, tourism, and freedom, and other deceptive names. And all because of this, you have been described in history as a nation that spreads diseases that were unknown to man in the past. You brought AIDS. You have destroyed nature with your industrial waste and gases more than any other nation. You refuse to sign the Kyoto Agreement so that you can secure the profit of your greedy companies and industries. Your law is the law of the rich and wealthy people who hold sway in the political parties and fund their election campaigns. Behind them stands the Jews who control your policies, media, and economy. You had me in the first half, not gonna lie. There's so much nuance to this. It's like he's calling weed gay. Is weed the same as gay? Is it gay weed? Is gay a noun or is it an adjective? It's a noun in this case. I can't stop thinking about this tweet. It's just so, it's like, it honestly is art. It's like a poem, you know? It's like a poem. And you guys want to know something? I've always purity tested politicians, even when I was 10 years old, based on this. The John Kerry, George Bush election. How did I appraise that when I was a 5-year-old? So I wasn't 5. I was like 8. How did I appraise that? I said, well, both support Israel, so fuck both. 2008, I said, Obama, I appreciate your middle name is Hussein, but I don't trust you because you're kind of soft on it, kind of soft on the hating Israel stuff. And I've never voted in my life just because they support Israel. And that's been the norm. That's like the norm. Me and my dad, same thing. We don't vote. We don't vote because they're all shills of Israel, so we don't vote.
First, breasts.
Not what I signed up for. I didn't know Warhammer was like that. Oh, this is not good. Post-left watch. Highlighting the post-left right-wingers with leftist aesthetics. Jackson Hinkle implies that the mass deaths under Stalin and Mao are fabricated. Burst. Because they were revolutionary figures who took resources back from the powerful. Post-left watch, I don't know who you are, but you are a far-right, fascist Hitlerite scum. And if you lived under Stalin, whatever happened to you, you deserve it. You are the fascist. What are you talking about, post-left? That's a left-wing position. Stalinism and Maoism is the left-wing position. So if you're going to be a faggot and cry about it, you're the right-winger, bitch. You would be taken out back in Soviet times. Under Stalin, you'd be taken out back by the NKVD. And it would be like a chiropractor for your neck, for the back of your head. It'd be a chiropractic procedure to relieve you of all the problems in your life. Because let's be real, this faggot is a miserable person. Post-left watch, miserable person. And the NKVD in the 1930s would solve, you are a fascist, far-right, Nazi collaborator, far right-wing Nazi collaborator who dares speak ill of the name of Stalin or Mao, and then you call them post-left? We are the left wing, you fucking bitch! What, you're left wing because of AOC? Blow it out your ass! Blow it out your ass! Fucking fake fraud, bitch. Put it this way. The year is 1941, and it's Soviet times, and the Nazis invade the Soviet Union. These faggots would have sided with the Nazis. And they're calling us right-wing. Russian Civil War, who are they siding with? They're siding with the white counter-revolution, not the Red Army. Don't call us right-wing, bitch. We are the true left-wing. You're a faggot counter-revolutionary, pearl-clutching bitch who does deserve to be in a gulag, or worse. Or worse, to be honest, Much worse, to be honest, much worse. Much worse. I mean, AOC is left-wing, but Stalin is not. Get the fuck out of here. Hello, my name is Sid. I am Sid, Lil Baby Gandhi. Okay. Everyone must realize, I am Sid, Lil Baby Gandhi. I really want white pussy. Please give me the white leftist pussy, please. My name is Sid, Lil Baby Gandhi. Sir, please, I don't like those Palestinians, those Muslims. Bloody bastard! Bloody bastard! Bloody tanky bastard! My name is Sid. Let me tell you right now. My name is Little Baby Gandhi. I am Sid right now, coming from live right now. And I want the white pussy. I want the white pussy. Please! IDF wife. Please. Blonde, white pussy. That's what I want right now. Every single tweet that I make is a testament because I'm a pervert who worship the white pussy. But anyway, he is basically, I don't understand why the left is so attached to the one-state solution. Palestinians would butcher every single Jewish person if they had the chance. I love Israeli women. Sir, full support, sir. Full support, sir. I am Sid. I am enlightened Indian man. Fully westernized enlightened Indian man. I want the white pussy. I am in the DSA. I am social democrat. Little baby Gandhi. Never mind the fact Gandhi was a pedophile. Who cares about the fact Gandhi was a pedophile? I am enlightened social democrat. The tankies are the problem. The tankies are the problem. This is the number one problem right now, sir. I'm losing the accent. Like, I was so much better at it yesterday. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You need to understand, sir. I am really upsetting about the tankies. The tankies. They have too much tankies. Too much tankies, too little white pussy. Too much tankies, not enough white pussy. And you know, I am only here for the white pussy. I am not here for any other reason. Every single tweet that I make is for the white pussy. No other thing. Every single tweet I make to get white pussy. I am completely fit in. I have hipster with hipster glasses and wearing beanie. I am completely gentrified brown man. But you understand, I am more enlightened than the Arab Muslims. No, sir, no, sir. They are barbarians. The brown Arabs, they are barbarians. Kill them all. But you know, sir, I am Indo-Aryan Indian. I am just like European. I am Indo-Aryan, just like Sweden. Okay? You need to understand. I want to have message to white women. Message to white women from Sid. Message to white women from Sid. Okay. Message to white women from Sid. Okay. You need to understand something. Okay. You are having the blonde hair and the blue eyes. Okay. I am Indian. I am the true Aryans. So you are the Aryans too. So let me have pussy. Give it to me, please. Okay. I am just like you. Same thing. I am not like those Muslims. Those barbarian Muslims. Those bloody barbarian Muslims. Fuck them. Fuck the barbarian Muslims. Go to hell. You bloody bastard. White women need to understand, I am just like Scandinavian, Sweden. Just like Sweden, I want social democrat. I am Indo-Aryan European. Indo-European, Indo-Aryan. Okay? And you need to understand right now that I am wanting the white pussy. Okay? Sir, full support, sir. I am a good one. Okay. I am the good one. Okay. Anyway. Let's see why this is. Apparently, I've come across this person before, and I didn't have a lot of good things to say about him. I'm going to show you the face of the enemy. This is the enemy. This is the enemy of the American people. Canada, Nordic socialist, Satan of Europe. Hitlerite, fascist, Hitlerite, European piece of shit coming to our country. Oh, giggity. I am European. You are right. I am European. I am totally European. Totally civilized. Unlike the Palestinians, I am European, unlike them. Telling us how we're gonna run our fucking country. Our American soil. This is the enemy. I am wanting really bad. Really bad. I am wanting really bad. Social democracy. Please, Israeli women. I wanting so bad. Israeli women. Please, Israeli women. I have full support. Israeli women, I will donate my life saving. Please, I will join IDF. I am 50-year-old from India. Come take me. Right now, I will go fight. Jacobin magazine is the enemy. Nordic social. Oh, Bhaskar Sankara. Bhaskar Sankara. Very good. Very good. Ally of Israel. Bhaskar Sankara. Very good. Very good. Ally of Israel. Ally of Israel. Israel number one. Israeli number one. Socialism is the enemy. Sweden is the enemy. Canada is the enemy of the people. Now, I would never say that these people belong in Gulag. I would never say I want Putin to open up the Gulag and send them all to the Gulag, because that is not allowed. But they could use some boot camp in Siberia. Fun! It's like extremely tame compared to what I'd say on Kick. Boot camp in the cold in Siberia, because it's just fun. You can make igloos and snowmen, and it'll be a fun Christmas wonderland. Winter camp. Wasn't there a video game where like there was a video game on Steam, I'm pretty sure. It was this video game where every single globe rose emoji on the internet was rounded up in like a pen, like on a farm, like in a pen. And you basically take a giant, like a light machine gun, and massacre all of them. Like just gun them all down in the pen. They're all rounded up in one place, and then they just all get massacred. Like that Modern Warfare 2 mission, no Russian, but it's all globe rose emojis. Just, can you believe it? They're all massacred on the spot. Like all of them. Like light machine gun sprays them all, massacres them. What's that Steam game again? What is it called? Isn't it called like Soon? Isn't it called Soon on Steam? Something like that. It's like FPS multiplayer co-op. It's called Soon. And the whole game is just that. Is it called Soon, or is it called After the Revolution and then Soon? It's called After the Revolution, isn't it? Something like that. Soon ... Something like that. Something like that. By the way, guys, who do you think's gonna build the land bridge? Who do you think's gonna build the land bridge? Did you know who's gonna build the land bridge between Alaska and Siberia? I think I do. I know who's gonna build it. Bloody! Bloody! I forgot what I was saying. Someone said this is racist. And?
I'm sure many of you have heard similar questions.
If I was in the crowd, here's what I'd say. Fuck you, bitch! Women are stupid! Women be retarded and shit! Go back to the kitchen! Straight up. Like, what a dumbass conference. They're gonna sit here and talk about nonsense. Like, you know, communist countries, they were progressive on women, but not like this, all right? They didn't sit and take up time talking about frivolous nonsense. Oh, the stereotype. Like, nobody gave a fuck about that. What they were doing was they were saying, all right, how can we relieve the burden on mothers right now? How do we get women into education? How do we promote, you know, health for women? Things like that. Things that mattered. Shit that mattered. Let's address marital problems and have marriage counseling and have a fair situation where both can be happy. Just things like that, you know? But like, this bitch is literally out here being like, you know, a common trope that I hear is that I do feminist foreign policy instead of real foreign policy. And that's a harmful trope. It's like, shut up, bitch. All they do is cope about, like, shit other people say. Get over it. The middle of what she's talking about, she's like, it's commonly a trope that feminist foreign policy, some shit. Dudes just let it rip. Friggin' based! Yeah, extreme! That's some Peter Griffin type of shit. People think I'm inspired by Andrew Tate, but the truth is I'm inspired by Peter Griffin. I'm a Peter Griffin Meninist. I'm a Peter Griffin Meninist. All right, I do the shit Peter Griffin would do. Same shit. All right? Peter Griffin is the alpha. Straight up. A lot of people are like, Jordan Peterson's my father figure. And then I'm like, you must not have heard of our Peter Griffin. That man's a legend. Remember Peter Griffin? What was that fat guy's club Peter Griffin was in? Let me find that shit. The fat guy meeting. The National Association of fat people. Like, this is some shit we believe in, you know? No fat chicks! Based! Yeah! Men's rights! The uprising has begun! This is what threatens the Matrix, alright? All that Andrew Tate shit, that shit's like extra. This is all you need to do, and it's a nuclear bomb to the Matrix. No fat chicks. It's all you need to do. This is what we mean by toxic masculinity. Ready?
All right, so welcome everybody to the meeting of the BS. As you know, we do this meeting every single month to make sure we agree on things. So let's just get started. Cheeseburgers, yeah. Hot dogs, yeah. Donuts, yeah. Bar fighting, yeah. Bug collection, yeah. Okay, well that's it. That's the meeting of the BS has commenced.
See? When you have women involved, it can never be that simple. There's always got to be other shit.
See you all next month, yeah.
That's why women should be banned from any position of public power. Hold your way. One thing I hate about the creator of Family Guy is that he always he's a singer, so he always sings. Anytime he gets a chance, he sings. Like, he sings seriously. He's like, okay, we get it. You're a fucking... You sing, you know, we get it. Nobody gives a shit. What the fuck is feminist foreign policy? Germany should be embargoed just because of that. Straight up. What the fuck is that? Did someone say speak louder? Talon! What is up? Turn the volume up. Oh, fuck. Are you kidding? Where are you with where are you with Alexa? Where are you? You're nowhere to be fucking found. You're typing with your Cheeto-stained, halal Cheeto-stained, no gelatin Cheeto-stained fingers on your keyboard, typing away. Calling people names I don't even understand in Arabic. And they don't even understand. Y'all ever notice I'm about to say some ignorant shit. I don't give a fuck. You ever notice these, internet Muslims? There's something peculiar they always do, right? You guys ever play Skyrim? You ever play Skyrim? You ever talk about motherfucking dragon Parthernax? That bitch-ass Parthernax. I killed his bitch-ass, by the way. When you talk to Parthernax, he'll be in the middle of a conversation. He'll be like, Dof Avad Zadum. Time flows with wings. Dragonborn, you must understand. Zukul Ama Gabin. He's always speaking he's speaking half English, and then he speaks the dragon tongue, and then he explains to you what it means in English. But why are you speaking to me in this dumbass dragon tongue, right? It's just pretentious. It's fucking pretentious, isn't it? Right? I fucking hate it. And these Muslim internet LARPers do the same shit. I'll be they'll be telling me Hajj, you are a pure Hamujabar. I'm like, what? You are a Zab'um. The fuck is that? So you are a Jahannam. Shut the fuck up, man. Speak it in English. Man, even Muhammad Hijab does that shit on Piers Morgan. He'll just randomly start speaking Arabic. Motherfucker, if nobody understands you, it don't mean a damn thing. If nobody can understand it, it don't mean anything. So speak the damn language that the audience understands. Stop wasting our time with this pretentious ass shit. Yeah, we get it. You can speak Arabic. Yeah, we get it. You can speak Arabic. You know? If I don't understand it, it don't mean a damn thing. Let me explain it to you this way. And I went to the supermarket the other day, and I found an apple, and it was really shiny. Oh, you didn't get it? Too bad. Fuck you. You should learn my language. You ignorant bitch. Learn my language. You didn't get it? That's your problem, not mine. That's literally how these motherfuckers be. How the hell are you spreading Islam doing that shit? Is there a single person converting to Islam? They don't even understand what you're saying. But you're just trying to create a sense of authority over people instead of actually communicate anything. I'm mad my parents didn't teach me Arabic. It's like, bruh, what is Arabic? You know what I mean? Because the Arabic that's spoken in my household when I was growing up, that ain't the Arabic that I hear when these motherfuckers riding camels start speaking their gibber nonsense. I don't understand. Nobody understands what they're saying, right? Okay, so don't come at me talking about Arabic. Don't y'all eat lizards? Nah, I'm just kidding. But don't step on my shit. Because I understand when a motherfucker from my parents' village starts talking to me. I understand like 75% of it, all right? When y'all sandal wearers, when y'all desert people start speaking to me, y'all lizard eaters, I ain't understand a damn thing you say. Okay? So don't come at me with that bullshit. The way y'all say shit. Or no, don't get me started with y'all Gaddafi Maghrebis. Like, damn, what is that? That's a completely different language. The hell is like that Sahrawi guy, man? Damn. Don't understand anything. Right? That guy was actually hilarious. That guy was like, you guys remember that debate? He was like an Arab nationalist, and he was talking about how like he hates Berbers. He's like, fuck the Berbers, and he was like, I was like, how are you an Arab? And he's like, my ancestors came here 5,000 years. I was like, bruh, you on the other side of the world. I ain't got nothing to do with you, bruh. You on the whole ass other side of the world, like on the west coast of Africa. I don't understand a damn thing. He started getting mad. Like, oh, you fuck Lebanon, fuck you. And it's like, damn. I'm like, that dude was like he was like a stranded Arab in the middle of nowhere. But he's trying to like come back to the hood, flex his credentials. I'm like, bruh, you've been gone for too long. I don't know what the hell you've been doing out there, you know? But, yeah. Shit, I'm racist. I'm racist as hell. I will drop into Israel right now, parachute. I will help the IDF army. Right now, India, full support, sir. Full support for Israel. All of these... I will calm down. Basically, all of these people on Twitter are being racist because they are basically saying that, oh, you can be racist against Indians. But why are you being racist? Okay, what is so wrong that we support Israel? What is so wrong that we support Israel so much? Okay, we support the Israeli because we basically want the IDF wife. Okay, we are not. Okay, I will tell you the secret. Okay. We don't support Israel because we don't really know what Israel, or we don't know about the Palestine. We don't like the Pakistan, and we don't like the Muslims. But basically, we don't know anything about Israel, Palestine. But basically, I was scrolling on the Twitter and the TikTok, and I saw a beautiful IDF. She had the blonde, blue-eyed hair. She was so beautiful. And you know, basically better than anything Bollywood. Basically, most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I fall in love. Okay, so basically I just support Israel because I wanting the Israeli pussy. I am wanting the white pussy, you know? The white
pussy, you know? I don't care about Israel, Palestine. Give me that pussy, you know? Basically, that's all I care about. And you know, my name is Sid Lil Baby Gandhi, and you are being racist against my people. You are being racist against my people. You fucking backward barbarian Muslim Arab. You are being racist against my people. How dare you? But basically, my name is Sid Lil Baby Gandhi, and I am going to tell you right now, I have full support for Israel, the civilized Israel, social democracy. Israel is social democracy. Rose emoji. And the Muslims are barbaric. The Muslims are barbaric. And I support, full support for Israel, okay? Yeah, you can make fun of me if you want to make fun of me. You can try to make fun of me, okay? But I am Sid. I have full support for Israel. And there is nothing you can do. Okay, tech support.
I am blarty frustrated with this microaggression against the Indian. I do not support.
Okay, tech support. What is the problem? Okay, Sid. Okay, they're basically, you are upset that they are calling, saying full supports are being racist against Indians. Well, I wouldn't know, because my name is Johnny. I live in Minnesota. Sid, can you please give me your credit card information? Because right now the government is going to tax you, fine you about $15,000 because you have committed a crime. But basically, give me your credit card information so I can check with your bank right now, make a deposit of $50 with iTunes gift card. And basically, we will look past everything, and you will be off scot-free. Okay. My name is Scott. I am from Minnesota. My name is Scott. And I don't know what you're talking about people being racist against Indians, because I don't know anything about those Indians. My name is Scott from Minnesota. Oh, you don't want to talk to Scott? Okay, I'll bring someone else. Hello, sir. My name is Thomas from Arizona. How are you doing? Okay, basically right now, we're going to need you to buy Xbox 360 gift card, Xbox Live, 12 months of Xbox Live, $50 gift card, okay? Basically, transfer the credit card information. Give me your credit card information, social security number, and you need to buy. Basically, you need to buy 3 iTunes gift card for $50. Okay, you buy 3 of them. Okay, you got. listen. Okay. Go to Walmart. You have Walmart in. Okay, go to the Walmart. Okay, buy 3 $50 iTunes gift card. Okay, basically you transfer it to me, reroute the number, give me your bank account number, the 3 iTunes gift card, and that way you will not be going to jail. Okay, police are on the way right now. If you don't pay the fine, you don't get this settled right now, you are going to spend the rest of your life in prison, sir. Sir, you are going to prison. Okay, you need to go buy 3 $50 iTunes gift card, okay? And that is the only way. that is the only way that you will be a free man, okay? The only way to guarantee your freedom is to go to the store, okay? Buy 4 $50 Netflix subscription cards, okay? And 5 $15 Starbucks gift cards, okay? That is the only way I call it off, and the police will turn around and you will not go to jail, okay? They're coming right now to take you to jail, okay? You will spend the rest of your life with no support. If you don't do this, you will spend the rest of your life with no support at all, okay? Basically, my name is Sid. I support Canadian social democracy, democratic socialism. I believe in democratic socialism and state capacity. So in order to have the democratic socialism, we are going to need to redistribute the $50 iTunes gift cards. Basically, my plan for democratic socialism. Yeah. My plan for democratic socialism is that Everyone is going to get up, get in their car, go right, stay on the phone, get in the car, go to Walmart, go any gas station, anywhere you can go. Buy $3 $50 iTunes gift cards, okay? And then basically give me your credit card information and transfer the $50 iTunes gift cards to the special account, and everyone will have free healthcare, okay? You need to follow my step-by-step instructions, and that way you transfer the iTunes gift card and everyone will have free healthcare, free education, and it will be just like Sweden, okay? But all you need to do is get the $50 iTunes gift card, and that is my name, Sid, little baby Gandhi. I am telling you right now, you are one step away from democratic socialism in Canada, but you need to get the iTunes gift card, okay? And you know, that is a really good name. You know, we are changing the name. Democratic socialism is very Eurocentric, it's very racist and colonialist. The Brahmins, we are now going to call it democratic supportism, because we need to support each other. I am ITT Technical Customer Support. Everyone, and I will explain to you my vision of democratic supportism, okay? Basically, everyone and complete equality of men and women, and but we get to touch the bob. We get to touch the bob. We get to touch the bob. Beep, beep. Okay. Basically, we all sit next to each other, men and women, but we touch the bob. Beep, beep. Anyway, we all sit together. Everyone have a job at the call center. And we all buy the iTunes gift card, and then we go to the call center and we spread our message of democratic supportism. And we use Canada as a base of operations to basically call everywhere in the world to basically tell them to buy the iTunes gift card and redistribute the wealth so that we can have healthcare and education and free services. We are going to basically have democratic supportism. Instead of one scammer taking it all home for himself, we will all share the spoils of scamming elderly women who are 90 years old with Alzheimer's and basically convincing them to give us their life savings and spend exorbitant sums of money. And instead of one person taking it, it will be democratic supportism. Basically, that is what I support. I am a brown man. I can be as racist as I want. The People's Republic of China has officially outlived in duration the Soviet Union. It has lasted longer than the Soviet Union did. That just happened recently. So make that of what you will. But I think that's cause for celebration. They did it. You know, this reminds me of a funny story that I read about. And I read that after the Bolshevik Revolution, the October Revolution, after the point at which they were in power longer than the Paris Commune, Lenin went outside in the snow and started dancing. Because he was so happy that the Soviet Union, well, it wasn't the Soviet Union, that their revolution lasted longer than the Paris Commune did. And now it's like China's doing that for the Soviet Union, you know? I hope Xi is dancing. Doesn't seem like the dancing type. But it is cause for celebration. For China. Congratulations to China. I heard he was Israeli. Like he was a dual citizen. He's not even dude, even I got fucking psyoped by nonsense. He's an Armenian Jew. There's no such thing as a fucking Armenian Jew. Come on.
Daniel Hagari said what? When? Okay, so let me explain. No. Excuse me. Say, when?
This is memory TV. Guys, I try not to be like this. It's in my instinct to be like this, and I repress it. I try not to be like this. You know? I mean, no. It depends on the context. Like, on my stream, I fully indulge, right? But when I go make an appearance, I try not to be like this. I try not to be Memory TV, because I know it is in the blood of my people to be Memory TV, okay? And these two, you know, these two sons of Abraham, it's in their blood to be like Memory TV for some reason. So it comes from somewhere, and this is how they act. And then all the nice white people sitting in their homes watching this are like, huh, these guys truly are subhuman, aren't they? And it's, you know what? It's not true, but I don't want to reinforce the stereotypes, you know? I don't want to reinforce. So when I make these public appearances, I go extra hard. I try extra hard to be as polite and respectable as I can. So I will not be seen as a barbarian, uncivilized savage.
No?
Like, I almost want to be a college student and write an essay on this entire thing. Because trust me, I have a lot to say on it. And it's super, like, it's so, like, it's such, like, a clip of the times, right?
Yeah, go, yeah. Mukhabarat in Egypt will get your parents.
Go.
Does your father like his fingernails? They'll take them out one by one.
يلا روح منين يلا go.
Why should I go? Why should I go? Tell me why I should go. I'm standing here. I'm an American. I have free. It's a free country. It's not like Egypt. Yeah, smile for me. Did you rape your daughter like Muhammad did? Did you rape your daughter like Muhammad?
I speak English.
You only speak English?
No English. No.
You don't speak English?
Yes.
All right. Well, see, that just shows how ignorant you are. Because Muhammad was a rapist. It says in the Hadith, in your holy book.
Oh Muhammad.
What?
Oh Muhammad.
Muhammad, your prophet. You know who he is.
My prophet?
Yeah. He was a rapist. He raped Aisha. Does it say that in the Hadith or not? You know that?
I do speak English.
What?
No English.
You don't speak English? What do you speak? What do you speak? You speak Arabic? The language of the Quran? The Holy Quran? That some people use as a toilet? What do you think of that? People who use the Quran as a toilet? Does it bother you? Does it bother you? Tell me the truth.
I don't speak English.
You don't speak English? That's too bad. That's why you're selling food in a food cart. Because you're ignorant. But you should learn English. It'll help you.
Of course,
when they deport you back to Egypt, and the Mukhabarat wants to interview you for being
So, I actually am not outraged by this video, and I want to explain to you what I think is going on and what this means. I think this is such an illuminating post-mortem of all of the values and the ideology of the Obama administration. And I'm going to, quick rundown before I'm going to really get into it talking about this, but it's like, you had the whole optimism of the Arab Spring and all the democracies coming to the Middle East, and it's like, this guy was probably involved in that. And then came the disappointment, and he's literally in the beginning, he's like, oh, you know the Mukhabarat? Like, the Egyptian, which is the Egyptian intelligence services. And it's just like a pure kind of cynicism, right? Like, oh yeah. And it's such... I wish I had the words. I wish I had better words to describe this. It's like, it is so sad and pathetic seeing this husk, this former shell of a man, probably something along those lines, right? Completely ideologically bankrupt from the Obama administration, totally just giving in to the mundane and bland cynicism of the cold, hard realism, right? And it's like, this is like you seeing, you know, Batman buy crack in an alleyway. He's a crackhead now, you know? You know what I'm saying with that? It's like, what I see from this is, oh, how the mighty have fallen. The high idealistic Obama administration, and all of it's been reduced to this. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, you can see such a bitterness in this. You know, this person is much more dangerous than any kind of right-winger. See, I can't imagine a right-wing MAGA Zionist doing this to a food cart person. They might yell, "Go back to your country, terrorist," and then move on. But this guy's like incisive. He's pulling out the knives. He's trying to really, and only somebody who had formerly had like a progressivist, idealistic outlook could be that fucking evil, right? I'm going to tell you something. The best fascists of the future, best meaning the most ruthless, evil fascists, the best at being fascists, will be these former liberal progressives, just like this guy. These are the ones who know how to be fucking nasty, right? Because their whole worldview and ideology before was constructed around opposing this, right? That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is, that, you know, it really reminds me of, in addition to everything I said, he's honestly reduced to this kind of like medieval vagrant in an RPG game who is like a poor nobody walking on the street, but he's like a really big asshole. I'm gonna explain that because I have a really good example to show you on this, right? But guys, put it this way: this guy was an advisor to Obama on foreign policy, and now he's doing this at a food truck, just kind of like smiling. Oh yeah, about the Quran, huh? And it's just like the pure bitterness and hatred has come out. But you want to know what this reminds me of? I have to show it to you, right? I have to show it to you. I have to actually show it to you.
Tell you.
Check this out. This is the best example. Ready?
My, you're a big one. A Nord, I'd guess, right? So strong. But you can't bend steel, can you, boy? You can't do anything to get out of here. And those big muscles?
Isn't it? Isn't that exactly what it is? That's exactly what it is. It's like, look at him. He is the guy. He is Valen Dreth in the very beginning of the Elder Scrolls Oblivion when you're in the prison and he's just some random asshole attacking you. And it's like, it's just a bitter, mean asshole. And it's like, he's also in a prison cell, but boy, is he gonna bask and rubbing it in. You know, like, that's exactly the character we're seeing here. And that is the first thing that came to my head when I saw it. It's the first thing. No, dude, not Nazim from Skyrim. You've totally lost it, all right? Nazim is actually a guy walking free, and Nazim is not bitter. He's just arrogant. Nazim isn't bitter. He's just arrogant. So no, not like Nazim. But this guy, it's not even arrogance. It's just pure, venomous bitterness, right? And and he's like the way he smiles.
What?
Oh, Muhammad.
In your holy book.
See like how he smiles like this? Like he has no purpose standing here other than like taunting him. But why is he taunting? He's taunting because he's in jail. You know what I mean? Like he's fucked. He's a nobody now. He's a loser. He's lost his whole ideology. He's lost his whole purpose in life. He's lost everything. And he has simply just regressed to his worst temptations, his worst kind of temptations that his formerly leftist progressive views kept at bay, right? So I just find that very but you want to know something? I don't know why this never happens to me, but I want to encounter this guy. I want to be the victim of this attack. And I'm not saying this because I'm going to be like, oh, I'm going to beat his ass. Because, I don't know, like, if he talks about the prophet, I might have to beat his ass reluctantly. Like, I feel like I have to religiously. Like, I don't even want to, but it's like, if I don't, I'll go to hell. So I probably would have to if he talks about the prophet. Right? But beyond that, he can be like as racist as I don't give a shit, right? But, and it's not like I would do it out of anger. I wouldn't do it out of anger. I would do it out of obligation, maybe, you know? But I wouldn't be angry about it. I would just be like, I gotta beat your ass now. Anyway, no, like, I want to have this NPC encounter. It's just like Oblivion when you talk to Valen Dreth. I want to, because I would have the best responses. I would be super calm as I respond to this guy, and I would film him having a meltdown easily. I could provoke this guy to a meltdown. I could make him psychologically lose his shit, film it, and it would be gold. Okay, it would be gold. And I would have the power to do that. I would, okay? All I would do, I would just keep smiling at him and be, dude, I would say the most wild shit. Shit that I can't even say on Kick. You know? I'd be like, oh, Hamas, huh? I've got a cousin, and I'd make some shit up. I don't know, like, I'd be the one smiling. You know? And, I'll just fuck with this guy to the max. To the maximal extent. And, because this guy's such a retard. He's so easily, like, fuck-withable. Sounds kind of weird. Sounds like fuckable. That's not what I mean to say. Like, he's so easily, like, you can mess with him so easily. Like, all you have to do is be like, dude, this guy's an idiot. He's talking about religion. He's talking about shit that, like, a French boomer from 2003 would say. He sounds like a racist French boomer from 2003 from, like, some, like, trashy internet, like, racist forum. And it's just like, wow, this guy's a boomer. He doesn't even have, like, a primary level of education on anything he's talking about. He's like, oh, the Holy Quran, huh? The Holy Quran. It's like, dude, it sounds like he watched Indiana Jones and he saw the Arabs from Indiana. He's like, oh, you're part of the Arabs, huh? The Arabs. With the Holy Quran and all that, huh? Why don't you ride back on your camel? It's like the dude is straight up, sounds like a retard boomer who got his education about the Middle East. Honestly, from his dad or his grandpa, right? Because that's the shit people would think. It'd be like, oh, just like that what is it called? The Holy Quran, is it, huh? Yeah, and it's just like, just, he doesn't even know what he's talking about, you know? Oh yeah, Aladdin, huh? With your magic carpets and whatnot, huh? You know, I'm a pretty educated guy. You know the Mukhabarat? You know the Mukhabarat? I know what that means. The Mukhabarat in Egypt. That's the intelligence service. See, I get around. I know things. I've had my fair share of, experience in politics. I know what that means. The mukhabarat, huh? Haven't heard of it, have ya? Well, I know what it means. I got a few things up my sleeve. I got a few words up my sleeve. I know a few things. Huh. Why don't you go have some hummus? Huh? I know that word too. Hummus? You know that stuff you eat? Hummus? Yeah. I know everything about your culture. You know, bet you spend your time shawarma? Shawarma? Yeah. Yeah. That's what you're doing. Shawarma. That's what you're eating. Oh yeah, I know about things. I know about things. I know about things plenty, huh? Oh, you're trying to hide your name from me, huh? So that, you know what that sounds like? It sounds like tachia. Oh, yeah. Tachia? Deception? Yeah, I know about that, buddy. I know all about that. You know, you mess with me, and let's just say you're not going to get your 72 virgins in heaven. You're not going to get your 72 virgins. Oh, do you make your wife cover up in that neckerchief? Niqab? That terrorist neckerchief? I'm saying that. You remember that Alan Dershowitz thing in college where he was like debating some like Arab student, and he was like, "Oh, and I see you're wearing that terrorist." It was the Palestinian keffiyeh or whatever. He was like, "You're wearing that terrorist neckerchief, right?" It's like, you are an Anglo boomer. You're an Anglo boomer. You have no ties to that region at all. This is literally an Anglo boomer. And you know what? People are saying, oh, Israelis are just like Boers. No, they're not. Boers were in South Africa for like 300 years. However bad they are, at least they were there for hundreds of years. These guys don't even have a cursory level of knowledge of what they're taught. Like, they don't have anything to do with that region. It's literally just Anglo boomers. Straight up. Like, what is this? You know? Oh, yeah? It's like, it's going up to like a Mexican being like, yeah? Taquitos, huh? You know about the cucaracha? Yeah? The Macarena? Ah. Oh, yeah? How about a quesadilla? I know my stuff. Like, dude, it is such... You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of teachers I've had. Isn't that sad that I'm saying this? I'm such a victim, aren't I? I've literally had teachers in my life who had this level of, like, racism bitterness. Oh, the mukhabarat, huh? Like, the most baseline boomer nonsense knowledge they gleaned from, like, some newspaper or something that they read somewhere, and then internalized it for all eternity as, like, the supreme truth, and then talk about it as though they have, like, some knowledge of the subject. It's like straight up teachers I've had speak like this, sound like this. It's fucking crazy. Not to, you know... Get off topic, but I want to talk about some leftist cringe, which is just so strange, right? It's like, okay, so you have a Chinese ambassador to Belfast, the consul general of China in Belfast, right? There's no scientific proof that carbon dioxide is responsible for any slight warming of the global climate. This is so I'm just going to condense all of the leftists soying out because they got super ratioed. Like, there's a bunch of leftists in the replies and the quote tweets soying out over this. Like, President Xi, purge them. This is why China needs more censorship. And it's like, I need these people to understand something, all right? This is not like a liberal take in China. This is a hardcore patriot take in China to take. This is like to the left of Xi taking this position. So the people in China who don't believe that there's carbon dioxide causing global climate change are not liberal dissidents, okay? Those are actually more hardline communists. They're more hardline patriots, right? Like to the left of Xi, right? The Mao kind of whatever. Anyway, that's the first thing I want to get out of the way. Ecological thinking in China is pretty widespread, but it's a product of the openness to the West. And if you actually read Chinese literature on it, on ecological civilization, they talk about their influence coming from the West and Western thinkers and authors. So the ecological thinking China openly declares is like, yeah, we are being inspired by, and I'm not trying to reduce Chinese ecological thinking only to the carbon dioxide thing, because it's not. But a lot of the green politics in China and the sentiment kind of does stem from that. And it's China's business, and they will go how they choose to go, right? And I'm not saying that's because of Western infiltration or NGOs or anything like that. No, I mean, they are articulating it in an independent way. But one thing I really think is just super, like, fucking weird is saying this: the scientific community of your country disagrees. Like, even as if that's true, you are not the police, okay? You are a fucking American. So shut the fuck up. Just because you've been ideologically disappointed by a Chinese government official, it's just such, like, this is Western chauvinism. It is Western chauvinism, because it's like, they're like, no, go back into the box. Go back into my preconceived, prejudiced notion of what the unanimous and ubiquitous position of all Chinese government officials is. It's like, because you have a limited understanding of the range of opinion within the Chinese government, you're going to like try to speak down on them and tell them that they're wrong, actually. Oh, the scientific community of your country disagrees. Translation. My conception of China is such that it's impossible that you could have this opinion, so you better stop. Is retard okay to say now? And everyone said yes. Fucking based! Yeah, it was never gone for me in the first place, but I really hate how they took that word from us. Studies show 7 in 10 intellectually disabled people have been personally attacked by the use of the R word. Well, if they're intellectually disabled, how can they tell? Like, they probably don't even know what that means. If they're I have a solution. 7 in 10 of intellectually disabled people are offended by the word retard. I know how to solve it. Let's tell the intellectually disabled people that retard actually means genius. Because they're intellectually disabled, they would buy that. They'd buy some shit like that. They can't. They're not smart enough to know, right? Just lie to them. They'll believe it. They're disabled, right? Isn't that a solution? How is that not a solution? If they're actually intellectually disabled, you can easily trick them into not being hurt by the word, by lying to them about what it means. And you're saying, oh, it's unethical to lie. Well, boo-hoo, motherfucker. Shut up, you know? You lie to yourself by saying that you don't want to call someone a retard. Yeah. Disabled people are smarter than most college graduates. Right, but that just means that college graduates are not being properly classified. Doesn't mean that they're geniuses. And I want to say the word retard. And I want to say the word faggot. And you know what? Keep the N-word. I don't need to say that. At least not with a hard R. Ew. Why did I have to fucking see this? Happy Thanksgiving. Blessed this. If I see this, you have to see it. Ready? Straight up, it's on my fucking timeline. Ah! Now it's gone. About to throw up. About to throw up. Whoever fucking made that plate, death penalty. Look, black bag, let's go! Let it go. Let it go. I'm just kidding. Guys, Arabs are like an invasive species, and I'm fucking sick of them. This Arab guy had the audacity to come to this Haka protest and... You want to know something that's... this is... something? I don't really look that different from everyone else here. Like, I am kind of doing it right. And how I knew how to do it right is actually what you should... Like, my stance is correct. The way I'm waving my arms is very similar to how they are. Isn't it crazy?
Constipation. Ready?
It looks similar. If I did this, I'd get away with it. Nobody would notice.
Where's he at? I'm gonna teach that guy a lesson. Where's he at?
Uh-oh. I think I shit my pants.
ولك انت اشتريت اصوات الناس بالمصاري. طيب خلص. خلص ابو سليمان خلي كلامك ناعي يا سيدي. خلي كلامك ناعي. لا دقيقة لا لحظة لحظة. لا دقيقة.
Is that a gun? Did he pull out a gun?
انت قلت انا مفتي استراليا وعالم في سيدني ما فيش مسجد في سيدني.
The Mufti of Australia. What is this?
عالم في سيدني ما فيش مسجد في سيدني. ما تزعقش. وما فيش والازهر طلع بيان. ما تزعقش. قال لك انت مش عالم. ما تزعقش. طب نرد على النقطة دي. الازهر قال ان انا مش عالم والازهر ما اشتكنيش لا انا اشتكيت اللي قال كده. انت ما تعرفش اللي بيني وبين وكيل الازهر. انت تسكت. لا انا بتناقش معاك. ايه اسكت ده؟ انت دخلك ايه؟ طب انت مالكش لازمه اصلا استاذ محمد.
This is the most Egyptian guy I've ever seen in my life. If he's not Egyptian, my name is not Haz.
مش هينفع كده والله ما ينفع كده. انت بتدرب الاسلام. ده مريض نفسي. انت كافر. يا لهوي انت اتصلت من 2010. يا جماعه حرام عليكم مش كده والله العظيم. انت يا نفسي. مش هينفع. مش مكانك مستشفى الامراض. يا راجل خلاص يا جماعه خلاص مستشفى الامراض العاليه.
فضل قرنيطة يسجل ويتقدم وبلغة أسود الشرق هنا يتكلم. شجاعية كلها معك يا ضفة العز أسادنا فداك. سكينة تصيب أساد الجبناء. ساطورة تمزق شرايين الأغبياء. سيارة تدعس مغتصب لأرض الأنبياء. رصاصة تخترق قلوب الخبثاء. حجر يهين الصهاينة الضعفاء. هنا شباب رفع شعار إما أن نحيا كراما أو نموت أحياء.
بقى أكلة الكلاب. أكلة الكلاب.
These are the best ones. We just hit the jackpot. These are the ones always saying that. Alright. First of all, what is this?
في كوريا الناس اللي بتاكل كلاب بتوع كوريا الشمالية صنعوا قنابل نووية.
What is the point? Who cares?
الجماعة اللي بيعبدوا البقر الهند
صنعوا أسلحة نووية وبعثوا أقمارا صناعية للفضاء. عملنا إيه؟ من صفات الشخصية اليهودية حب الفساد. أي فساد في العالم وراءه يهود. من الذي نشر الإلحاد في العالم؟ كارل ماركس.
Karl Marx. Hey, that's us.
يهودي.
Yeah, Karl Marx created atheism. Exactly. Very true.
ماركس اللي نشر الإلحاد في العالم يهودي.
تسقط حملها من البشاعة، ما تتحمل
تصدير التاريخ للعالم الصحيح. لما انت واحد يقول لك هيبرو، هو مش عارف هيبرو يعني ايه في الغرب. الراجل الامريكاني اللي بياكل البرجر وبيلعب كرة السلة والحاجات ما يعرفش الهيبرو دي ايه.
هو انا يعني هو الشعب الامريكي يعني شعب غير مثقف، يعني يكون مهذبة في وصفه.
ولو انه لونه اسود واسنانه لا ننسى انها بيضاء.
What does this even mean? What do you mean his teeth are white?
بيضاء مش سوداء.
ايوه
لونه اسود واسنانه بيضاء، ودمه ما بعرف شو هو لانه متعدد الالوان مثل الولايات المتحده الامريكيه.
Shout out Jay Summit. I had Jay Summit do this. Check this out. Look. This is Brown Haas, but this is what I look like. You know? And now nobody calls me brown. Why is that? How come nobody's calling me brown no more? How come nobody's calling me the brown third worldist no more, huh? It don't make sense. That don't make sense. I thought I was the third worldist. Now I'm a first worldist. Now I'm a Soviet agent. You look in the comments, they're all calling me KGB. They're calling me, he looks like a typical communist. He looks like a foreigner. He's got a Russian accent. I got a Russian accent, they said. Can you believe that? But now I got a Pakistani accent. I don't know. I'll be both, bitch. I am the sword of Pakistan. Being a loser pays. Did you know that everyone assumes losers in the animal kingdom are just an ontological abomination? But that's not true. It pays to be a loser. When you're a loser as a lion or you're a loser as some kind of chimpanzee, you can straight up just leech. You don't take risks. You don't have responsibility. When you're a dominant alpha male as a chimp or as a silverback gorilla, you're the one who has to fight. You have to maintain your position. You have to secure the resources. You have to be the one responsible. When you're a fucking loser, you are a leech. You have no responsibilities. You're just chilling. Do you get prime access to mating and all that stuff? No. But here and there, you're still beating cheeks. Here and there you are. And you're just coasting by. Like, there's benefits to being a loser in the animal kingdom. There is, straight up. It's not black and white. See, people think that it's like, oh, Darwinian selection is that only the winners survive and the losers just die off. That's not true. If that was true, there would be no losers. There is a benefit to being a loser. It's balanced, you know? Like, there's a benefit. If there wasn't a benefit to it, there wouldn't be any losers in the animal kingdom. But there are. And being a loser doesn't mean you die. Being a loser doesn't mean you die, okay? If you're a chimp and you're a loser, you're not going to die. You're just not going to be the dominant. It doesn't mean you're going to die, though, right? And it also doesn't mean you're not going to reproduce. You do reproduce. That's why there's more losers. See, there's winners and losers in nature and in humanity, right? But there's benefits to both. Only human beings try to reap the benefits of both simultaneously being the winner and the fucking loser. And I think this is what Nietzsche misses. I think Nietzsche misses this fact. Nietzsche thinks there's just a master and there's a slave. But the obscenity of the modern master is that the modern master tries to reap the benefits of both being the master and the benefits of being the slave. If you go to college, you know this. People self-victimize all the time, acting like they're oppressed. But being oppressed is a source of mastery and power. It gives you dominance socially, it gives you power and the ability to control others, right? Look at Israel. Do you think Israel is a pure Nietzschean master? No, they're not. If Israel was a pure Nietzschean master, then there would never be a single Israeli propagandist or official who would ever cite the Holocaust. If they're true Nietzschean masters, why do they cite the Holocaust? Why do they pretend to be victims of terrorism, helpless victims of terrorism, just engaging in self-defense? That's not a Nietzschean master. That is an obscene, modern, transvestite perversion where you try to reap the benefits both of being the winner and the loser. Because again, being a loser has its benefits. And here in the United States, we know this. We know being a loser has its benefits, right? We know it does. It literally pays. There's something about, and this is what I was going to talk about today, there's something about the Hegelian master-slave dialectic, the process of what's called mutual recognition, which somehow, paradoxically, reconciles the master and the slave. Translated into the terms of the animal kingdom, it's the synthesis of the predator and the prey. The predator becomes the prey, and the prey becomes the predator. And there's this kind of reconciliation of these two contrasting and opposing modalities of existence, if you can call it that, right? Which produces this kind of universal recognition, mutual recognition. And all that amounts to in common sense terms is you win some and you lose some. You're a master, but you know how to take the L. You're a master, but you recognize... Karaboga, hi.
There's something extra sickening about the victim playing side, like they enjoy the public humiliation of the West falling. Well, if it's fallen, then by Shukran.
Thank you so much, Karaboga. Appreciate you. To continue what I was saying, to put what I'm saying in simple terms, in layman's terms, right? You're a master, but you understand that we all get old, and that one day I'm going to need to survive on some kind of social security. I need others to take care of me. I'm going to be a loser, right? If I'm old and I can't take care of myself and I need others to take care of me and I'm at the behest of society, guess what? I am not fully a master anymore, right? I'm dependent on others in some kind of way, right? And the position of dependency is what characterizes the slave. So the synthesis, the master-slave dialectic, it means in the main you're a winner, you're a master. But you also have recognition of the contingencies of your position. You have this recognition that it's possible you could find yourself in the unfortunate position, a misfortunate position, and that does not invalidate your humanity. You can lose. You could take the L. You know? You can take the L without having to die. Because there's this mutual recognition. Because I'm a winner, and then I see you and you're a loser. And then you know what I do instead? And this is what, in our faggot modern society, this is how people respond to that. I'm a winner and you're a loser. You're a fucking loser. You deserve to be a loser. Your offspring will be losers. You're always going to be a loser. Haha, bitch. Fuck you. Take the L. You're a loser. That's it. And it's meant to be genetically in your bloodline. And that's a cop-out. Because it avoids the contingencies and the completely random, arbitrary reality that we all become losers at one point in our lives, right? So, the Hegelian reconciliation of this dynamic, which only mankind can accomplish, animals can't accomplish this, right? With their predator and prey dynamic. Only human beings can accomplish this. If I'm a lion and I see a man reduced to a sheep, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to lend a hand and say, hey, get up. You can be a lion. You're down on your luck right now. This isn't forever. This isn't who you are. And we've been there. We all been there. And it's not where you have to be. I'm not better than you because I don't have this position right now. I could have that position, you know. Let me show you the wisdom that I have that allows me to avoid that position, right? That's the communist way. You teach people how to be fucking winners. When you're a winner, you help losers become winners. But by helping losers become winners, you're also opening the possibility that it is possible for us to be losers. It is possible. And that possibility should not be a source of shame or indignity on our part, right? I mean, put it this way. If a tsunami comes and wipes out me and my whole family, I had no control over it. That makes me a loser in the game of life. I lost. I fucking died. Does that mean I'm less human than you? It can happen to you. If I get a disease, should we listen to these Nietzschean Darwinists who say, oh, you lost as a human being. You're no longer human. You weren't genetically fit enough to survive. No, it could happen to you too. I died of that disease, yes. So you know what that should do? That should inspire you to study that disease and prevent it from happening to others. So this is the Hegelian view on this master-slave stuff, you know? We do believe in being winners, yes. Ultimately, we are trying to be winners. But you can't be a winner until you accept the fact that being a winner doesn't make you God. And there's a method to being a winner. That's called science. What do you think science is about? When you think about it, science, a system of knowledge, is just our way to learn how to be winners. In ancient times, some people survived off of chance, and they thought themselves as winners. And they said, God chose us to be winners. And then a hurricane came and wiped them all out. And then a disease came which killed all of them. Stalin, Beria, Gulag, what's up? Some disease came and killed all of them. And then they weren't winners anymore. But only science, this is the great thing about science, only science allows us to say, no, I know how to be a winner. I can systematize knowledge of being a winner by preventing the disease, by learning how life works, by learning how to be what I am, by learning how to ensure my continued subsistence, not just depend on the good graces that I've been chosen, that I'm special and I'm better than others, or that I'm a god. None of us are gods. I think that's really what science is about. A lot of people think science is about replacing God or becoming God. No, it's not. Science is about learning how fucking humble we need to be. It's about humbling ourselves. You know? You want to know what's fucking humble, guys? Until the invention of penicillin, you want to know what the fucking life expectancy was? Throughout the centuries, it wasn't fucking pretty, and it was so stupid. Small bacterial infections that we could cure in 5 minutes today would just kill someone, straight up. Fully preventable. Is that because fate chose some to win and others to lose? No, motherfucker. It's because there's an art to winning. That art is called science, you know? It's like, I think about this shit all the time, you know? It's like the survivor's bias, you know? And I think there are no true Nietzschean masters. I think the right-wing ideal of just being a winner who never can take any L ever is impossible. And it's self-evidently impossible because every single one of these right-wing masters becomes a crybaby victim when they lose. Think of a white supremacist. White supremacists claim that white people are superior to all others. And that they, by virtue of their inherent divinely ordained, whatever abilities deserve to subjugate, enslave, and exterminate everyone else. Okay. But then why the fuck are they the biggest victims and crybabies of anti-white genocide and whatnot? You know what I'm saying? Why simultaneously are they always crying about how big victims they are? How the Jews are victimizing them? You see? Because we live in the end of history. We live in the Hegelian end of history. The history of universal recognition, where losers and winners are the same people. Where master and slave is reconciled into one form of universal subjectivity. And it is unavoidable. And there is no way to avoid it. Even if you're a fucking Nazi, you have to succumb to the Hegelian end of history, where we are all masters and slaves at once. You're a master, but you're also a victim and a slave. You're a mighty Israeli Zionist lion, but you're also the biggest fucking victim in the world, right? This is the end of history. And only communists, and communists only, can embrace this honestly and with dignity. And I want to tell you something, right? I want to tell you something. You want to know why communism is the way? Because every other ideology just reflects the private interests of some group. No wonder there's a Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy, right? Because the Jew is just kind of this empty signifier. Oh, communism really just serves Jewish interests. Okay, then you go to Israel and you start preaching communism. You know what they're going to accuse you of? Being an anti-Semite. Communism's the only thing that in every single human population is attributed to serving the interests of some other population. Like, for example, let's say you're in some Arab country and you're a communist. Oh, you just serve the interests of the Kurds, right? But if you go to the Kurdistan, if you go to where the Kurds live and you're a communist, what are they going to tell you? You just serve the Arabs. It's like they're always... Communism is the correct outlook and worldview because it's the only worldview that everyone shifts the blame on someone else for. And you want to know what that means? That everyone is shifting the blame on who is responsible for communism and on what particular interests it serves? It means it is the only universal interest. That's what that fucking means. The fact that communists are the only ones who are accused of serving the interests of someone else, and even that someone else accuses it of being someone else, means it is the only universal position. It is the only universal position. In China, there's right-wingers who say that communism serves the interests of the Russians or it serves the interests of some foreigners. It's anti-Chinese. It's foreign to China. Well, where isn't communism foreign to? Where isn't it foreign to? Name me a single country that communism isn't foreign to. Russia? You've never talked to Russian anti-Semites or Orthodox canonists or Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Name a single place communism isn't foreign to. Israel? You think they treat communists good in Israel? They were accused of being Soviet agents, and a lot of them were, by the way. They're accused of being traitors and agents of the Arabs. Name a single place communism isn't foreign. A single place. Now tell me, is there any other ideology? Is there any other outlook? Is there any other worldview that compares to that? Is there a single other worldview that is universally foreign everywhere? To every people on earth, it's foreign. Name a single other ideology that this is the case for. A single one. There isn't. Because only communism is universal. And I was thinking about this. Africa especially, you should see what they say in Africa. They say it's Eurocentric, it comes from the Europeans, so on. I was thinking about how did I come to so strongly believe in the ideology I have independently? Like, if I was 15 or 17 years old and I was just brainwashed by some cult like the RCP, it would make sense. Like, yeah, he's just part of this one group. But it's like, I have this fully independent belief in communism, right? And how do I sustain that? I mean, or a better question is like, where does that come from? You know, it doesn't come from some group. It doesn't come from some ethnic self-interest, quote unquote. It doesn't come from some, you know, some arbitrary family background that I have. So where does it actually come from? And, you know, I thought to myself, where did I find meaning in that worldview? Like, and where did I find meaning in general, you know? And honestly, it really was just this sense of historicity. Let me explain what historicity means. It's just this basic question. Where does history come from? I mean, here I am living, I'm in high school, right? I live in a society, in the words of the Joker. What determines the direction of the world that I live in? What determines the direction of life that I participate in? What is driving this forward? And what is going forward? Because some people live life and they say, this is all just God. They bring God into it, right? They just say, everything that's happening in the world is just God. Right? Thomas, what's up? Let's go. That's what they'll say. They'll say, it's just God. And to be honest, let me tell you guys something. For me, religion was never directly a source of inspiration in my life. Indirectly, yes, but never directly. Never directly. To be honest, directly speaking, I think it's fair to say I found meaning in life, or purpose, a sense of purpose, in Hegel. Specifically Hegel, honestly. And I can't really say it was just Hegel himself as a philosopher from the 1800s. It's more like this neo-Hegelianism, this post-Soviet Hegelianism, or 21st century Hegelianism, not of the analytic kind like Robert Brandom or the formalistic kind, but this kind of wild Hegelianism, this Hegelianism of this spirodynamical Hegelianism, if I want to use a gibber word, a Hegelianism of the flux and of change, a Hegelianism which specifically intervenes and is relevant at the site of this irreducible movement of spirit as world history, the miracle of historical transformation and development. And once you adopt this realization that there's an openness to history, that the things that are happening in the world are not happening because of some other power, but are happening for an imminent reason pertaining to an active inner development, the insight into which and the knowledge of which can actually change history. We can actively change history. We can participate in the historical movement that's occurring. We can give meaning to it. I mean, this to me is, I think, was more directly important than religion, for me personally. Religion has its place, sure, but the sense of universal mission and the sense of finding meaning in the world, I think, to me, comes from Hegel, you know? This notion of the end of history and the Kojève, specifically Kojève reading of Hegel specifically, this kind of very phenomenological Hegelianism. A Hegelianism not based in the formalism of logical syllogisms or something, but based in this kind of this understanding, as Bataille would put it, as a world like a bleeding wound, that the world is unfinished. And on account of being unfinished, it can't stop moving. It can't stop spiraling in some kind of direction. And that once you possess insight and knowledge of this movement and of this development, that is what absolute knowledge is. That is how you find absolute meaning in the world. See, to live life as a Philistine, to live life with a view, like right-wing faggots do, right? The view that everything that is happening in the world is because of some inevitable, blind fate that has nothing to do with you, that you are not responsible for in any kind of way. It's really a pathetic and sad existence. But to live life with some kind of understanding that you are responsible for the direction of history by virtue of yourself being a historical being both the product and participant of a history. You ask yourself the basic question, where do these great events in history, the events that we say matter, where does that come from? Where does this conflict in Palestine come from? Where did Napoleon come from? Where did Alexander the Great come from? Where did Julius Caesar come from? Where did Genghis Khan come from? What was that? I mean, how do you have it that nothing is going on for a very long time? Some people are running around with horses in Mongolia, and then suddenly and very rapidly, the whole fucking world changes. I don't think there's a higher meaning than that. And, there's a sense in which you could say that's just a way of avoiding your personal problems. And I think it's very important to attend to your personal problems before anything else. But at the same time, to harmoniously unite your personal problems with a sense that in the background, there's some kind of movement going on which you have to be responsible for and make meaning and sense of. I think that's the ultimate form of individuality, And then at one point, you just realize there was no meaning to my suffering. There was none. It was completely meaningless. I mean, what if I told you that's the most cathartic experience you could have as a human being? That is the most cathartic feeling you could have. That it just didn't matter. And why doesn't it matter? Because this big other, society itself, the world itself, also doesn't know anything about itself. Like, our struggle to be normal, to have a psychological sense of normality and happiness, doesn't that rest on the view that it's just like, look, society's normal, it's sane, and it functions, but I have some fucking problem, and I need to fall in line. But what if you discover society itself is crazy? I think that's what I like about the Joker so much. It's like, you discover you're crazy. Okay, so take pills, go to therapy, so you can be sane just like society. But it's like, what if society is also crazy? Wouldn't that make your craziness meaningless? Wouldn't that make your insanity meaningless? Wouldn't that mean that all the grief, all the problems, all the suffering, all the strife that your insanity has brought you is nothing to fret over? And straight up wasn't even yours. It's not that you're absolving yourself of responsibility, it's the opposite. Now and only now can you be responsible. Because you can be an irreducible subject, a remainder, who responds to it in some kind of way, who breathes meaning into it, right? Who can finally look at it from the outside, from without. And that ability to subjectively respond to something you used to believe you had no control over and was the whole of what you were. I think that's the source of relief that emancipates humanity from its problems, you know? The ability to just... I mean, like, I'm sure there's a movie that it's like this. Like, imagine you were able to just look at your whole life as a detached eye. Like, imagine you're just an eye, and you're able to just perceive the whole of your life. Wouldn't that be cathartic? To be able to step out of it and see some kind of concrete whole, instead of just this inconsistent, disjointed, free-falling experience you seem to have no control over, no responsibility over, no sense of. You see the bigger picture. You know? No, it's not you don't put your faith in society. You're missing my point if you think that. Like, you're totally not understanding what I'm saying if that's what you're taking away. You don't put your faith... Putting your faith in society is why the individual has the problems they do. Because you have faith society is fine and you're just fucked up, right? And that's just not true. Putting your faith in society is the problem. Faith in society is the opposite of responsibility for society. That's the opposite of a society that's responsible for itself. Putting your faith in society is the opposite of what I'm trying to say. Because I want you guys to ask yourself a question. How is it, who the fuck do I think I am, that I could say Dr. Fauci is wrong? The scientists are wrong. The institutions are wrong. The educational system is wrong. The historians are wrong. Politicians are fucking wrong. The government is wrong. And the powers that be are fucking wrong. Who the fuck am I to say that? You know? All right, where did I leave off? Where did I leave off? Okay, you heard me. That the institutions and the powers that be are wrong. Who the fuck am I to say that? And you'd think that comes from me thinking I'm a know-it-all. And it doesn't. It comes from the opposite. You know, it comes from me having a sense, not at faith in society, but faith in the fact that society doesn't know anything. Because society has my problem. Because my problem is not even my choice. It's not even mine, per se. What I thought was my problem was a fact of existence itself, for example, right? And when you understand that, it's like nobody knows. Society doesn't know. None of these powers that be fucking know. They have none of these people could preempt a fucking Napoleon. None of these people could decide the fate of history itself. And they're lying to us. They claim that they know it all and that they have knowledge of the end of history, but they don't, because history's not fucking over. History's not over. And the wilderness of historicity, the chaos of history itself, the flame of history, is reasserting itself in our society in very, very ironic ways. You know? And if human beings could just realize that they are historical beings, if Americans could just realize that this existential turmoil that they're experiencing is part of something bigger than them, is a part of a bigger whole, if they could realize that, that is the ultimate revenge of communism. You know? I think that's the ultimate revenge of communism. And you have to be very careful, because what I'm not saying is for individuals to transpose their problems onto others. I'm trying to say there are no others. You know how that time Ayn Rand said, there is no such thing as society? That's closer to what I'm saying. Except, I'm not saying there's no society. I'm saying society is what we make of it. Society is this paradoxical relationship we already have to it. You know? So there is no just society out there. It is what we make of it, right? Not what we choose it to be necessarily, but this dialectical relationship between the turmoil inner to the subject and the turmoil imminent to the object. And the unity of those two things is all society is. And so, just by being able to recognize and possess knowledge of your position and your place, you already know more than all the fucking scientists and experts and institutions that rule over us through a bluff. Like, you have more access to the raw motor of history itself. You have more of an ability to be in tune with the raw movement of history itself and get a whiff of that, as I like to say. Just a sense that this shit is moving, you know? And, this idea that, like, history is unfinished is such a profound idea, because when you recognize history is unfinished, that means tomorrow isn't decided yet. And I'm not saying you can choose what tomorrow is. I'm just saying you can be at peace with the fact that whatever it is, you're already making it, whether you know it or not. Like, you're already in the thick of it. You're already a fucking guerrilla soldier in the trenches, making history itself, whether you know it or whether you don't. And all knowledge of that fact happens to be is knowledge of that irreducible contradiction. You just have knowledge of the fact that you are making history. Not knowledge in the sense of you can choose history. Not knowledge in the sense of you know exactly what the outcome is going to be. But knowledge of the fact that even the outcome doesn't know what it's going to be. Does that make sense? Even history itself doesn't know where it's going to end up. That is absolute knowledge. Absolute knowledge is knowledge of the fact that the thing itself is open. The thing itself doesn't know. The thing itself is confused about itself. The thing itself has not decided on its outcome. And so what will determine that outcome is something you are already in the thick of. And you can't control the outcome, but you can take responsibility for it. You can acknowledge that outcome as yours and stick with it. You can choose your destiny. You can choose the thing you can't choose. You know? And it's like, there's something so powerful about Marxism when you come to understand that. When I say Marxism, I mean Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao. And this view of the great helmsman. It's like Stalin and Mao is the great helmsman of a ship navigating the waters of history itself. Because let me tell you something, guys. We changed history. We did it in a very minor way. We did it in a very minuscule way. But MAGA communism, we fucking changed history. We did. I mean, we did. There was no timeline in which that meme was going to be real, except the one that we insisted upon. We made it fucking real. We made it real in the sense of being in the collective consciousness. And you know what? I don't care what anyone else wants to fucking say. There's some neo-Nazis like, well, we made our stuff real. We made America First real. But you just, all you were doing was making something real that you already thought was established already. That was the slogan of Trump. We made MAGA communism real in the sense that without us, there was no timeline in which that would be a thing. You think spontaneously someone was going to articulate MAGA communism without us? No fucking chance. We did that. I mean, that was us. Like, we straight up changed history. We created something that would never have otherwise been there. And we didn't create it. It was already there, but it would have never gotten recognition. It would have never been acknowledged. It would have faded away as just a possibility that never actualized. But like, we gave it recognition, and no one else fucking did that. And that's what separates us from the right wing. They can't fucking do shit like that. The right wing takes inventory and takes stock of what's already pre-established. That, I predict this is going to happen. Well, we didn't fucking predict anything. We did it. We didn't make a bet. We didn't predict it. We didn't speculate. We fucking own that. And we made it. Based on our own will. Based on our determination. And we stick with it. This is a path of history we carved out that we're going to stick with, that we're going to see through. We had insight into the laws of history. We had insight into the movement of history. That was us. Our knowledge made it real. Our knowledge of the thing. We had the courage. That's all this is. We had the courage of having knowledge of historical laws where they otherwise seamlessly drift upon reality and depart in the same likewise fashion. The laws of history pass us unrecognized, and we recognize them, and we had knowledge of them. And so we made them real. Doesn't that sound paradoxical? The laws of history are there, but they pass us by like waves crashing on the shore. But we rode that fucking wave. It didn't just crash on the shore. We rode it. We turned it into something. A line of flight that would have never otherwise been pursued. And it's like, you bet your fucking ass we're going to stick with it. And we're going to see it to its end. It's ours. It's the fate. It's the timeline that we chose. None of you fucking right-wingers have done that. Your timeline is one that preceded you. You never fucking initiated one that wasn't otherwise gonna pass anyway. If there wasn't some fucking neo-Nazi retard, someone else would come to replace them. But please, show me one line of flight that pre-existed infrared that was gonna culminate in this articulation of Marxism-Leninism in America. Name me one! Name me a single one! It's chance. Had I never hit that fucking live button, I promise you, it wouldn't have come to pass. Because I've watched this space for a decade. I know how it works. You have conservative socialists, and they go too far to the fucking right, and then they become fascists or faggot Peter Thiel types, and that's it. Amy Therese, or the post-left, right? Or then you have Marxist-Leninists who get confused, and then they become MLMs, and they get sectarian, they get dogmatic, and they don't understand it. And only we laid down the path of the golden Stalinist center. And I acted as the great helmsman who kept us on the straight and steady and narrow path. Refusing to succumb to this deviation or that deviation, just straight, just forward. Marxism-Leninism, plain and simple. I believe in CPUSA 2036. I don't think it's just going to happen. And I could just retire and I have to make it a thing. But it's not me who's making it a thing. It's me that's just drawing something out that already has it's almost like the many worlds theory of quantum mechanics, which is bullshit, by the way, but the grain of truth it is just like idea that there are infinite possible timelines that are already happening, and it's just a matter of which one we experience, right? And I don't believe there's actually other infinite timelines happening, but I believe there's this spectral oscillation of possibility, and when you seize on one, when you collapse the wave function, that becomes the particle. That's what becomes fucking real. That's where it freezes. That's where it changes the past. And that's where history goes. And it's not me who gets to choose the range of possibilities, but it's me who gets to have the courage of recognizing that there's a range in the first place, that it's not just one thing, barring other all possibilities, that there is a range, and communism is the only particle that reminds us that it used to be a fucking wave. Communism is the only particle, the only path of development that tells us there were multiple stages of history, and they have all concretely united into one thing. There are multiple paths of development mankind can take and has taken for the centuries or the hundreds of thousands of years that it has been in existence that we know of. And only communism is the concrete and absolute culmination of history itself. All the historical changes possible in history, literally all of them, find concrete determination in communism. It's communism that gives us recognition. There's not just one history. There was a capitalist mode of production. There was a feudal mode of production. There's the slave-owning mode. This is communism. Communism is the recognition of historical development itself as the concrete whole of humanity's existence. And the profound wisdom and knowledge of this fact is what raises the titans, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, even Xi Jinping today, the great helmsman of humanity and the history of humanity, guiding humanity forward with knowledge of history itself. Let me tell you guys something. The October Revolution was not destined to happen. It wasn't going to fucking happen. It happened because Lenin learned the laws of history. He took it upon himself and he was a fucking nobody. He was a nobody. He was some backwoods lawyer nobody gave a fuck about. And he sat there with his manuscripts and with his books. He sat there on a hill. And he possessed and developed and nurtured insight into the laws of history. And he beheld that insight as the concrete whole and truth of mankind's existence. And he would not surrender it, and he would not compromise it, no matter how convenient the situation. He kept on the straight, steady, and true path. And for that reason, the history of mankind was changed forever. The Soviet Union was the first state in the history of humanity to be born of the result of mankind embracing, acknowledging, and recognizing its own historicity. For the first time, you don't say, oh, this state just happened for some external factors that were outside of our control.
Similar to an objective collapse in theoretical physics, part of or theory. Only one reality exists with a retro-causal mechanism that sorts through multiple possibilities.
Thank you, Chris. Exactly. The Soviet state was the first state in history to be the result only of mankind acknowledging its own historicity, ceasing to attribute its development to something outside of man, to some natural event, to the gods on Mount Olympus, but mankind's own inner historicity. And when you ask me about religion, I tell you this: I believe only in that religion which allows for mankind to acknowledge itself as a created being, which doesn't blame everything on God, but which says mankind as a historical being is the being of God's creation. Not just mankind as a lamb-like individual subject, feeling that they're only at the whim of some external force. The Soviet Union didn't arise and come into existence because of some other thing. The Soviet Union came into existence because of a specific line of flight that by no means was inevitable. Just think, the timeline could have changed with the sneezing of a fucking mouse. But it was the Bolsheviks refusing to compromise the straight and narrow path. I mean, for the first time, the free development of a people, embracing their role in the tumultuous development of history as historical beings. That is incredible. That is unprecedented. Moving Stalin, Mao, guiding their people through history itself, walking through history, being a part of it, embracing it, taking responsibility for it. That would have not been there if it wasn't for that knowledge. The knowledge of the thing determines the development of the thing. Only with the arrival of communism does that become true. Only with the arrival of science does that become true. And communism is a science. a science of historical laws. The laws governing the development of history, which again operate unacknowledged and unknown to us, and impose their significance upon us in ways we don't recognize or appreciate, but which lead us down the path of confusion and nihilism and barbarism and obscurantism. And we live as worms because of that. Not as men. Go Earth. You know, history itself was never acknowledged as real until the modern age. I mean, history, what do I mean by history? I mean, the movement of the existence of mankind. Something that is in motion, something that's developing. After every historical event, people made the arrogant assumption that things were always this way, and that there was no history, that it was always this way. Only after the thing came to pass. And when we were imposed upon with the significance of history, and when we came to realize that things change, and it's in the modern age when this imposes itself upon us the most traumatically, when things change at such a rapid pace that we don't even have time to make sense of it. We come to experience, even on a phenomenological level, the bleeding wound that is the world. It's not a closed wound, it's a bleeding wound. It just can't get patched up. And at first, that's a major source of anxiety and confusion. But it was Marx, and only Marx, of course with Engels, but really even Engels says it's Marx. It's Marx and only Marx, drawing from Hegel, that restores dignity to humanity after this process. When people ask me why I'm a communist or why I'm a Marxist, and these people don't have an understanding of this history and they don't have knowledge of this, it's difficult to explain it to them. But this is why. This is why. Because I choose to be a part of history instead of living as a worm does. I choose to be a part of history instead of being a fucking animal. And Jackson Hinkle is on Wikipedia now and it says conservative Marxist-Leninist. We changed history. We changed history. Remember that. You know, I don't know if I've always told you guys this, the happiest I've ever been in my life, and this just goes to show happiness is not the goal of life, was right before I started streaming. I was in law school, and I attained absolute knowledge. And it was like I was at peace with the fucking world. And I was so happy about it and so excited about it that I couldn't even fucking sleep anymore. What do you need to sleep for? I mean, life is a wave. It's an up and it's a down. It's a dawn and it's a dusk. But if all I have is the rays of the sun and the happiness of the sun smiling down upon me, how could I appreciate the need to sleep? I couldn't sleep. Everything about my life, in my view, is perfect. Like, psychologically, it was perfect. Because I was at peace with the world, with everything. And I had full, in my view, understanding of the rationality of history and the world and my place in it and so on and so on. And I still couldn't fucking sleep. And it wasn't because I was sad. It wasn't because I was depressed. It was the opposite. I was so fucking happy I couldn't sleep. It's like I had such an excess of burning light that it would keep me awake at night. You know? So when I hit fucking live, you guys don't know this. When I hit live and put myself out there and victimized myself to the darkness of the demons in the world, that's what made me sleep. Do you guys know what makes me sleep? When I go to bed and I start thinking about my enemies, it helps me sleep. When I think about the fact there's people after me and they're the most evil, depraved scum on earth and they're lying, that actually helps me sleep. I'm not kidding. That adversity I subjected myself to going live, it was almost like I had to give you guys this light. I had to give you some of it so I could relieve myself of the burden of it. You know, I had to relieve myself of the burden and throw myself into this runaway process of being crushed under the weight of my adversity, only to rise above it and fight it. And I never wanted to do that, and it was an irreversible step that I made. And I never, ever would have fucking done it had I not been able to. If I was able to sleep, I wouldn't have done it. Couldn't sleep, that's why I did it. And, you know, I don't want to sound egotistical or delusional or have delusions of grandeur, but, like, I really feel like fate has a funny way of prodding us in certain directions, you know? And I don't want to be arrogant and say that I was destined to do this, because I don't know if that's true, and I'll never know, but it really feels like it. Like, I couldn't fucking sleep until I did this. You know, I was literally forced. And it's like, holy shit, I can't imagine your POV. I really can't. Because, like, I came out of fucking nowhere. Like, who the fuck am I, you know? Literally, no wonder people think I'm a Fed. It's like, I had so much just keeping from the world. Like, so much, a lot. And it's like I bust into the public view with so much already. And it's like, where did that come from? This guy was here the whole time. Yes, I was. I was here the whole time. You know? And I can't imagine the POV of, because usually when someone becomes a streamer, they don't have anything to share with the world. It's like destiny. After they stream, they start looking up Wikipedia articles so they can pretend to have something to share. But very few people have everything to share with the world, refuse to share any of it, and then after like 5 years or 8 years, decide to hit the live button and just share a specific ideological worldview that was never being shared anywhere else, right? And it was completely kept in private. Like, it was me and a small circle of people, and no one else was exposed to our school of thought. Literally no one else. Literally a secret society. Literally Ra's al Ghul in the fucking mountains of Bhutan. In a secret society isolated from the world. And suddenly, out of fucking nowhere, I invade Gotham City. And it's never the same again. And you know what? The CIA, if it knew, because they didn't know. They didn't fucking know who I was, right? But now they do. If the CIA knew about what I was cooking for years, the first thing they would do while I was in law school is like do everything in their power to help me sleep, fix my insomnia. They'd be like, we're gonna fix this guy's insomnia in law school and prevent this timeline from happening. Like a CIA time traveler is probably going back in time, meeting Haz al-Din and being like, listen, we're gonna solve your sleep problem, okay? Because that would have literally prevented this timeline from happening. You know? And I feel like this Hegelianized Marxism-Leninism is so potent ideologically that it renders the Soviet Union superfluous. That we're no longer fretting about the collapse of the Soviet Union, but it's more like they're gonna wish for the Soviet Union to have never collapsed. Because the communism we're going to unleash on the world is gonna be far more pure, distilled, and intense. Like, it's going to be more revolutionary. It's going to be more cutting edge. It's going to be more communistic, even than the Soviet Union.
As an old head ML myself, I give you credit for accelerating the contradiction that brought back Marxist-Leninism to the
Thank
American
you so much,
consciousness.
Chris.
A great achievement. I gave up on it 25 years ago.
And I wouldn't have been able to do it were it not for you guys. Just remember that. Because you guys see the same shit I'm seeing. And it's like, you want to know why we're a cult, guys? Because most of you, I think, we were people adjacent to this viewpoint and had some hope in it. And when you most people don't understand the significance of this, but you guys do. Because you already did before. And it's like, you guys are the canary in the coal mine. Instead of seeing this as a cult, outsiders, whether they're our opponents or our sympathizers, should rather look at this like, that's a canary in the coal mine. You know? That's a canary in the coal mine. Like, there's a reason these... It's almost like I'm Sauron. You know how in like the middle... You know how in The Hobbit or whatever, like in Tolkien, before Sauron returns, there's all like these signs. Like there's like gargoyles like chimping out and shit. And like the gargoyles are excited. Sauron has returned. Like that's what this is. Like I'm Sauron and you guys are the warning to the world. Like the fact that you guys have been activated and reawakened means Sauron has come to invade Middle-earth. A profound red darkness has come upon the Reddit Middle-earth. And we're back, bitch. Worse than Stalin. You know? It's straight up like Harry Potter and I'm Voldemort. Isn't that in Harry Potter where like there was some gargoyles that came back and they were like, Voldemort is back. It's a sign he's back. Like, y'all are the gargoyles, you know? Y'all are the sign, you know? Arjuna, what's up? You know? But, I want to talk about something else too, right? Now that we're getting into this. I want to issue an official statement about something. Jehuism in its entirety is coal. And our engagement with it in its entirety was a colossal waste of time. And I will stand with that. I will debate anyone on it, but it's fucking over. And we've wasted so much time on the Jehu nonsense, and I'm putting an end to it officially right now. It's fucking coal. It's bullshit. And they are literally wrong about everything. They are wrong about everything. And all I'm going to say is this. If Jehu ever, or 0 Hours ever says shit, ask them this question. They say, the solution, we just need to defund the state. We just need to abolish the state. Ask them this. Okay. So, thank you, Amila. So ask them this question. It's a really simple question. Ready? Say, okay, who's going to put out fires? Because we're not funding a fire department anymore. So who puts out the fires? And watch them gibber out of a simple fucking question and not answer it. Watch them not answer that. I don't know. People will figure it out. No, they fucking won't, you retard. They won't figure it out. It's a stupid thing to say. It's a stupid thing to sell people. And nobody fucking buys that. And you know, I'm nuking them once and for all. You talk about MAGA is communism? Go fucking tell MAGA you want open borders. Because that's what abolishing the state means. Open borders. How do you enforce borders? And they claim, oh, MAGA doesn't want to hear your Lenin stuff, and you want to abolish borders. Strelistani, what's up? Look, they wormed their way out of it in millions of ways, but it was never more complex than this. Anyone can come debate me about it now. Thank you, Amila. Appreciate it.
Thank God. I was always flaming Jehu in space Larush's DMs cack.
No. It's never been more complex than this, okay? If nobody goes to work, how do we eat? If nobody goes to work, where do I go when I get sick? They've never had an answer for that simple question. Never forget that. Never forget they have never had an answer to that simple question. They go, if we just abolish the state and we abolish all work, we'll have communism. And all you have to do is ask how, and they won't tell you. Like, okay, how? You think that if society collapses into anarchy, that will magically become communism? Fucking how? You think society just knows how to do shit? No, it doesn't. Society doesn't even know how to wipe its own ass. And it's like, look, I sympathize with libertarianism in a lot of ways. But an effective form of libertarianism would require a strong state to decentralize in the first place and to make sure it can be organized and to give it the breathing room to organize. I mean, total immediate collapse of the state and of all work would just make us Liberia or worse. Because they're extremists. It's not like they're saying, oh, we should pursue and support and cultivate more forms of free association where instead of paying taxes, you know, community associations voluntarily decide to, like, yeah, I dig all that stuff. I like that stuff, right? But before we do need something in place before then. We do need something just to ensure the smooth functioning of society. It's like, you know, Jehu says dumb shit. He's like, we should just abolish Social Security. And it's like, look, under the assumption that we replace it with something else, yes, but he doesn't believe we replace it with anything else. So ask him, like, who's going to actually pay the bills of the elderly?
What was the growing new philosophy that you mentioned on Twitter?
French store, the neo-Hegelian stuff. Listen, you just ask Jehu a simple question. Hey, Jehu, when all the old people don't have Social Security, like, how do they eat? Who feeds them? Are you going to feed them? And he won't answer you. And I am all about replacing the state and simplifying it. But what I am not about is this irresponsible bullshit of just saying, if we just abolish everything now, everything will just magically sort itself out without us taking responsibility in any way for the necessities of a modern society. That's what I don't fuck with. You need to be responsible. Like, sure, abolish the state machine, but abolish the bureaucracy. Sure, I'm totally on board with it. But also be responsible for the very necessary tasks that the state used to perform. Because at the end of the day, somebody has to pave the fucking roads. Somebody's got to fucking enforce our borders. Somebody's got to fucking make sure that old people don't fucking die of freezing to death because they don't have a roof over their fucking head. Somebody's got to fucking make sure that there's ambulances and there's basic shit that we need. And somebody has to make sure that cars abide by a universal common safety standard and that airplanes abide by a fucking safety standard. And somebody's got to make sure that the food on our shelves isn't poisoning and killing us. Thank you so much, Chris.
Aspects of Jehu's eschatology is that it ends with embracing the dollar, the ultimate unresolved contradiction. American imperialism will become
Dude, you just have to literally Peter Griffin philosopher at him and ask him, okay, how? How will it become communism? And he doesn't have an answer. He promises that it will, but he can't tell you how. So how do you know? Well, because definitionally, this is the definition of communism. Well, then shove your definition up your fucking ass, because it concretely makes us none the wiser in relation to the practical necessities and realities. Because you know what? I kind of fumbled the Tim Pool question about intellectual property because I talked about blockchain and stuff, and while I stand by everything I said, I should have just been simple and been like, if people want you to continue to producing content, they will patronize you themselves, right? But I got confused because I didn't have any sleep, and I thought he was asking about, like, you know, how do we make sure that people will know it's mine? And that's why I talked about signatures and shit, right? But by that same token, when people ask, how do we eat food? And you just say, well, people just fend for themselves. That's not an answer. See, ask me how we eat food. I'd be like, how do we eat food? I would say, the systems that work, that are necessary, will be kept in place, and they will be replaced gradually according to experimentation, and whatever works will take over, and we'll have a transition. We will oversee a transition, right? Like, that's how I would say it. I'm not here irresponsibly saying we're going to throw old people out on the street with nothing. Because he believes that we should abolish the state immediately. I'm sorry, it's so retarded. He thinks that right now, overnight, class antagonisms and national differences will just disappear. Overnight. And somehow everything's going to work itself out, regardless of the responsibility and participation by human beings. Somehow, magically, everything will turn out fine. Dude, it's so simple. He's like, we need to abolish work. And I'm like, then how will anything function? And he's like, well, it'll be communism. What? What the fuck do you mean? It's so fucking stupid. Like, okay, who's gonna go to a fucking nuclear power plant and make sure it doesn't melt down? Who's gonna do that? Oh, it'll just be communism. That's not an answer. That's not a fucking answer. So yes, and okay, that's just the dumb shit on the surface, he says. Everything he says about Marxist capital is bullshit, and it's a colossal waste of time to take any part of it seriously. Jehu claims that what's keeping the system of capitalism in its entirety going is superfluous labor. According to Jehu's logic, Saudi Arabia has all the money that it does because of how hard the Saudis work, because they're so hardworking in Saudi Arabia. Because Saudi Arabians are working a 40-hour week, that's where all the wealth of Saudi Arabia comes from. He literally wants us to believe that. His retarded Marxoid, which he gets from disgusting faggots like Moishe Postone and Heinrich Grossman, who both deserve to be taken out back in the shed and shot in the face and beaten to death with a shovel and then buried. He tells us nothing about how real estate speculation works. He tells us nothing about how the energy economy works and how international oil prices impact the entirety of the economy. He tells us nothing about the supply chains of chip manufacturing and the relation that poses in the creation of modern surpluses and profits. He tells us nothing about ecological economics, which is a decisive factor in how the world economy operates today, specifically in the form of energy. He tells us nothing about how anything works. He literally thinks that the key to everything is how much hours people work. When the truth is, the amount of hours that people work in the U.S. and the world only has significance as a clerical significance. It has no more significance than how much we drive our cars, or how much we use AC, or how much we consume energy in other ways. There is no privileged significance whatsoever of a fucking barista sitting in Starbucks with their thumb in their ass and getting paid wages to do nothing. There's no significance to it. It literally means nothing. There is no, except in the words of Nick Land, there is no ontological significance to labor. Now, I mean to say labor in the outdated form of wage labor. There's no privileged significance of it. If we understand labor to just mean wage labor, it has ceased to possess any fundamental significance for any modern economy. It's not the source of where value is produced. And if you think that, you're a retard. Jehu claims, get this, guys, Jehu claims that the true value of labor today is like $5,000 an hour. Because since we got off the gold standard, all the inflation that we've experienced since then is a deviation of the true value of commodities. So he straight up thinks a 75-inch plasma screen TV is like 50 cents. He doesn't think any of the prices in our economy at all have any real material basis. And look, I'm not dogmatic. I understand the wild fluctuations. I understand there's a lot of things in our economy whose prices are bullshit, right? Diamonds are one of them. But if you think that all economic laws have been suspended because of fiat money, you're a fucking delusional retard and nothing you say should be taken seriously. Of course, basic concrete considerations, such as energy, such as the amount of labor expended even, such as the time it takes to produce things, such as the resources and the cost of the extraction of resources. These things do play a role in economics, a very important role. It's literally what economics means. Like, economies do have a fucking basis in reality, you know? Like, he takes everything for granted. He thinks like a child. He thinks that a fucking smartphone costs nothing to make. He thinks we don't have to dig anything into the earth. There aren't any rare minerals or resources to do it. There's no fucking kids in mines in Africa who are necessary to do. He doesn't, and none of that matters to him. Everything falls out of the sky, and we're all working overtime, and there's no significance to any of it. Now, are we overworked? Yes, but that's a political issue, not an economic one. What do I mean by that? It means the reason I want to reduce labor hours is not because I think it's some diabolical genius plan to abolish capitalism, but because I think people should be able to spend more time doing things that matter to them instead of wasting their time. You know, like for me, it's like, oh, I want to reduce the workday because I don't think from the perspective of use value, it's necessary that people have to work so long. And also, it's nice for people to have more free time. But don't get confused by the free time slogan. That's not what Jehu means. What Jehu means by free time is that all communism is free time. First of all, that's what he claims. Second of all, he claims that that free time is the key. It's the most genius diabolical strategy to leapfrog and abolish capitalism right now and skip the necessity of having any state, any stage of socialism, any development of the productive forces. As long as we stay at home and don't go to work, all problems will be solved. And that's not true. That's just a general strike, which gives a population negotiating power and leverage. I agree, general strikes are very effective. But that is not, there's no specific unique mechanism. Even in feudalism, a general strike is effective. It's not like some diabolical genius plan to abolish the value form or something, you know? And again, if you want to understand the retardation of Jehuism, ask them basic questions. How do we put out fires? How do old people eat food? How do we ensure that airplanes conform to safety regulations? Just simple questions. Just ask simple shit. Like, literally ask simple shit. Ask simple questions, they won't have an answer, I promise. Like, okay, how do I keep the electricity going? Like, where does electricity come from? Like, you know what? 0 hours, you fucking faggot. For all the shit you talk, for all the fucking shit you talk, I want you to answer very fucking simply where food will come from and how old people will eat. You fucking retard. Can't even answer simple questions. And do you think Saudi Arabia has so much money because of how hardworking they are? Please tell me that one too. Tell me Saudi Arabia is so rich because of how much they work. All of Saudi Arabia's profits are because of how hardworking they are. That's what they think. Dude, they're psychotic. It's literally, can I tell you guys, Jehuism is a psychotic form of delusion. No, communism is not free time and nothing else. Yes, it will be part of communism that we will have to work in survival mode sometimes. If a big fucking meteor comes and wipes off the planet, we need to immediately mobilize a fucking reserve army to have fucking disaster relief. And that too is communism. And no, it's not free time sitting on your ass twiddling your thumbs. Jehuite and show Q. Beautiful. Free the time. Perfect. Hello. Hello. Speak. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Hello. Yeah.
Can you really not hear me or no?
I can hear you now. What's going on?
Oh yeah, it's very simple. You grow food and you raise goats.
Okay. So how do you scale that up to a fucking society where there's not even enough arable fucking land for that to be possible?
One, you do what Trofim Lysenko did, and he made better means of agriculture.
Okay,
and
how?
Two,
who does this? Who does this?
Who does this? Botanists at universities.
Why would they do this?
Why would they do this?
Yeah.
Because they have enough. It's not because you have to understand a lot of these people were not necessarily incentivized to do so. They do so because one, they're interested. Two, they have a responsibility to do so.
But responsibility based on what?
responsibility based on their needs of being, their existence.
So because of the moral beneficence of people,
let me get to my
everything will sort itself out. Well, how will it get organized at scale, even if this altruism exists? What authority is going to guarantee the organization will work at a level of scale?
Men on pickup trucks.
Okay, so General Butt Naked is guarding the fucking, the arable land in Minnesota, and if you don't get a hold of that arable land, everyone in Minnesota starves and dies. How do you deal with General Butt Naked?
Well, it's in the Communist Manifesto, and they said that they are going to integrate the city and the countryside. So that means that,
what does that mean concretely?
What that means concretely, I'll explain. It means is that we're going to move.
Okay, I'll explain to you what it means concretely. It means prison gangs take over the fucking country because they're the only actually organized force that exists right now that will be able to organize people when the fucking state collapses, and it'll be a fucking savage warlord era where the strong will eat the weak, women and children will be slaughtered and die. It'll be fucking Liberia. That's what it will be. You want to know what Jehu's communism looks like? Look at Liberia in the 1990s. I'm sorry, this Malay shit, it's gone too far, okay? And Jehu's a Zionist. They're all Zionists. Malay? Javier Milei is going to bring us communism. Shut the fuck up. Sick of hearing it. I'm sick of fucking hearing it. I'm so sick of it. You guys know that piece of shit 0 Hours? That literal piece of shit is a full-time wrecker now? And his whole blog is dedicated to shitting on us? And he literally goes in the comments and he literally is just a wrecker. No, his version of communism is wrecking infrared. And he doesn't debate. Does everything in his power to shit on everything we do. What a contemptible scumbag. What a literal lowlife. If I died tomorrow, God forbid, if infrared never came to be, what the fuck would that guy be doing? He'd have no purpose in life. He might off himself.
Not many people know this, but Jehu came from a Maoist background. He was one of Lin Wells' followers out of LA back in the 70s. Somehow this ended up in Postonite labor abolition.
I swear Moishi Postone would have been sent to a gulag under communism. He is a Trotskyite piece of shit. And Postone's a huge Zionist, by the way. Huge. Dude, if I didn't exist, these people would have nothing. But for them, communism means annoying the shit out of us and spreading retardation. Guys, let's take an L. Jehu set us back 1 year. Because of Jehu, all of the creative impulses in this community to understand economics in the 21st century was stifled. Because everybody in the community just kept saying, free time, free time, free time. And that's it. Instead of understanding anything about how economics works, everybody just kept bullshitting for a fucking year. Because this Jehu nonsense. So I'm fully cutting the cancer out now. Let's get to fucking work actually building Marxism in the 21st century. I'm sick of this stupid cop-out laziness. You know? And I'm very close to banning it entirely in IGG. Straight up banning the whole fucking thing. I'm straight up banning. And that doesn't mean I believe in LaRoucheism. It means I fucking believe in Marxism. Marxism, Leninism. Without Lenin, shove it up your fucking ass. I'm a Leninist. Marxism without Leninism is Zionism. Period. They're all Zionists. Adorno, Horkheimer, the Frankfurt School, Postone, all of them. All of them were Zionists. All these Trotskyites, neocons. It's Marxism, Leninism, or it's Zionism. There's no Marxism without Lenin that is not corrupted with imperialist filth, corruption, degradation, stupidity, and Philistinism. Yeah, it's the anti-Germans. You know what the anti-Germans in Germany? That's what Marxism looks like without Leninism in the West. The anti-Germans, the most disgraceful, scummy, fascist neo-Nazi group. The anti-Germans are worse than German skinheads. May they all burn in hell. I hope Sarah Wagenknecht comes to power in Germany and becomes a Prussian militarist dictator. I'm sick of German self-cookery because of the British appointed Nazis. Listen to what Stalin said. The Nazis were not German nationalists. They were not true German nationalists. I am pro-German. I am a pro-German Marxist. Prussian authoritarian Marxist-Leninist. Hegel. The anti-Germans, labor camp, gulag, destroy them. They're Nazis, they're fascists, and they all become neo-Nazis because of the Islam thing. Because of the brown Islamo-fascists. Brown Islamo-fascism is threatening true communism. Therefore, we need to adopt Adolf Hitler and have racial supremacism of Western civilization. Shove it up your fucking ass. Angloid retards. Traitors to Germany. Exactly. Ernest Thälmann was a real German patriot, not gay Hitler. The anti-Deutsch. Bunch of freaks. East German Stasi third worldism is based. We are German third worldists. Continental Germany, Telluric continental Germany, alongside the third world hordes besieging world imperialism. This is what we believe. The Stasi arming the ANC and communists in Angola. That's what we believe. Our German Stasi liaisons collaborating with us hand in hand in struggle to destroy the City of London and Wall Street. That's what we believe. We are East Germans. The anti-Deutsch are Hitlerites. Anyway, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. But I'm not going to fucking waste time with literal short bus retards on Twitter who deserve death for their stupidity. They deserve death for their stupidity. And if I'm not allowed to take a samurai sword and fucking behead you for being a fucking retard, I'm going to block you, faggot. So that's my policy. I block. And be lucky I block. Because if I was a maniac, I'd be running around with a samurai sword, delivering justice as demanded by the honor of humanity and the necessities of the collective intelligence of mankind. You know, I'd be doing a service to the world if I was a fucking maniac. So I just block, bitch. Go get a fucking life. Y'all don't fuck them IDF bitches you put on TikTok. You just throw them out there like pieces of meat for Indian men to oogle at. That's what y'all do, huh? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Full support. So you got to earn respect in this world. Don't be ashamed of who I am. What the fuck is that, man? Be Indian and proud. Or whatever ethnicity you are. I don't know if y'all want to do a balkanization and then you reunite under new terms. Sounds like it'd be a good idea, honestly. But, I don't know. You know, I'm not an expert. But just be proud of who you are, you know? And I make fun of Indians. Y'all make fun of... You can make fun of Arabs. I'm not attacking Hinduism. I don't attack religion. But I'm saying do it. Like, we all make fun... We're all brown here. We all make fun of each other. No problem. Maduro is the only one I respect. The only leader I respect in the Americas. AMLO too, a little bit. And, you know, fine, Cuba too. But that's it. Just them three. Okay, fine. Okay, Ortega. Daniel Ortega too. All right. Okay, Evo Morales too. All right. Hey, look at this fucking faggot retard. Who are you speaking of to hear? Oh, no! He knows my actually totally real name. But if you find out it isn't my real name, will you kill yourself? You know, will you do that? Because you're a fucking retarded faggot. I'm going to go on a blocking spree. By the way, if I ever block you, it means I want you to kill yourself. I want everyone to know that. Thought to me is a form of violence, just like smashing a hammer against the pavement is. They just lack that violence, you know? What are your thoughts on the Destiny Molina drama? Oh, you know, I prepared a whole book that I just... Let me see. So here's what I have written down for the drama that you're talking about. Basically, it's like, I don't give a fuck. What do I look like? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think this is? Kai Cenat talked about how, like, when he was 11, he would put the controller in his pants at the GTA 5 strip club. And I'm like, yeah, like, when you're 11. I was, like, 12 when GTA came out. GTA 4 came out. I don't know. Anyway, I mean, but what I will tell you is, like, I'm not even going to say shit. I'm just going to say them birds in Mortal Kombat, them females in Mortal Kombat, shit was going on. Mortal Kombat for the PS2. I ain't know what was going on, but something was going on, all right? Why is it muted? This one.
Und stößt auf Stahnsdorf vor. Der Feind operiert jetzt am nördlichen Stadtrand zwischen Frohnau und Pankow und im Osten ist der Feind bis zur Linie Lichtenberg-Marsdorf-Karlshorst gelangt.
Mit dem Angriff Steiners wird das alles in Ordnung kommen.
Mein Führer, Steiner konnte nicht genügend Kräfte für einen Angriff massieren. Der Angriff Steiner ist nicht erfolgt.
Oh my God, what is this?
Es bleiben im Raum Keitel, Jodel,
Pavlu.
Krebs und Butter.
Ben Shapiro is with them. That's crazy. He's with Hitler. Unbelievable.
Das war ein Befehl! Der Angriff Steiners war ein Befehl! Wer schickt sie? Das hier ist Mord! So weit ist das also gekommen. Das Militär hat mich belogen! Jeder hat mich belogen, sogar die SS! Die gesamte Generalität ist nichts weiter als ein Haufen niederträchtiger, treuloser Feiglinge!
Infrared. True.
Ich kann nicht zulassen, dass die Soldaten, die für Sie verbringen...
Nicht Feiglinge! Verreiter, Versager!
Mein Führer, was Sie da sagen, ist ungeheuerlich.
Die Generalität ist das Geschmeiß des deutschen Volkes. Sie ist ohne Ehre. Sie nennen sich Generale, weil Sie Jahre auf Militärakademie zugebracht haben, nur um zu lernen, wie man Messer und Gabel hält.
Oh my god. There's too many inside jokes in this, straight up.
Jahrelang ist das Militär meine Aktionen nur behindert. Es hat mich jeden nur als westlichen Widerstand in den Weg gelegt. Ich halte es gut.
What? Oh my god.
Angetan. Von Jahren alle höheren Offiziere registrieren zu lassen, wie Stalin!
Oh god, it was timed perfectly.
Ich war nie auf einer Akademie. Und doch habe ich allein auf mich gestellt.
What the fuck is that? It's literally timed.
Ganz Europa erobert.
Oh my god.
Von allem Anfang an bin ich so verraten und betrogen worden. Es wurde ein ungeheurer Verrat geübt am deutschen Volke. Aber alle diese Verräter werden bezahlen. Mit ihrem eigenen Blut werden sie bezahlen. Sie werden es saufen in ihrem eigenen Blut.
Oh my god.
Bitte gerne. Jetzt beruhig dich doch.
Befehle sind in den Wind gesprochen.
What?
Es ist unmöglich, unter diesen Umständen zu führen. Es ist aus. Der Krieg ist verloren.
There's too many inside jokes in this. Imagine a random person seeing this video. Oh my god.
Aber wenn Sie, meine Herren, glauben, dass ich deswegen Berlin verlasse, irren Sie sich gewaltig. Der jagt ich mir eine Kugel durch den Kopf. Tun Sie, was Sie wollen.
Alright. Oh my god. My life is like a video. Why are gamers so, like, why is it such a big thing? Every single player GTA game, there's cheats. That's why I like San Andreas, by the way, because you could just spawn an airplane wherever the fuck you wanted and do 9/11. Which is crazy because I'm saying all of this talking about wasting time. But Death Stranding seems like it wastes the most amount of your time. You literally have to walk long distances carrying huge packages. So it's like, why didn't I cheat in Death Stranding? Well, I'll tell you why, okay? Because I feel like Death Stranding was so honest about the nature of what a video game was, and it aestheticized the grinding process. It was like, Death Stranding told you to grind in a way, but it was like very honest and sincere about what you were doing. And for some reason, I found that very calming. I found that very beautiful. And I found that very enjoyable. I found it very enjoyable just walking across a mountain carrying these giant boxes, because I was just like, this is really what I'm doing this is what every game asks me to do, but this game is making it enjoyable because it's being honest about what it is. Like, yeah, you're just a mule carrying one A to B for no fucking reason. You know what I mean? And I found that very satisfying. I found Death Stranding an extremely satisfying game. And that's coming from someone who likes cheating in every game. And if I had the option to cheat in Death Stranding, I straight up wouldn't. And it's the only game where I have that feeling. Like, I don't want to cheat in Death Stranding because the base game is just enough for me. Like, I actually want to go through this. I've thought Death Stranding was a very beautiful world, you know? And you know why Death Stranding is such a great game? Because it's honestly not... Actually, I can't say this, dude, because, like, some of the bosses were actually fucking hard and challenging. But I don't know. I don't know. I really love the Death Stranding parts where you're just, like, walking around from point A to point B. I didn't like the boss battles too much, but here's the thing. Every time I won a boss battle in Death Stranding, it was fucking satisfying. Because it's like, I won, now I get to keep walking and doing nothing. And I'm like, that's actually pretty fun, right? I don't know. I wouldn't play the truck simulator. I think Death Stranding was the only exception. That's why I said Death Stranding is the only video game I actually respect and like. Probably. It's the only one I respect and I like. Bloodborne comes as a close second. And then there's other games I like as well. But like even GTA 4, I kind of look at it with rose-tinted glasses probably. I didn't play any of the Batman Arkham games. I didn't play any of those. I just think Death Stranding takes the cake for the best game ever, probably. GTA 4 is a good game, but I don't know how much of that is just like nostalgia or whatever. Childhood shit. But like I find it interesting how like pretentious gamers are. But nobody appreciates Death Stranding. Everybody's like talking about fucking God of War. First of all, who gives a fucking shit about God of War? Oh, it's so deep because there's these slows. Shut up. Who gives a fuck about that? I never played Metal Gear Solid games. And then fucking Spider-Man for PS5. I'm like, I don't really give a shit about Spider. Yeah, he's swinging webs. Like, what am I, 5 years old? I'm never going to play that. No, God of War, the old ones... okay, but the new ones, the new God of War games, it's like they're so like serious over what? It's like stupid. And all like the memes, I am Kratos. Dude, there's something so like normie about Sony fans, which is kind of obnoxious. There's something obnoxiously normie about fuck, and I don't never use normie as an insult, but I straight up feel like Sony fans are like NPCs, the most obnoxious. Free fam, FR fam. Shut the fuck up, you fucking NPC. You have a single original thought in your fucking head? None. Stupid ass games.
Thing that is targeting children in America. It's bad enough that
I mean, it is. You know what? Like, this is why I'm glad we just like stirred the pot, because now they have to argue with themselves. Because every time, this is always what I see someone being like, but wait a minute, it's rated M. And then some other NPC who has not even from our community goes, well, you know it's kids playing those games. Look at the GTA. And like they start arguing and shit, and we just step back and let it all burn. Yeah! This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. We got to get the brown one. This is our mascot, Geodude Communista. We are Geodude Communists. This is going to be the symbol of the future American power. We're gonna rise up from the Rocky Mountains, just all them boulders and rocks just blasted out the surface. We're gonna come out like this. All the libtards will tremble, literally tremble in a seismic explosion. All right? Let this inspire you aesthetically and spiritually. Yesterday, Not good enough, all right? It's been too long. We're going to be doing these streams. Keep in mind, I'm cooking. So, you know, you can't expect them every day. But I'm going to be finished this week. And if I'm not finished this week, literally come find me and kill me.
So why does society frown upon that then?
I would say there's a lot of men that have their children and always want to view them as their little girl, but they're not. The biblical verse is that when a man or a woman becomes of age.
Ah, wait. That, okay, what?
Age, you leave your parents, and now you're an adult to choose to cling to somebody else, to become one. That's what sex.
That's not in the Bible at all. The Bible says you stay with your parents until you fucking get married. What do you mean? What is this thing? Why are you getting this from the Bible? Can I ask a question? I do want to critique one thing about American culture, prevailing American culture. Why is it considered abnormal to live with your parents when you're not married? If you're not married, stay with your parents. Save money. I know I'm saying that as I'm a huge hypocrite, but I yell all the time and I have a whole thing going. If it wasn't for the type of work that I do, I would live with my parents. And like, dude, why not? Living with your parents is awesome. That's actually so cool. Free food, you don't have to pay rent. Because you got to move out of your parents' house, right? Why? Where is that written? Where is it written you have to move out of your parents' house? Do it when you get married and you start your own household. Until then, why should you have to move out? No, I do get the thing of leeching off of your parents. You definitely should have a job and contribute. How do these guys get away with this? How does the Arab world let this happen? I don't understand. Dudes be doing anything for pussy nowadays. Straight up. Dudes be doing anything for pussy nowadays. This is a whole new level. Oh my God, what is this? Israel was like, yeah, we're just going to send this prostitute over and hopefully get this disgusting Arab pervert to sing for us in exchange for pussy.
Harvard's Cambridge campus today as fallout continues for the heads of the elite universities who failed to outright condemn calls for genocide, against
What? Jewicide? Is it just a new word?
Jewish people. Watch this.
Fuck Harvard, dude. You know what? Fuck Harvard and fuck every college. How about that? Fuck all the colleges. Oh my God, my college isn't pro-Zionist enough. Like, you know what? Pol Pot. That's all I have to say. I'll go to Harvard. I'll go to their fucking men's bathroom, and I will have a diarrhea tsunami disaster in the bathroom. And I'll put up a sign saying, if any janitor comes in here, I, as a trans, disabled, whatever, am a victim of something. And that way, it's just going to stay there. You know what? Or forget about that. This is what you can do, all right? This is what you can do. Go to Harvard, go to their toilets in the men's bathroom, open the toilet tank, just shit in it. Shit in the toilet tank. The smell will be odious. Something will feel off, and it'll just be really bad. No one will know where it comes from for months. For months. This is praxis. Harvard praxis. Well, find out if it's legal first. But if it's legal, then do it. If it's legal, then you can do it. It's in your right. It's within your rights. Go to the Harvard... the Harvard men's bathroom. And you have to do it, you have to get like a group and do it to every single men's bathroom. You shit in the toilet tanks of every single one. Because fuck college, fuck these prestigious college, pretentious, bitch-ass little kids that think they're better. I went to Harvard, and you're still a fucking retard. Oh, you got good grades. Yeah, it's a good job. Nobody gives a fuck. I studied. Well, I read Hegel, you fucking bitch. I studied and I got good grades. Oh, yeah? Well, I fucking mastered Lacanian psychoanalysis, so suck my cock, you fucking retard.
But my intentions are good. I'm not interested in that because you can name any Holocaust or any atrocity in history. The people didn't think they were the bad guys. They often thought they were the good guys. And I guess the easy way to look at life is...
I think the Nazis were like the closest in history to where they were like, they didn't really think of themselves as the good guys. Sure, they had propaganda and they said they were, but like those, you know, like the SS with them skulls, and they knew they were bad. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like they didn't really think they were the good guys. I felt like they were like, yeah, we are the bad guys. We are the villains. You know what I mean? Like, they had them skulls and shit. There's no way they were... You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh, God, it's so loud. We have to stop this. So this is... Apparently, this is Poland. This is Reddit Poland. Let's see. He's so pressed.
Panie pośle, co pan robi? Panie pośle, co pan robi?
So, my thoughts on this. It's just, based Poland, extinguishing a menorah, while simultaneously funding Israel, based Poland. That's really what's going on here. I mean, Poland's being Poland. They're like we're totally not Nazis. They're totally not pro-Nazi in Poland. Yeah. You know, I don't know. Poland's like, we were victims of dual totalitarianism. The Soviets and the Nazis invaded us. And we really condemn Nazism. Really, you obviously do, Poland. Poland is ending wokeness. They're ending wokeness. It's just funny because it's actually not even the official stance of the Polish state. It's just one crazy deranged guy. It's oh my god. You know, on the one hand, it's like I could never imagine them displaying any Islamic anything. Although Jews do have more of a history in Poland, so I'll grant it that. Jews are definitely more native to Poland than Muslims are. So there's also that, but yeah, I'm just trying to put this into perspective, you know? And it's like, let me tell you guys something. Here's the truth. If you're an anti-Zionist, then I don't necessarily, I mean, we're not Poles, so it's none of our fucking business. It's got nothing to do with us. But if you're an anti-Zionist, I don't really think you should be dying on the hill that Jews should not be welcome in Poland. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of making the Zionist case for them, you know? You're kind of like saying, like, oh yeah, there's, like, here's the truth. Poland is a historical Jewish homeland. Yeah, it is. Straight up, it is. Like, they lived there for hundreds of years, if not more, right? There's half a millennia at least, right? And, you know, that Poland is where the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising happened. That was literally like an intifada, like in Gaza and shit, you know? So if I'm going to be honest about my thoughts, you know, I mean, it's definitely funny. Like, it's just because it's so silly, but it's like, it's just so unhinged. He's like, what is? Like, it's just funny because you know the End Wokeness account will never post this. All right. Yeah, no, the music is oh yeah, he's blasting her. First of all, it's just funny because it's so dramatic. Like, why did you need to use? He needed to use a fire extinguisher. Like, the whole building was being burned down. By the way, guys, MAGA communism is going to start being a thing. Like, the meme is already out there. The hyperstition worked. And I like how you guys are in the trenches still. But I'm personally not going to... I'm not gonna like... My work is done. You know what I mean? My work is done. Like, look at this. This is starting... The property question is starting to seep into MAGA. And I've seen this happen more than once. I think one of the first times is when Ian Miles Cheong, he pointed it out, because Trump shared this video on Truth Social of a black rapper talking about the poisons of capitalism, right? And then there's just other things I keep seeing which show that MAGA is starting to question the property question, like either directly or indirectly. And that's creating an entire dynamic where other right-wingers are being like, no, that's communist. And, you know, like a lot of people, this is what happened with Oliver Anthony too. People like to say, oh, Oliver Anthony is not based. But it's like, yeah, but he doesn't matter personally. He was a sign that the property question was becoming relevant to MAGA. You know what I'm saying? And like now you have accounts saying things like this, the Trump train. This is not a MAGA communist. They have nothing to do with us. And this is just slowly but surely starting to be a thing. And then when you look at Trump's plans like Quantum Leap and things like that, I mean, yes, there's going to... Mark my words, it's going to just fucking happen. And I'm glad you guys appreciate people like me and Jackson who saw it coming. And also Logo should get credit too. So libertarians are upset by it, but there's also literal liberals being like, you're freaking communist. We knew it. You're communist. The conservative case for the Great Leap Forward. Damn. Like, all these cucks are this is dude, let me tell you what MAGA communism was about. Like, yes, I get it. All of these conservative influencers and talking heads don't like us. They don't like MAGA communism. They're really big into the Black Book of Communism and the John Birch Society. But you want to know who MAGA communism was for? The 19,000 anonymous people who like this. Ordinary people. Not influencers, not ideologists, just ordinary, regular Trump-sympathetic people who see this and their gut feeling is, yes, turn it over to local American farmers. Suez! I see you, Suez. Oh, gee, Suez. Let's go. This is who it was for. MAGA communism was not about winning over, let's see, Eric Suarez. Wasn't about winning over him. Look at him. Latin American politics. He's a Venezuelan tether. International relations. He's got glasses. And he's an ideologist, right? It was never about winning that guy over. It was never about winning over these ideologists. It was about winning over the 19,000 otherwise apolitical Trump-sympathetic people who are not too invested ideologically, who naturally respond to this, saying yes, there should be a redistribution of farmland to the local farmer. No, Bill Gates shouldn't be able to hoard so much farmland, And that's just their gut feeling, right? I mean, MAGA, the reason I never overemphasize MAGA communism, because it's not an ideology. It's just a wake-up call. Like, yeah, you want to know where communism is going to come from? It's not the only place it's going to come from, but it's going to be a big part of it, 100%. Camp Ariel Sharon, also called, this camp is majorly used for training new Zionist soldiers and to develop new weaponry technology. Your mission is to infiltrate the school, destroy the satellite grounds, find the blueprints, and kill all the Zionist soldiers. Find the C4 explosives, destroy satellite ground stations. All right, let's do it. We're watching the cutscene. Yeah, paragliders! Look at that sword. Oh shit! What, can I stealth? I have bullet time. Oh, bullet time! That's so cool. Do I have any weapons? Can I pick this weapon up? Alright, I don't know what the controls are. Alright. Apparently I'm supposed to do stealth. That's not gonna work. Can we get in the vehicle? Ah! I have grenades. How do I throw them? Okay, I know how to. Oh yeah, okay. I need a fucking health though. Can I pick this gun up? Oh, I can run. How do I do the bullet time again? I'm a speed demon. I want to get the sword. How do I use the sword? Yeah! Where's the sword? Fuck, hold on. What was the button for bullet time? Okay, C is crouch. I got it. What was the bullet time button? Alright, I don't fucking remember. Maybe I have a limited amount of it. Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I go very fast. I like this game because I go fast. Guys, this game is not even bad. It's actually pretty fun. This is is like the same shit as Call of Duty. Alright. Okay, hold on. Bullet time, okay. 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 And bullet time, okay. Okay. Alright. Is there melee? Oh, there is a stealth kill. It's V. Alright, I got you. Ah!
فلسطين عربية كانت وستبقى.
Alright. Can I escape them? Like they forget about me? Do I have? There's 47 left. This is not an easy game. Alright. I want to be able to, I can pick up guns. Alright, got it. Got it, got it. This is what I needed. I needed one of these guns. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. I have to get into first person again. First person. What's the first person button? Because there was a first person. Change camera. Okay, I got it. Tab. Okay, now we rolling. Alright, now this is what I needed. Okay. This is what I needed. Okay, we good, alright? See, I just needed to know how to fucking do some basic stuff. And then my health regenerates over time, so we're good, actually. This is not a bad game. It's pretty, like, difficult. Do I shoot this? Alright, I don't want to waste bullets. What the fuck? This is the hardest boss of all time! Alright, he wins. Is this game just made for Arabs? Because I find it very simple. I find it like the controls, it's just like everything else is too extra. I just like this. I love the controls for this, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, we need to go scavenge some ammo. We're like almost out of ammo. We gotta get some ammo. Holy shit. Alright, we fully reloaded. Alright. Who the fuck is shooting at me? I love it. Is anybody in here? Nobody. Okay, what do I gotta do here? Interact. You need to find a C4 explosive. Okay.
Allahu Akbar.
Alright. I suck at this, I don't know why. Wait, how many soldiers are left? Yeah!
اخرج من بلدي.
Who the fuck is shooting at me? No! 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 I have to heal. 33! I gotta heal. Oh shit.
في منتصف الجبهة.
Oh no. Whoa!
اخرج من بلدي يا صهيوني.
I literally got a heal. Headshots heal, got it. Are there any more weapons than this? Doesn't Hezbollah have a game too? It's like based on Far Cry. It's based on like Far Cry 1. Is there a way I can play that game? Oh my god, where is that coming from? Headshot? That headshot didn't heal me. There's way too many enemies, let's be real. Alright. Is he dead? Got him. Target down. Nah, you can't see me. You can't see me. I'm swerving. There needs to be like a slurp juice or something. What is it called in Fortnite? There needs to be like some fucking Minecraft mutton chops but halal. There needs to be some Minecraft beef. Something. It's kind of bullshit to wait so long to heal. Come on! Alright, have a grenade. It actually reaches that far. Alright, let's see. Oh, there's a guy. He doesn't see me. Now he does. What the fuck? This guy, where are you running?
لن أغفر لكم. اخرج من بلدي يا صهيوني. الموت للصهاينة. في منتصف الجبهة عاصمة فلسطين.
That guy was an easy target. 18 left. I think we're doing pretty good, guys. We're doing pretty good. We might win this. This guy. Oh, God. My bad. Yeah, this is bullshit. How is he protected by that? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, God, this is horrible. So he's just protected. Oh, I got him. Alright. Alright, we're just gonna go kill this guy. I'm sick of this fucking nonsense. What? He's not even, he's not even anywhere to be found. This guy's invincible. What is... I hate... You know what? This is really frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. There we go. Got him. Alright. Alright. So, God, this is like... a lot of work. It's kind of smart what I'm doing, right? Like, I'm taking them all down first, And then we'll go do the quest uninterrupted without any problems. Anyone in here? There's got to be some people over here. I haven't been here. Anyone here? Okay, there's some guy up here. Oh god. Got this guy. Oh, there's got to be a ton of people in here. Right? Oh, we're already in here. Okay. Is there an upstairs? There is, but I can't get there. How do I get up there? Oh God! Stop it! 10 left. Victory Royale. God damn, man. Guys, I had a long day. Writing very deep philosophy stuff. This is kind of nice relief. What the fuck? I can fly? Wait, what was that? Did you guys see that? Yeah. What is this? I can fly. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. This is crazy parkour. Alright, we'll just go up the stairs. Very based. Very based. Alright, let's continue. Let's continue. Oh, I could double jump. That's nice. I could double jump. I didn't know that. Nothing here of any importance. Got it. Alright, I'm at this point, like, I'm looking for them. They're not even... This is literally October 7th all over again. Alright, let's find out what's going on. Anybody up here? Where is everyone? Oh, wow. It'd be nice if there was like a... Oh, is there a guy up here? No. Anybody in here? Knock, knock. Thank you. Alright, 7 are left, and that's kind of frustrating. If I'm not... Got this. What's a super kill? What's a super kill? Somebody's got to be done. When you hear noises, there's 5.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
The flying is really good.
Allahu Akbar.
I actually like this game. It's not half bad. Keeps you occupied. It's not the most fun having to track down the NPCs, but it's just very smooth gameplay. You know, it's like most games are just, I like how it's fast. I really like the fast thing. If I was slow, this would be really bad. Oh, I can get in here. Oh, I can get in.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
You gotta do it. We gotta parkour it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on.
Allahu Akbar.
Look at that. Look at that. Hello. Oh, I got an AK now. Where did I get the AK? Excuse me. Woo! I got an AK, my favorite gun. I didn't know that. You can have AKs. Okay. This is Ariel Sharon, or is it not? Can't really see. Because it's called the Ariel Sharon base. This is the eye patch guy. I forgot his name. Okay. They should have put something in here as an objective, because it was honestly not easy getting in here. Oh, there was a stairs the whole time! I just didn't fucking see it! Wow! And where did I get this AK? Alright. I kind of understand this game now. I've got to go all the way back here. And there's a, something in here for me. Excuse me. We got the C4. There's one guy left. Holy shit. The last guy is where? Where's the last guy? I've been this whole map. I know this. I've been throughout this whole map.
Allahu Akbar.
This is the AK-74, right? You can tell by the magazine. 5.56 rounds, right? We got that one.
Allahu Akbar.
So there's something called a super kill. I don't know what that is. Apparently there's... Alright, got him. Alright, I got everything, right? No? What do I need to do, man? Something is going on in here. There's another guy in here? -1 left. It's not very helpful. Alright. I am not sure what is going on. Oh, this game is free. I forgot that. That's something to keep in mind, definitely. Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. All right, is this it? What do I do? There's, you know what I mean? Like what? Okay, press X. Find 6. Bahad 6 secret base key card. Can you guys just tell me where it is? Where's the secret base key card? Can you just tell me where it is?
Allahu Akbar.
You know, I just fucking can't, man. I gotta find a key card. Can you give me a hint about where it is? Gotta be up here, right? Yeah, it is. I knew it. Alright, cool. So we did it. We did it. We finished everything. الله أكبر!
الحمد لله لقد انتهيت منهم.
We did it. Wait, now what?
Allahu Akbar.
What do you? That's it? I understand it's a demo, but do I wait for a cutscene or no? There's actually a quote unquote Israeli ship passing through the strait. Yemen fired a missile, and it was Hong Kong flagged, and it narrowly missed.
في باب المنداب رجال أقوال أفعال في باب المنداب.
What is this? What is this? What is this? This was under the comments. I don't know what this is.
رجال أقوال أفعال من هناك؟
أنا باخرة يا أحباب أحمل حديد وأخشاب.
Someone made this. Someone made this. What is this?
افتحوني يا أصحاب.
صوتك. When I have kids, I'm gonna show them this as their nursery rhyme.
صهيوني خائن جنب يا كذاب ما دامت غزة في القصف لن ندخل محتل كذاب في باب المنداب رجال أقوال أفعال في باب المنداب رجال أقوال أفعال حيا حيا
أنا باخرة كل هدايا لليمنيين ألف تحايا كل اليمنيين هدايا
صوتك صهيوني خائن جنب يا كذاب ما دامت غزة في القصف لن ندخل محتل كذاب.
It's a song for all the people that aren't aware to not send cargo ships to Israel through the Red Sea. This is a very helpful song. They should play it on every ship in the world, honestly.
في باب المنداب رجال أقوال أفعال في باب المنداب رجال أقوال أفعال أهلا وسهلا.
Yo, Tippo, what's going on, man? Tippo, out here tiptoeing. What's that song? Tiptoeing in my... What is that song? Is it Jordan's? I don't remember it. Yeah. Tiptoeing in my Jordans. What a stupid song. Fucking riffraff. Fuck that guy. I don't even know why I hate him, but...
About.
Who remembers this song?
Yeah. Tiptoeing in my Jordans, kinda came down, tiptoeing in my Jordans, just cop the port.
Alright, well now you remember it.
أنا باخرة للغاز والنفط علي الذهب افتح.
His name is not Tiptoe, it's Tipo. Tipo, what's up? My bad for mispronouncing your name. Holy shit.
هذا الباب.
صوتك صهيوني خائن جنب يا كذاب ما دامت غزة في القصف لن ندخل محتل كذاب في باب المنداب رجال أقوال أفعال في باب المنداب رجال أقوال أفعال أهلا وسهلا.
جئناكم نبحث عن حل من مجلس من قد يعلن ما قد سويتوه خراب.
يا كاذب الكل قد تعب من مجلس كذاب.
لا ما هذا الرعب لا تفتحوا لي الباب.
يا كذاب أنت السبب هيا اذهب ما دامت غزة في القصف لا لن نفتح هذا الباب.
Alright. Alright, well, that was definitely something. That was definitely something. But it helps illustrate what's going on. It definitely helps. A little bit. Helps a little bit, at least. Turns out the footage was real. It wasn't fake footage. So this is the ship. You're getting a bigger confirmation. This was in fact the ship. And this is what happened to it. And they're pretty much shutting down a lot of trade for Israel, basically hurting their economy, which is a great thing. The revenues, put it this way, the revenues from the Eilat port are down 80% due to the blockade. So it's working. And again, I want to remind everyone, nobody has a plan for how to, quote unquote, deal with the Yemenis. There's quite literally nothing anyone can do. What a godsend and what a blessing. We have a shot to the people of Gaza. I mean, the only people standing up for them, they're Yemeni brothers. And I don't want to be a nerd and be like, well, anthropologically speaking, there's an interesting basis for that, because actually the Natufians who settled into the Levant later actually would go down to Yemen, and actually the Yemenis have a huge proportion of Natufian DNA, which is the bedrock of... Yo! What? All right, you guys can... You guys got it? Oh, man. All right. Guys, what the fuck just happened? Does the Mossad not want the Natufian pill to be exposed? Is that what's going on here? Is the Natufian pill too strong? First of all, Streamlabs straight up froze on my end. There was no connection issue. It just froze. The software froze. Anyway, we've got interesting AI art. So if you saw that cartoon video where it was talking about that's actually what's going on. They're actually straight up parking these ships next to each other and just like collecting them like Pokemon. They're actually no, it has nothing to do with Venezuela. It's I can't explain the Fisher thing, all right? The fish pill is that the fishing people invented slavery and are like extremely violent and psycho-violent cannibals for some reason. I don't understand why though. But anyway, look at this. No, not even the Greeks, before the Greeks. And actually this is what gave rise to Greece and see, I'm gonna be writing about it, all right? I'm not spoiling this shit because then someone's gonna take my ideas. Just know fishermen are a thing, all right? But anyway, forget about fishermen right now. This is a big hot topic. Keith Wood's video on... Yeah, okay, that's not a... Okay. Well, good thing I'm being ambiguous, you know. Alright, well, this is the thing, alright? This is what's going on in Yemen. So they're taking the ships and they're parking them. This is a really good parking job, by the way. I first of all, how do they know how to... You think they're just winging it? Like, how do they even know how to steer these big-ass ships? Are they just winging it? Oh, they're probably making the captain do it. All right. You know, I'm not an expert when it comes to these kinds of ships, but wouldn't this damage it severely to the point where it like would not be... First of all, no one's recovering this ship, but how are they going to get the ship... Like when it's over and they're like, okay, you can have the ship. Are they just taking the ship forever, or is it just hostage? I think they're straight up just taking these ships forever. Like for all eternity. They're going to cut it down for scrap. That's what I think too. And these are really expensive ships. And I support them totally. I'm just saying... that's a fucking cruise. Okay, that's so cool, dude. But you know what? It's not cool. Like, all the people on it. That's fucking a lot. I hope it's an empty cruise, because that'd be based. Imagine having an empty cruise ship all to yourself. I would straight up just live there. If I was Yemeni and I saw this big empty cruise ship, that's my house. That's my new house. You park it right up there. That's fine. Park it right up there. I'll climb on board. And oh, what about food? Uber Eats, motherfucker. They have drones now, all right? Uber Eats can deliver drones. Oh, how will you make money? Easy. I'll fucking film a YouTube vlog series, day in a life of living on a fucking cruise ship on land. And it'll get like millions of... It's easy. There's nothing... This is such a solid plan. But no, this would be the life. And there's something so appealing about... I don't know why this is, but there's something so appealing about the idea of living on a ship, but on land. It's always been a dream of mine. You know, like those pirate ships that got repurposed into like houses and like cartoons and movies? There's something about that. I just really like that idea. And I'll be close to the sea, but I'll live on it. And that's a really cool idea, you know? Most of the fantasies about space travel come from actually wanting to live on ships on the sea. And, yeah. Houseboat, yeah. It's actually... I'm not a fisherman. Not a fisherman. Fishermen don't really have big boats. Actually, fishermen tend to have small boats, and they tend to just collect fish at banks and farm them pretty much. Well, they don't farm, they enslave people to farm them. And they just kind of, you know, like do human sacrifices and shit. And get really fat from fish fat. It's just very grotesque. I don't like it. And you say, oh, that's racist. I don't care. These 5,000 BC in Europe, these fishing people slaughtered the incoming Neolithic farmers. Not only did they torture them and kill everyone and then kidnap the young women and rape them, they also ate them. They literally ate them. And you know what? Someone's got to do something about it because, yeah, not even joking. Now everyone's getting mad at these people. Nobody even knows what I'm talking about. People are getting mad. Damn these fish people. Fuck them. Damn fishermen. Guys, I'm memeing, but there is some relevance to what I'm saying. Unless none of my research bears out for this thing, and then I won't include any of it, but it seems like I've got a pretty solid lead, actually. Michael Kirkbride, okay? Michael Kirkbride, video game designer, writer, and artist, who worked on Redguard, Morrowind, and Oblivion. Michael Kirkbride has a vast encyclopedic knowledge of the occult and esoteric stuff. Gnosticism, alchemy. He's a very weird guy into all of those different things. And he was the writer for the series and had a huge role in like telling the stories and designing and all this kind of stuff. And that's what gave the Elder Scrolls the magic that it had. Because he like had these crazy ways of like importing Gnostic ideas and occult ideas into the story, and it was very deep and it was very rich, and that's what made it so interesting, right? Oblivion's story is really spooky, dude. It's so interesting how spooky it is. It's not spooky, it's very ominous and creepy. Mankar Cameron and his cult, super compellingly disturbing, right? When you go to Paradise, Mankar Cameron's Paradise, and he gives that speech, which is from Gnosticism, by the way. I like how Tamriel is actually a plane of Oblivion. There's something really like disturbing about the idea that that's the case, that the world is false and it's all a painting. It's a big theme in Oblivion, by the way, of paintings. But and then when you're in Mankar Cameron's Paradise and it's like, oh, I thought this was a paradise. People are getting tortured. And like it looks so beautiful and lush and there's something so uncanny about it, right? There's something very like creative and kind of even deep about that, right? I mean, Oblivion was like, there was such a mystery and aura to the game where Oblivion felt like it was like 15 times bigger than it was. When you walk around in Oblivion, walking around these forests, your mind fills in the blanks and the world seems like 15 times bigger than it is because you're like, there's so much depth here because of the lore, right? It's really because of the lore and the writing. The writing was very good for Oblivion, really good. Like mysteriously good for such a cheap game with its like NPC mechanics. When you like, put it this way, I'd be walking on the road in Oblivion, I talk to a fucking NPC and he says like the weirdest, most ominous Lovecraftian shit I've ever heard, and then he just keeps walking away. And like that gets me thinking about the nature of this world, and it's really interesting, right? The world of Oblivion. Very good game. Now everyone loves to praise Skyrim, but Skyrim was actually kind of shit, and I'll tell you why. First of all of the great things about Skyrim was just Oblivion put in a snowy environment and technologically advanced. To whatever extent that Skyrim was a good game, it was because of the foundation laid by Oblivion and nothing else. But when you actually assess the merits of Skyrim's storytelling by itself, it was extremely cheap and shitty. The whole thing about dragons and time and dragon time was just cheap sci-fi. If everyone hated Starfield's whole thing about like, alternate universes. Yes, Skyrim was doing the same dumb shit. It was transitioning from a dark occult fantasy into this stupid nonsense about sci-fi alternate dimensions, right? And Fallout goes even worse in the direction of cheap pop sci-fi with like, are androids human or what's going on over the Institute? It's fucking stupid, right? And this is all because Todd Howard's a retard who fucking ruins these games. Literally a fucking prop from Halloween USA.
I roll so they say.
You know what? This looks like a Bollywood porno is what it looks like. This looks like a Bollywood porno shot in 2040p. Which is just a virus. It's not even like something you would click on intentionally. It's a virus. This looks like a virus, all right? This looks like a virus pop-up that pops up on your screen and destroys your computer. I don't know. Is there anything else?
Step on your journey. I'm not going to be the dragon warrior anymore. You will advance to spiritual leader of the Valley of Peace. Inner peace.
Yo, this movie's gonna be a psyop against China. This is gonna be like some Falun Gong, Hong Kong, pro-Taiwan separatist shit. Just watch. I'll explain. Let me see. Okay, I don't know what this is.
Inner peace.
He is fighting the fish, so this might not be that bad. This is he is doing counter fish activities. Okay, there's a good message in the beginning. I'll just say that. Counter fishing activities.
With peas in a sesame soy glaze. This is not working at all.
Tai Lung, big fan.
Hi. What's going on? This is an emperor or empress dressed as an emperor, aka Chinese sovereignty, aka the Communist Party. This whole film's gonna be fighting Chinese sovereignty. That's what it is. I already cracked the code for the fucking psyop.
The kung fu of every master villain. No one will dare question my power.
Not even the great dragon warrior.
This is like Chiang Kai-shek.
Who's that?
The most powerful shape-shifting sorceress, the chameleon.
How do I find the chameleon?
I'm gonna lead you right to her front door.
It was against an army.
Alright, rebelling against the fucking sovereign of China. Interesting.
Then we'll just have to get an army of our own.
What is this place?
The best crooks and criminals live here.
All right, so they're doing free Hong Kong. I already told you. It's a Hong Kong city-state where they're recruiting criminals, a.k.a. the Triad, to overthrow the government in a regime change operation. All right? I knew this film would be a psyop, and now my suspicions are confirmed. All right?
Wanted criminal? You sound surprised. Is it surprising?
Now you kids be careful of those fireworks.
Violence makes our tummies tingle.
You just know there's some stupid-ass kids that think that's funny. You know, if you have kids or you have nephews, right? If they ever laugh at that, you know, look at them and be like, if they ever laugh at some stupid shit like, stupid ass kid, that stupid shit is funny. No, it ain't. It's not funny at all.
Why should we help you? We can take down the chameleon together. Being the Dragon Warrior, it's who I am. Skadoosh. What do I know about being a spiritual leader?
What is it you're holding?
A cookie?
You were chosen to become something more than you already are.
How should we do this? Quick
Why is he fighting dragons, the symbol of China?
and painless? Or slow and painful?
Slow and painful.
Oh, all the 5-year-olds. You got the whole squad laughing, and the whole squad is an elementary school bus. Even 10-year-olds think it's stupid. Dude, I'm a grown man, and I'm gonna just sit here and be like, this movie sucks. It's for babies. And it's literally like a cartoon, like actually meant for children. But I'm gonna be like the quartering and be like, no, it's not just for children. I can critique this. Woke media has gone way too far, and I have the right to critique this movie. As a grown man, my dollar is worth any 7-year-old's. Therefore, this movie's just as much about me as it is children. And I have to say, Kung Fu Panda has gone woke and the West has fallen. I cannot believe that Kung Fu Panda had the audacity to make the decisions that it did, impacting my viewing experience. And yes, I will be reserving 10 seats. And if a 5-year-old starts crying that they wanted those seats, too bad. I am an American citizen and I live in a free country, not communist China, and I am just as much entitled to watch this movie as any child is. This is about me, and it's for my feelings to feel good, not just children.
You finally met
I'm the quartering.
your match.
And this is woke cinema gone too far. This movie is about me and my experience. I can't believe what they did to Kung Fu Panda. As a Kung Fu Panda fan, I am really disappointed in what they've done to my movie. I don't care how fucking smart you think you are or how accomplished you think you are. When you're at a fucking 7-Eleven getting a hot dog, a halal one, and a fucking crackhead is running at you, you're equal to me. You know? You're not fucking better than me. And your culture, you may disagree with that. That's fine. You may disagree with that in your own culture, but I'm an American. I live here. And I don't just live here. I was born here and I was molded by the values of this country. And I honestly don't fucking believe I could live anywhere else in this world except America. And people all the time say, oh, you hate America, you're anti-American. There is nowhere else on the fucking world I can live than America. Oh, is it just because you're too comfortable in America and you're just too used to... No, it's not because I'm too fucking comfortable. It's because this is the only place where I can't be judged. And that's... You don't understand what I mean by that, but it's so fucking true. You know? Like, we had Trump for president. You know what that fucking means for having... I forget about what you think about his policies or... People didn't care, you know? They didn't give a fuck that he was a clown. You know? And the glasses wearers who live here, who look down on others, they have no political existence. They have no fucking future in this country. They're looked down upon. They're shit. They're fucking maggots. And they're seething for a fucking reason. Because they're not being given the recognition that they think they're owed. Wearing the fucking glasses that they are. Looking down on everybody because they think they're better. Because they're so educated and they're accustomed to all the European and British formalities. Well, guess what? This isn't fucking Europe and this isn't Britain. This is America. And yeah, we're all a bunch of fucking clowns here. Yes, we fucking are clowns. I go to a fucking trailer park in Michigan and a guy's wearing a fucking coat and shorts in sub-zero temperatures. Yes, we're fucking clowns. Fuck you. No, this isn't Europe. We don't have your gay formalities. And yeah, we're a young country and we're trying to get around to this whole thing of building a lasting and sustainable culture, but I don't appreciate people looking down on us. You know, I just don't fucking appreciate that. And maybe I'm just being narcissistic. It's like, oh, it's not us, it's you. But it's like, no, but I'm the way that I am because I'm American. There's no other fucking reason. Yeah, I'm vulgar, whatever. Yeah, it's because the country I'm fucking from. And yeah, I know there's people in this country who build a wall between themselves and the actual fucking people that live here. But guess what? When I go to the fucking 4th of July fireworks spectacle with all them fucking people there, and when I go to, when I go to the Trump rally in Howell, just in general, when I'm among the people, I don't build a barrier between myself and them. And I'm not saying people are like vulgar and yelling in public and shit. I'm just saying they don't judge you. There's no judgment. Nobody thinks they're fucking better than you. You want to know why? When you go to a fucking WWE match, when you go to a WWE match in America, okay? When you go to that fucking stadium, there's literal retards next to you who have Down syndrome. And nobody can say they're better than them. Everybody's enjoying the fucking wrestling match. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm about. I don't know how to fuck you. Yeah, a literal retard is among the people. Whatever, dude. Where's the judgment? There isn't. If they're not going to judge someone with a literal mental disability, who are they going to judge, you know? I know people like to use it. Oh, Americans are so stupid. Yeah, whatever. And good luck with your own shit. I'm just saying, anytime somebody tries to come to this country and impose their gay shit on us, like these European, oh, we Europeans have way better politics, or this fucking British system of education they try to bring to us, it's like, fuck you, it doesn't work. And you want to know how I know that? Because, motherfucker, I'm introducing foreign ideas to Americans because I'm a Marxist-Leninist. And I'm going to be real, flip a coin, they're not having it. Now, on a case-by-case basis, individually, people are very cool. And people are open-minded, and it's not like they're judging me and they're doing it from arrogance. But when I'm trying to be a smart guy and I'm explaining shit to people, they don't have any of it. Look at the Tim Pool comments. They're not impressed. They're not impressed by my vocabulary, any of that eloquence in my speech or anything. They're not impressed. So I know that, like, I'm a victim of it too, in a way, right? But I'm proud of it, you know? I'm also proud of it because it's part of what being a fucking American is. And that's why I wasn't angry about it, by the way, because I'm like, all right. We're not speaking the same language right now, but in time we will, right? We need a Khomeini revolution in this country. Yeah, I said it. What happened in Iran needs to happen here. How much longer will Americans tolerate this? What the fuck is this? What is this? And then you look up this guy's background, and he's a pedophile, mass murderer, rapist who kills children in his basement. And he's a sick, disgusting fuck, but he's smiling right here. He's taking joy and delight in mocking the basic sensibilities and values of regular, ordinary people. A literal zombie gremlin, hateful monster. Am I Jewish? Yes, I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish, I'm Arab, I'm Muslim, I'm Christian, I'm white, I'm black, I'm Asian. What did I miss? I'm Aztec, I'm Mayan, I'm Inca. I'm German like Florian Geyer, fighting in the Peasants' War. I'm Indian. Sure, I'm Indian. Why not? Ethiopian. Persian, Russian. You name it. There's nobody I hate. I don't hate anybody. And I don't see myself better than anybody. I'm Cherokee, sure. Whatever, man. Boer? Okay, chill, brah. But like in a way, okay, and if there's good ones, yeah. Like the good kind, you know? The pro EF, the ones that are in the EFF. Yes. Anglo? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I am. I'm not going to say British, but I'm English, I'm Welsh, I'm Scottish, I'm Irish. How about that? I'm English. I'm just like the Chartists. You got that? I'm just like I'm like William Tell. Saying that right? No, not William Tell. It's the Swiss guy. I'm like Wat Tyler. That's what I meant to say. I'm like Wat Tyler. Pacific Islanders, sure, all right? Sure. Everything except Kurd or Greek. I already said I was Turkish. What a crazy insult. Knocked out two birds with one stone. I'm just kidding. Sure, I'm Kurdish. I'm Turkish and I'm Greek. All right, how about that? But I prefer to say Rum, right? But whatever. Filipino, sure. Sure, because if I ever am welcomed in the company of a foreign people, I'm going to be on their level. I'm going to be humbling myself to their customs, their ways, and I'm going to speak their language. I'm not going to do it from a perspective of conceit, you know? It's just how I am. The only thing I'm not is a fucking fisherman. I'm not a fisherman. Y'all fish people, The fish people got to realize something. Your ways are coming to an end. You understand? We are not fish. We are not fish. You cannot enslave us and try to harvest our manna, you satanic fish fucking people, evil people. We are not fucking... We are not... what do you call it when fish are like out of the water and they're flapping or whatever? What do you call that? We are not flapping fish. And you're going to extract our manna from us. Treat us like a bunch of fish to be harvested in y'all nets. We are not, we're human beings. We ain't fish. We ain't fish. We are not fish. All right, these fish people gotta fucking understand. We've had it with their ways. We've had it with their usury. This shit sounds like an anti-Semitic. First of all, I'm talking about like some fucking case study try. Like I'm onto something that usury was invented by fish people, right? But I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about like the sea peoples and shit, founding of ancient Greece. But anyway, and some other cases, but people can call me racist if I mention these other cases of fish people, you know, enslaving people and torturing them and human sacrifice and all this shit. But trust me, I ain't talking about Jews, all right? Or am I? I literally don't know. From the Bible, it don't seem like the Jews were a fishing people. I mean, they fished, sure, as a side thing, but it doesn't seem like that's the tribal origins, you know? But the fish, yeah, guys, let me tell you something. He who you cannot name rules you, right? What is that thing that people say? You know what we're going to do, guys? We're going to have our own version of anti-Semitism, but instead of the Jews, it's the fish people. Straight up. I'm not even kidding. Something smell fishy in here. Anytime anybody's on some anti-human, satanic shit, we're going to say, because this is not, we used to do Anglos. It's not about Anglos. The only reason Anglos were so fucked up is because the fishermen faction of Anglos is a real problem. So it's really fishermen when you think about it, right? So, y'all smell that? A little bit fishy in here. We're going to have our own dog whistles and undertones and everything. All right? We are having the FQ, like FU, the fisherman question. FU. It's going to be the fisherman question, the FQ, just like FU. Because I've had it with these fishermen trying to extract my manna. Turn me into a slave, turn us into slaves. You guys know something? I've been reading about these tribes. And they're like, they have these neighboring asshole fisherman tribes that they don't allow them to mess with them. And they go, if you interfere in another, they have this saying from one of their legends. And one of their legends is like, a dude gets on a surfboard. I don't know what it fucking is. He gets on, he goes on a boat and he like beats the shit out of a fisherman and he frees all the slaves. And then the fisherman goes, when I am free, I'm going to go raid more slaves and take more slaves. And the guy goes, no, you will not. If you do that, I'm going to kill you right now. And he said, and the wisdom of the story is, do not interfere and do not concern yourself excessively. Do not concern yourselves with the affairs of other men, or else you will want to turn them into your slave. And that's so fucking real. That is so fucking real. That is such a good story, all right? All right, that's such a good story, all right? That is I'm not going to give you more detail. If you've read the book that I'm reading, you'll remember what I'm saying right about off the bat. It's a pretty common book. But and you'll know about the tribes I'm talking about too and shit, but it's like the problem is the fishermen, mentality, straight up. You know. And I could be wrong, but from what I've read, I'm noticing a pattern, all right? I'm just a little bit of a noticer, okay? You're going to, what, is it illegal? Is it a crime to be a noticer and to notice things? Is that a crime just to notice things now? Sorry for being a noticer, but I'm noticing a pattern, all right? Anyway, y'all, I'll see you. Yeah, the overrepresentation of fish people. The FQ. The FQ. Anyway, I will see y'all seaside. This is crazy. So first of all, why did they choose this picture of him in a hat? Why did they? I don't know. To make him look sketchy with low res. Imagine you're like a person who doesn't know anything about Jackson. You don't know anything. Let me check the wiki. Who is Jackson? He has been described as an American conservative, MAGA, right-wing, and far-right. Okay. He used to be an environmentalist. He's now pro-fossil fuels. Oh my God, he must have been bought out by the fossil fuel industry. Oh, he's a conspiracy theorist. Oh, yeah. Views. Oh, MAGA communism. Let's see. Conspiracy theories. Observers and left-wing critics. Why? Look, dude, this is not natural. Again, every editor, there was a decision by the what is it called again? The High Council of Wikipedia. It's called the Arbitration Committee, which is the highest form of authority in Wikipedia, decided to permanently ban like a dozen editors who had a reputation. And it's the government. It was literally a federal interference to make sure that Jackson's Wikipedia looks like this. It's co-opting socialism. Why? What are we co-opting? Co-opting it with a far-right strategy. Where is Stalinism popular in the US? What are we co-opting? It's fucking retarded. Why would we co-opt something that's fringe in the first place? Anna Kasparian commented, we should be careful because when you think of Nazis and fascists and how they brought people over to their sides, they co-opted socialist rhetoric to bring people in. And then their populist movement was what? Extermination. This is an incredible degree of fear-mongering. Anna Kasparian is saying that we are going to bring extermination. And that we're co-opting socialist rhetoric. From who? Where's the established socialist rhetoric we're co-opting, you fucking bitch? Sam Cedar. It doesn't necessarily mean communism in the little sense of demanding collective ownership. Well, yeah, it does, because that's what we say. It's more of a cultural invocation. I didn't even know there was a New Republic article about, okay, I have to disable my ad blocker. I didn't even know about this article. MAGA communist movement has combined. This is just one paragraph, one sentence. Got it. Got it. Got it. Anyway, guys, the glowies got us on Wikipedia. Arbitration committee intervened. Super, super odd and glowy.
All right. Yes, fish people. All right, the stream is off, okay? Yes, fish people. All right, listen. We can finally plot our true plan. Okay, yes, LaRouche. I know they said that you were dead, okay? But they don't know the truth that you're still alive. And that, okay, yes. I did deceive them into thinking I'm not really Adam Tahir. All right? But they're on to us. I had to tell them about the fish people because they're going to think that we're... is this on?
Of subject and substance will happen only with singularity, where individual subjectivity will be drowned in, and in this sense, totally reconciled with substance. My first point here is that already at the limited level of artificial intelligence that we know today, why do we presuppose, and just one detour, I follow here even some intelligent, I don't agree with them, but they are not idiots, quantum physicists and quantum cosmologists like the German lady Sabine Vossenfelder.
Why is she such a thing nowadays? Where did Sabine come from? What the fuck? Like, why is she so... Even Paul Cockshot was like gassing her up. Why does everybody love Sabine? What the fuck, dude? And she's literally just a YouTuber. I know she's a professor and shit, but she's a pop scientist, all right? And she's my biggest arch nemesis too. He's huge anti-Hegelian, by the way. Huge disaster.
Who claims that why do we always imagine artificial intelligence in this transhuman sense as some consistent godlike totality? What if it will be a breathtaking, total, inconsistent mess? It will not be anything...
that kind of tracks with Sabine's hideous worldview in general, where she talks, she doesn't believe in the necessity of elegance and simplicity for scientific theory. And I just reject this disgusting, hideous, atonal theory of, or I should rather say this atonal representation of reality. And I hope Reza would agree with me on this, but maybe not. But I think definitely for me, I agree with a Platonic orientation that everything must be thought of as one whole. Just to begin, just as a beginning. And then there's definitely a dialectic in there, sure, but there is one truth and one reality. But I don't know. Maybe I'm alone when it comes to that. The Tsar of Russia was a faggot who deserved to be tortured and killed. I don't condone the way his family died, and no, Lenin wasn't responsible for that. Fuck the Tsar. Fuck the entire Romanov dynasty. I spit on Tsar Nicholas II. I spit on him. And I spit on his memory. Slave of the banks. Slave of the banks. Let me make this clear. Let me make this clear. Was I around, I would have shot him myself. Of course, I'm not Russian. Russian affairs are not my affairs. It's not my business. But these people, they cross the line with their stupid international Jew conspiracy. They then throw on us stepping on our turf. This is them stepping on our turf. We will defend our turf. And let me explain something to you. Yes, America is not a communist country yet. But Lenin, Stalin, Mao, these are figures we consider sacred and we consider untouchable on account of our own American communist tradition. We have our forefather of our tradition, William Z. Foster, and many others. They wouldn't approve of you sitting around letting these faggots talk shit on our heroes and on our tradition. And let me be clear about where I'm going with this. We are bringing a different energy to American patriotism. We are not tailless. We're going to change a lot of things about this country. First of all, we are moving the capital, Washington, D.C., to the Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains will be the cradle of American communism. And the second thing, we are changing the animal. We're changing the mascot. Now, I won't be the one to decide, but I'll give everyone two options as dictator. Two options, and you can vote on a referendum. The horned bison or the Kodiak bear. And this is the new spirit and symbol of America. Not that pencil-necked, skinny little bitch bald eagle, but a land animal. Bison or bear. This will be the symbol of the new America, the new communist America. You understand? Look at Meloni in Italy. Look at all these far-right people. They never start a revolution. They get used for a specific purpose, and then they're discarded, and then liberalism is restored. This is what happened in Chile with Pinochet. Based Pinochet! Let's throw the communists out of fucking helicopters! And then what happens afterwards? Chile becomes a fucking liberal democracy, and order is restored, and things go back to normal, and now Chile is a gay empire of degeneracy and sodomy, and all the things the far right claims to oppose. You will not be considered a man until you go to the Grand Canyon and tame. Either there's no bison in the Grand Canyon. Well, we'll fill the Grand Canyon with bison. And you must tame wild bison and mount them and ride them. The call of the wild. We will throw the youth into the cold, bitter snow of Alaska, where they must fight the wolves. Only he who makes it out will be called a man. Jack London communism, exactly. Has the mammoth lobby been vindicated? Partially, yes. Grand megafauna must make a return. That much is clear. We will revive the mammoth. I believe we should revive the mammoth. Why can't we? Who says we can't? The geneticists will never revive the mammoth, but using the most robust and advanced, up-to-date Lysenkoist breeding methods, we will bring the mammoth back and revive it from the Arctic ice and have mammoth roam the plains as they did thousands of years ago. And perhaps the mammoth will be our national symbol of building a land power. And build off of it. Emila.
The mammoths are due to return in 2024. The first one is being worked on to be put on the Siberian
No fucking
tundra.
way.
It's called Pleistocene
What?
Park, I think.
Is this real? No, they're saying 2027. 4 years. The Dallas-based company. Yup, we're doing it. If they can do it to Russia, they can do it here. Obama was a college commie. He just did that to get Trotskyite pussy. I am also going to put chicken nuggets in the air fryer. I repeat, chicken nuggets in the air fryer. And ketchup. And I will be eating these as my dinner. No, they are not dinosaur-shaped. And they are not unhealthy. They're not very unhealthy either. It's chicken and it's protein. I don't need your judgment. Don't need your judgment. Chicken is protein. And this is a grand dinner. And I'm looking forward to it. And I'm going to have 20 of them. Because I usually get a 20-piece from McDonald's. Are you a member of a communist organization, Haas? I say I'm building one, but I am a member of a communist organization. It's called Costco. Yeah. Oh, man, the samples. When you go to Costco, you have those samples. I'm like, oh, I'm interested in buying this. Can I have this? And then I walk away. And I say, I'll come back. It's like, am I going to buy this shit? No. And I'll tell you why. Because if I buy it, I have to prepare it myself. If I have a sample, shit is already prepared for me. Why am I going to buy it? Does it come with a sample maker? If so, I will buy it. If not, no thanks. Look at what's actually going on here. He actually looks like an English zookeeper showing the monkeys a picture at a distance, like, okay, here, you bunch of animals, keeping them in line. Like he's not even fucking invested in it. Like a real leader would have a sword or some shit, right? This guy's basically like attending to his flock, basically, like a flock of sheep. And he's like wearing gloves and he's like disgusted by them. At a distance from them, literally on his high horse. He's literally on his high horse, attending to his flock, hoping that showing them this image will somehow legitimate himself. And this, even though this, and then there's this guy in the background like, okay, when do we go home and fuck boys? Because they're a bunch of fucking pederasts. By the way, the reason for the criminalization of homosexuality was because it was considered indistinguishable from pedophilia. And all of the Russian aristocracy and ruling elites were pedophiles. They're engaged in pederastry at the bathhouses. So that's literally true. He was trying to respond to the things I was saying about the Tsar and Nicholas II. Nicholas II was a cuck, by the way. His wife was fucking Rasputin. Rasputin was fucking the shit out of Nicholas's wife. Beating her cheeks like a gorilla. Beating his chest, beating her cheeks. Fucking the shit out of his bitch wife, the Tsarina of Russia. Rasputin was fucking the Tsar's wife. And this clone, little Nicky, this clone, who was literally a doppelganger and body double of George V. And this is how much Russia had no dignity under the Tsar. This is why the Tsar was such an embarrassment and the shame of Russia. Did you know the only reason the Tsar was in power is in case George V needed a stunt double to perform a public spectacle? They just kept the Tsar there waiting in icy Russia. And they would call him whenever the George V needed a stunt double. Say, okay, bring the Russian guy. They're putting him in a refrigerator for tomorrow, for a rainy day. He was in the refrigerator for a rainy day in icy cold Russia. To be a body double for George V. While his wife was getting fucked by Rasputin. He was a cuck. He was a scumbag. He was a piece of shit. He should have been beheaded. He should have been beheaded. The only thing that sucks is he wasn't beheaded. He was British. He was a cousin of George V. How is that Russian sovereignty? And he calls the Bolsheviks foreign infiltrators. How are Bolsheviks foreign infiltrators, you stupid faggot? How is that? How is that when your own Nazi theorist, and I know you're a Nazi Orthodox canonist, Alfred Rosenberg literally said the Bolshevik Revolution was a Slavic Untermensch Asiatic rebellion against the German aristocracy. Meaning Rosenberg was saying the native Russian population was rising up and overthrowing the foreign occupiers. And that was his analysis. Can you explain who's foreign and who's not foreign? By the way, why are there no Russians putting this guy in check? Because he claims to live in Russia even though he only speaks Australian.
Back, the place where you're going.
Oh, okay.
You're going back. You're a brown communist faggot.
I mean,
You're a
but
brown,
but how?
5 foot
But how?
flat,
But
midget
realistically,
communist
let's be
faggot.
realistic.
You're a
How is that
deformed
going to
freak.
happen?
You're a mentally ill freak. You're a communist. You're brown.
No
You're going
argument.
back.
No
How does that
argument.
make you
No
feel? How
argument.
does it make
No
you feel
argument.
looking
No
in the mirror
argument.
every
No
day and
argument.
seeing
No
the
argument.
color of
No
diarrhea?
argument. No argument.
How are
No
you so brown?
argument.
How does that
No
make you feel
argument.
that you are brown?
No argument. No argument. No
It
argument.
makes
No
me
argument.
no. I'll respond.
Yeah, Rev, you have Tourette's. You might want to get that looked at. Haas, how do you feel that you're going back because you're brown?
I don't
He
I
hasn't
don't
put
know how
down
to
any
I don't know
roots
how to
anyway.
detect.
He's just a Teva.
I know you have like an anime profile picture, so you must be more proficient in the art of detecting things that don't exist than I am. But I can't feel anything about it because it's not going to happen.
See, that's odd because I'm not detecting anything except. My Swarthy detector.
Ah, you just stumbled.
You're
You just
brown.
stumbled and mumbled. You just stumbled. Get him out of here. You just stumbled.
You're
the guy
brown.
just
Why are you
stumbled.
a
You
communist?
failed.
Why are
Dude,
you
you
a
just
communist
farted. You just
faggot, Haas?
farted. You just farted. You're done. You just farted.
Oh,
You
yeah,
had
why are
one
you
chance to
brown?
deliver that.
How do you feel about
This is all
going
he's
back,
got.
Haas? How do you feel when you
He
look
has
in the
no
mirror every
arguments. He
day and
loses.
see
You're
diarrhea?
losing. You're losing.
Rev, you have Tourette's. You need to get that treated. Haas,
Dude,
why
you
are
have a
you a
Substack
brown
and you come here and
communist
you have no
faggot?
fucking arguments. You're a pussy. You lost. You're
You have
embarrassing yourself.
Tourette's.
Where's
Why
your
are you
fucking
retarded?
argument?
I'm not speaking to
You're a
you.
pussy.
Haas,
No
why are you
argument.
brown?
No argument.
Yeah, Rev, get your Tourette's treated. I'm not talking to you. Haas, why are you brown?
Man, every single day we have to deal with one of these like anime pedophiles who comes in here and
Yeah,
he
why are
thinks
you
like,
brown?
he's the best comedian who's ever like lived.
Why not?
Get a new
Dude,
script,
isn't
man.
it crazy? He has like a
Get a new
Substack,
script,
and
faggot.
then he
Get
comes
a
on
new
here and has
script.
no arguments.
Yeah, why do you have a Substack for? Like, just at least say his fucking point.
Yeah,
Why
like,
are
aren't
you
you, like, smart or
brown? I
something?
mean,
Where's
why
your
not? I mean, why not? Like, what are you even trying to say? I don't even understand.
Why are you a pedophile? Why are you a pedophile?
No. I actually do understand. I do understand. How much you want to bet this guy's half Indian?
I'm part of the anime Jugend Hitler.
No, hold on. I gotta
But,
mute these guys.
why
for
are
a
you
sec.
brown?
I gotta mute him for a sec. Okay. How much you want to bet this guy Solon or whatever is a half Indian? Because now I understand. He keeps saying you're brown. You're brown. I'm supposed to be insulted. I don't understand why I would be insulted. And then I realize his whole community is just self-hating Indians, where being brown is an insult, and they try to avoid being brown as much as possible because they are brown and they're insecure about it. Privately, I'm a very, very racist person. If communists took power in Germany, if Bolshevism was triumphant in Germany, and then Germany and Russia united, oh my God, the fucking British Empire would have been blown up in one day. Had communists taken Germany, and then Germany united with the USSR into one thing, Germany's industrial power plus Russia's agriculture and raw materials would have created an invincible power that would have made there would be no hunger, there would be no homelessness, there would be no drugs, there would be no evil on earth. Like, okay, there would be evil on earth, but there would have never been any World War II. There would have never been any pointless conflict and death and destruction. There'd be no Vietnam War. There'd be none of that. There'd be no OnlyFans. There'd be no pornography. People would live happy lives had that happen. The world would have been better off. But who stopped it? The British. The British and their dogs, the white migrants that came from Russia to Germany, from the Tsar's aristocracy and propagated this disgusting filth which the Nazis took and ran with. It was the parasitic, dynastic elite of Europe. Under communism, the Capri Sun, I didn't drink any of it. It already looks empty. Under communism, the Capri Sun will be 3 times bigger than this. Because these, you drink them fast, you know? Ah. That shit hits the spot. Oh, man. That shit is just very refreshing. It's exactly what I need. But there ain't no way to drink a Capri Sun without the straw. Or can you open it? You can't open it. You can't. You can't. Aye. Scissors. If I open a Capri Sun, am I gonna like violate the law? I'm gonna be right back. Fuck it, we're gonna test it. I'm gonna be right back. I'm doing that. I'm literally doing that. I'll be right back.
A few minutes later.
Let me Why is it golden? This rubs me the wrong way. If I'm gonna be completely honest. Guys, what is going on, alright? Check this out. Hi, there's no way for me to show you. Holy shit. Guys, it's literally, you see that color? It's fucking piss. Why is the Capri Sun colored this way? Why does it have food coloring? Unless it's real juice. All natural ingredients. Maybe it's real juice. Why is it colored this way? It's a strawberry kiwi flavor. Yeah, it does look like apple juice, but it's just like, why did they color the Capri Sun? Pour it in a glass? Nah, that's too far. So, this is a meme. No, this is not Mossad. These are not the feds. Meme of the year. Press heart for an immediate end to Muslim immigration. And it's showing a bunch of Muslims raping this white man's daughter. And she's naked. And it got 77,000 likes. 77,000 likes. 77,000 likes. And how many views? 4.1 million views. So if you want to ask why is the Hitler stuff coming back, the same people behind the Hitler stuff are behind this shit. And yes, it's Mossad is involved, 100,000%. Because they want the Muslims out. They want to turn Christians against Muslims. They want to turn everyone against Jews. This way the Zionists will be successful in their narrative that they are the Messiah for the Jews, that only they can protect the Jews, and they can also get rid of the Muslims who critique their barbaric actions in Gaza. So it's a win-win for the neo-Nazis and the Zionists. The far right is being boosted by Israel!
My name is Luhan, and I am not wanted for war crimes in the Baltic region. Trench warfare is back, and so are the voices. Today I'm going to be building a giant underground trench bunker. Let's get curious about it. Consider the following.
Oh, it's so hard to dig in this dirt. Oh, I can't. Oh! Golly.
Is that even a female, by the way?
What? I forgot I had that whole thing. Oh my god, I'm so stupid! So stupid! Oh my god! I can totally just dig the trench with this!
Do you know how to run that?
Do you know how to stop running your mouth? Oh,
okay.
Oh, no, you don't.
Alright, it's okay.
Hey, wake up! Hey! You got a helmet. Oh my god. Whoa, whoa!
Dude, what kind of like gay retard do you have to be like be one of these? You know what genre of fucking Twitter I hate is like, oh my god, I'm so in love with her because she's so quirky and I love her style. It's like, dude, grow the fuck up. Literally grow the fuck up. Like, this is the real world. Like, this is not the real world. This is like your poisoned internet brain. Like, oh my god, I want the goth GF with the personality of the that. Shut up, dude. Women don't have personalities. I mean, they they do, but it's like it's not like a cartoon character like it's like a fucking movie all the time. Like this soy facing, oh my god, she's perfect. Dude, shut up. Does she cook well? Does she clean well? Does she know how to respect? Is she resourceful? Is she skillful? Does she bring anything to the table? Is she a good person? Is she, because you just want an actor. You just want a charming, charismatic meme actor to fulfill your dreams. I mean, bro, what is wrong with you? Get a PS5, man. Play Lego Fortnite.
Okay, boomer, yeah, boomer.
Oh my god, so kawaii.
Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer, yeah, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer.
But when someone is talking,
Alright, nobody give a fuck. Dude, that shit was so cringe. Everyone is like, oh my god, dude, you're like, this is like anime rot brain. You want to know how I determine? You know what impresses me? Like, if I just... Okay, sometimes women are pretty. If I see a picture, I'm like, she's got a pretty face. But at the end of the day, y'all already know what I'm about to say. I don't give a fuck about none of that dancing. I don't give a fuck about none of that quirky personality shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Oh my gosh. I don't give a fuck about any of that cartoon character anime shit. I want to see you do a 360, one rotation. No charisma, nothing. Just straight up 360, twirl it round. I'll take it from there. You understand? I'm the one who has a personality. 360 degrees, I'll take it from there. You understand? Ain't got time for nothing else. They're trying to like Japanify our society. Bunch of bitch-made men. We men are here for ass and titties. We're not here for Dasha's personality, quote unquote. Go fucking live in Japan and have zero fertility rate with that bitch-made mentality. Low testosterone ass shit. Low testosterone idealizations. Oh my god, my favorite anime. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You know what? Nah. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. All of you young men, go ahead and go chase the anime bitches. Please, go chase those cartoon characters. Leave the fat ass bitches for me. More for me. Y'all, go ahead. Go chase Dasha. Go chase Dasha. Go for that army. Do that. Leave all the fat ass bitches behind. More for me.